to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the One hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for day number 2 of week 5. And today marks a very special day, Wolf. Do you know why?
Why is that?
I will tell you. It is because we have a day with only rosters that have their main team players on them. It is brilliant. It is beautiful. There are no more illnesses plaguing the LCK on today.
That's right. We do have 4 teams with their full rosters today. It feels like it's been a long time since we've had this here in the LCK, and by the end of the week, who knows? Maybe it'll be like that for the rest of the season. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, and all of that. But I'm very excited to see these matches today. The first one, I think, is going to be a lot closer than most people think. Kwangdong have been looking better in their last few matches. They have a win on their shoulders now coming into this one, so hopefully they can carry the momentum forward in this series.
Yeah, there was also a really cool sort of interview thing done with Keen as well, saying that they were talking too much, there were too many shot calls going around. There were a lot of very experienced players on this team, so you can see why there might be too many chefs in the kitchen. So they've tidied that up. Maybe that does mean good things. Let's get into points of the match, though, and start this one off. As, 9th versus 10th. It's not necessarily the greatest of outcomes right now for either of these two teams, but there are definitely upswings on both sides. The fact that Kwangdong Freaks were able to actually find themselves a victory after that 4-loss streak, and the fact that Dudu's been playing so well towards the top side of the map. I think that Dudu and OnFleek have been real surprise factors on the side of Harma Life Esports, and although it hasn't really contributed to results, it's definitely still a good sign.
It really is. The loser of this team is confirmed 10th place for round 1, so there is a lot riding on this. Of course, that's not permanent until we get through the second round robin to decide playoffs, but doesn't mean you are confirmed worst team in the LCK. Here is some stats here. Harma Life game 3 for 5 out of 8 matches, and Kwangdong only game 2 for all 8. So either a 2-0 and 0-2. So we'll see if Harma Life Esports bring us to a third game here again. I expect that this one will go to a third game. I think that we've seen a lot of changes to both these rosters. Both teams are looking more competitive than they were weeks before, and I think it should be a pretty close back and forth one. I think it's not going to be as lame as the 9th versus 10th place title implies, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that it's very likely to be a 2-0, in my personal opinion. I think it's going to be really hard for Kwangdong Freaks to mentally come back from a Game 1 loss. But there's the other side of the coin, where if Kwangdong Freaks manage to win on red side, then it's likely that Harma Life pick blue side once again because it's seen as being stronger, and then they have to play through exactly the same scenario. So it's a really interesting situation that we find ourselves in based on the home teams as well, as we have a look at that top side of the map. I can't believe Keen hasn't managed to pick up a POG yet. It's actually nuts.
It's crazy, but they've only won twice, so you know it's been a little bit of a rough time. You know, he hasn't had that many opportunities to pick them up. As Dudu looking better, as you mentioned, on the top side of the map. Definitely a big focal point for us in this best of 3.
Get those Dudu Dungas in the chat.
As this one will definitely hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it's not great.
But I think the big standout is Kwangdong Freaks are still top 4 goal difference at 20, despite being 2-6 this season. And that's because their early game is great. There's been a lot of conversation about too many shot calls around macro decisions for them in the early game and problems like that. I think, in fact, my personal opinion, that's where they've looked the best. You cross the 20-minute mark, and that's when things start getting a little bit out of hand. There's not good shot calling. There's no vision control. There's no objective setup. So I personally disagree with some of the sentiment of the team that their early game was weak. I thought their early game is actually their best part so far.
I agree. I actually think that it's because they've got so many voices wanting to say things in the late game that once the lanes start coming together, then all the voices do as well. But let's first introduce Harma Life Esports onto the stage. Dudu, OnFleek, Karis, Samdi, and Vista, of course, are there. Karis has been a real strong point for this team, but has been throughout the season, which is why we were talking mainly about Dudu and OnFleek that have upped their game throughout. Samdi as well has been a bit quiet over the last couple of weeks. Not necessarily riding that hype that he did have when he did come in here. Looking forward to seeing a reinvigorated performance against another reinvigorated player in Teddy over the other side. I think that Teddy is pretty instrumental. Some fun stats here. The fact that whenever they win, Teddy doesn't die. He died once to a fountain laser because he dived the fountain.
It's a team of 5 players who've peaked at different times here for Harma Life Esports, and Samdi definitely has peaked early. Vista and OnFleek and Dudu peaking later, as Karis has been pretty consistent throughout. As their opponents, as you said, on the other side of the rift here, a lot of pressure on Kwangdong because of the strength of their roster. I think that's one of the big storylines for this series. Whoever loses this takes 10th place. Because if you look at these two teams' rosters, as we did before the season started, once the Stove League was over, we had everything laid out, we knew what the teams were going to look like. You look at these two rosters and you think, okay, Hanwha Life Esports probably number 10. Like, most people are saying that this team is going to be at the bottom. Like, they're going to take a long time to actually get their synergy together, build up those mechanical skills. But you looked at Kwangdong's roster and you're like, this could be top 4. Like, we'll wait and see. But you got Teddy on this roster. This roster is fantastic. LM finally gets his chance to shine. It's Keen. Keen has a team. Fly's gone. And then this team might actually drop down to 10th place. And I think that's the biggest difference between these two teams in terms of expectations. And I know we've talked about it a lot, but they finally meet here now. And in what will be a pretty epic game to decide who actually gets that 10th place spot as we end the round robin.
It really is a battle for the bottom, but both of these teams have shown, well, more Hanwha Life Esports have shown that they can take games off the big dogs. And we've seen, as we saw in the stats, that they have gone to 3 games the majority of the time. So far, of course, it's only a bare majority, but still. Let's have a look at this top lane as far as statistics are concerned. CSD at 15 is still the best here for Keen. Average isolated deaths is still fantastic. And it's really interesting that Keen has such a low kill participation. He has the lowest on his team, I believe, next to Fate. Him and Fate have the lowest kill participation, which I find quite odd, given the fact that his damage percent for his team is absurd on Keen's side. So it shows that he really is trying to do things by himself, which I don't think is the way that you're going to win the game, especially in a lane like top lane that does sort of need to come into some of these fights and really decide things unless you are going full split push, which is what Kwangdong Freaks have not been doing.
Yeah, they really haven't. They grew up as 5 oftentimes, and it's crazy to see you know, some of those stats for Keen as well, because he is often on an island. He is often doing very little for his team despite being with them, and I think there's a whole lot of Kwangdong, generally speaking, K-ramming and doing nothing in the mid lane, and we've talked about it to death. It's not something I want to keep bringing up, but it is something that hasn't changed here for Kwangdong Freaks. And I think it does go back to what you were saying about some of the team players, the coaching staff and the players saying that, hey, you know, maybe we have too many shot callers, maybe we're sharing too much information, but something's got to change where this team is not going to make playoffs, right? I mean, we're starting to cross the halfway mark, and if something doesn't really improve, we don't see this team go on a tear, their chances are so minuscule. Yeah,
I think they really need to find a voice to follow in the mid to late game, right? Someone who has veto and really get that communication down. And right, it has to be a collaborative effort, but you also need to develop that synergy, right? So that when that one person is talking, you listen and they're not saying dumb stuff that you don't agree with, right? So you've actually gone through that time. You've taught the person that is making all those calls to say the things that the team wants to do.
The English call for this in most esports is clean comms. Keep the comms clean. Don't over-exaggerate the situation. Don't share too much information, and keep things down to minimum. No smite, no flash. Don't add your personal flavor to it. Don't add any more info. Don't say he wasted his Q, he missed. Like, you know, it's these types of things that if you have 5 people talking at once around setting up on a Baron and 2 people disagree while you're also sharing all that information, that the chaos ensues, and then you make no choice. And then we watch all these games from the Kwangdong Freaks where they make absolutely no choice, don't fight for an objective, don't side lane, and then walk away, as we've seen so many times. And I think the communication definitely is something that we've honed in on. Now the players have somewhat confirmed it's an issue, and that's one of the toughest things you can fix, honestly, in a 5-man roster.
But the awareness is definitely the most important part, right? And the fact that Keen has identified this as a problem and the fact that they are actively trying to fix it, that is a good sign for those Kwangdong fans sitting at home. And Hanwha Life Esports, they're feeling like a team that is better than the sum of their parts. A description that we've had for teams like Fred Brion throughout this season. But Hanwha Life is really starting to fit that mold now as well. You have to remember that Dudu was a substitute for one of the worst top laners at Worlds, right? Like, that is just a blanket fact. And now is playing very, very well. Got a whole bunch of solo kills last week, had a very difficult week on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. So coming into this game, I think the favorite needs to be Hanwha, but there are definitely positives to look at for Kwangdong Freaks, and we really want some of these huge names to actually perform to their potential, right?
Yeah.
And we can see that Hanwha Life already performing to what we would have issued to them as far as their potential is concerned. Kwangdong Freaks falling behind that mark, and that's what we want to see here in the LCK. Already all of these bands coming through as I'm rambling about everything.
It's all right, as these are the pretty standard bands. The Rise is, you know, way up there right now in terms of priority. I think we're going to see this a lot more. as Xin Zhao does get the first tier spot here in terms of jungle win rates right now. Saw him a little bit less prioritized yesterday, but with a matchup like this, it is going to be so important. And it's on fleek because Xin Zhao is pretty fantastic. The question is now, what do you take as Kwangdong Freaks? The Aphelios is open. Do you want to lock up
Akali Lee, let's go.
Because Lee Sin, I don't think you want to take here because you're up against a Xin Zhao, and yes, they're not going to pick the Poppy, so you're not worried about that, but I think you want to wait and see what Hanwha Life Esports have to show first because you don't really want to showcase what your mid 2v2 could look like with a Lee Sin just yet. I'd rather just see a strong support here for Kwangdong Freaks wait it out.
Yeah, I think the Aphelios is dangerous. We saw Aphelios outranged all day yesterday. It was a bit abysmal, and I just don't want to see disappointed Chronica on the desk again. You know, oh sorry, on the carpet space again. It was just a sad time as LM is going to lock away the Nautilus here.
I like this.
For Hoyt, so adding a bit of extra engage potential there towards the bottom side, and a big grin on Hoyt's face as well, which is definitely fantastic news. Samdi with the Jinx in hand, potentially. We'll see whether it is just going to be jungle and bottom lane, pretty standard lock-ins here on the blue side for Hanwha.
The Jinx here is great for range, as we've talked about to death here at the LCK. The question is what comes with
Corki's
the Jinx.
available.
Corki is up, and Corki is definitely something I think that fits into Hanwha Life Esports way better than Kwangdong's. And I don't think you're really so tied up on Thresh, Tahm Kench, like all these protective options for the Jinx right now in this draft because it's only a Nautilus on the other side. So I actually think the Corki suits this very, very well.
Yeah, and I mean, we were just talking about the outranging, right? Jinx Corki is perfect for making Aphelios never do anything all game. So Karis is going to lock it away, and Hanwha Life are going to say thanks for the win, I guess.
Now the Kwangdong Freaks have to pivot, and this is why I like that they waited for Hanwha Life Esports' draft to kind of solidify itself a little bit before they decided to lock in their jungler, because now you could play something very hyper-aggressive. Lee Sin makes a ton of sense now, but you're also thinking about something like the Jarvan, too, potentially to follow up on these Nautilus engages, where he can, of course, depth charge, he can follow up, maybe blow up a Corki or a Jinx. But they'll stick with the Lee Sin now, and I think as Hanwha Life Esports, you're looking to take out champions that can threaten the Corki in the mid lane. The LeBlanc is definitely one that you're focused on. Also, the Azir that we could see Fate pull through here.
Yep.
Syndra might get through. You know, that's something else that you just have to deal with, as we will see the Tahm Kench Thresh, of course, here taken away, you have to imagine.
Yeah, I really like the Tahm Kench ban. I don't know whether you necessarily need the Thresh so much. It depends on what Kwangdong wants to play elsewhere, but I think Tahm Kench is so good at denying the engage, especially if something like a Nautilus, right? He can really lock down the targets that Nautilus is really fixated on and keep them out of the fight, and then allow Corki to just go bananas.
It's true.
Which is a bit silly. Okay, the Akali going to be taken away here. Now Kwangdong Freaks, do they get rid of the Thresh? I mean, it might be a safer way of making sure that Jinx is punished, but no, it will be the Leona just to deny some extra engage potential. And honestly, there's not a lot of engage, right? So a lot of it's going to be on Vista, and so it's almost saying that, like, well, I guess you're going to have to play Rakan, right?
Yeah, the Leona also has great peel against a lot of these champions that are going to go in. The Nautilus, the Lee Sin, can help save Corki or Jinx. They're going to go Victor, it looks like, here over the Azir. Not a choice I really agree with, because I don't think Victor is ever going to have kill pressure against the Corki unless Karis makes errors. I think the Azir or the Syndra, both of these champions,
I really like Syndra.
They give you kill pressure, right? Like, you have the opportunity to actually kill the Corki in lane and keep him down, force him to build that Hex Drinker, whereas a Victor will not. That poke damage the Syndra gives you slows the build, and now you still open up opportunities for a Tryndamere, for example, in the top side of the map, as it will be Braum.
Yeah, so not the Rakan that I was thinking about. I think Braum offers a little bit more frontline here as Gwen. One of Dudu's favorites here is going to be blind picked into Keen.
There's that Trindy.
Yeah, all right. So
or Jax.
Jax could be really fun. We've only seen a few people actually manage to make the Jax counter pick work, but it has worked, and when it does, it looks terrifying. I actually think it might have been Dudu that picked it up.
He did. He is 1-1 on it. We have not seen it from Keen. I like the Tryndamere a lot more because it's more guaranteed engage on top of these carries. The Kwangdong Freaks have responded well to the Corki. Like, they knew it was a possibility. They knew it was going to be something that would be very strong, especially into the Aphelios. As you mentioned, it glares at you, you know, even before it's locked in. You can see it. You can feel how the draft is going to be made around this. But they've drafted something that can give them a pretty nice edge going into the mid-game. They slow down the Corki with the Syndra in mid lane if Fate plays it correctly. One of our best Syndra players here in the LCK.
Yep.
You have LM who can visit that mid lane. He's Lee Sin. You have tons of kill pressure with this duo. You also then have Tryndamere could split push, can get on top of these carries later on. It's way harder to play the game as Kwangdong Freaks, but at least it's a draft that gives them the power in the first 20 minutes where they are the strongest. But I do worry that if we go to an even game, it's not impossible for a different team to win against this Corki comp, but Kwangdong Freaks, they have looked a little bit lost around objectives, and Corki, Jinx, poking at you is going to make that problem so much more exacerbated than it would be otherwise, and I definitely give my edge to Hanwha Life Esports in this draft.
Yeah, when it comes to draft, just in general, I think the Braum was kind of a stroke of genius as well, because you can use it for engage, you can also use it for disengage, and that's what they're largely going to be looking for, right? When you have the range advantage, then you're happy just to set up that phalanx around the Dragon Pit and just poke them out so they can't do anything, take the objective that you want, and move on. But Kwangdong Freaks are playing to their strengths. You mentioned already, like, this is a team that likes playing for early game. They're a team that is able to create leads in those lanes, and they have a lot of very powerful laners, so play around that. Put some power into their hands and try to make things happen. So the Syndra, definitely very strong. The Tryndamere can get stuff done as well, especially around some of these Herald fights that we have seen him really start to run amok. And then, you know, Teddy, if he doesn't die, then they win the game.
Yeah.
There was like a beeping sound in the background. Was I having a stroke, or was
No, that was
a real thing?
There was a little bit of a tone. Leave a message after the tone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, should I be leaving my message?
Hi, Fade. It's your mom. I just want to tell you, I think you can get some early poked on in the mid lane. Call me back.
Remember to use your mana as a resource, everyone. No, not everyone, just Fate. Get that
Glad
lane
to see
shoved.
you're not going Ignite. You used to do that in high school all the time.
Focus on your team and you'll be fine. Oh, brilliant. I like how on your side, she's American, and on my side, she's Australian, when she's definitely Korean. Vista going to throw out the door.
Don't leave any rice behind.
Yeah, exactly. She says in a thick American accent. Beautiful. Okay, Kara's taking the pay-to-win skin. I like it. Got to make sure that you put victory first. I said a lot of that word winning yesterday. I'm going to try to say it a little bit less today. But yeah, this is the Corki skin that allows that to happen a little bit more. Misses that CS though, so I guess the whole thing's doomed.
No, Fate didn't get his second Horde to connect there either, so it's not the greatest start for either in terms of maximum value here. But this is a very volatile matchup on the top lane, and I don't expect any kills to go down solo or the lane just flip-flops. That's why both players will play very passively and very
Carefully, right?
carefully. Yeah, I think it's the best way to put it. Well said. As the risk is so high and the volatility is so insane. So
yeah, right now you can see that Keen is having a good time. Hits that level 2 first and just walks at Dudu. Let's see how lucky he gets on the crits. Another couple and he would have been fine as he presses the Q button. Going to win that trade in the end.
that's the other part, is the luck aspect of this is so frustrating for both players potentially. It can really put a damper on how your laning phase goes. As Dudu, he's only got a Doran's Ring, but once he gets his Leeching Leer, he will be able to fight these very well. But then has to, of course, deal with those potential crits in the level 6. So,
yeah. And with the fact that the wave is pushing, Keen being able to consistently have this slight level advantage is working out, as he does get snipped a little bit here. And there's that crit that we're talking about. Okay, both of the players just ghosting after one another. Dudu, can he land it? The answer is no for now.
but it's still a huge win. He forces Keen out of lane. Keen does not have teleport, of course. He took the ghost, as is common. And this is what happens. Who was the initiator in that exchange? You know, you take a risk as Keen, and it does not pay off. Now you're massively behind in the early game.
Meanwhile, something went wrong bottom lane for Hanwha Life Esports. Now Teddy is looking for a solo kill. The flat, sorry, not a solo kill, duo kill down here, as Vista has to blow both of his summoner spells, and Samdi was pushed out of lane. Or he went back for a cheetah recall or something, and Vista stayed.
He did, it looks like it pushed in a little bit and decided to go buy a cull. And I do think it's going to be a pretty big boon for him, considering how the top side of the map is very much well in favor of Hanwha Life Esports now. So he is just going to sit back and farm, and that's the name of the game for both this Jinx and the Corki anyways. So you're feeling pretty good about this at this stage. Dudu, with the wave state that he has with that early near kill, is able to walk back to lane, doesn't have to expend his teleport. So feeling great right now as the Gwen.
Yeah, this lane really has gone the wrong direction for Keen, and just shows that Dudu's evolution as a player really is impressive. really being able to put Keen through his paces. And of course, the Gwen versus Tryndamere matchup can be one that Tryndamere doesn't necessarily flourish in, especially if Gwen has the mana to work with. So,
ooh, Elim though.
Yeah, let's see whether Karas is going to survive this one. Okay, can he land the Q is the question.
Oh, if you back there, he does.
Yeah.
He 100% does.
Here we go. Hoyt's going to come through, gets the stun. Valkyrie comes in, and Karas plays it pretty well. But is going to get taken down in the end. Pretty difficult when it's 1 versus 3.
That was so insane, though, the way he was able to buffer the root there on the Nautilus and still, like, flash out. Like, he almost lived, actually, as Keen is just having a terrible time up here. Now, Dudu has armor and boots, so can chase better.
Well, this is actually pretty good for Keen, though. No, won't have another spinning slash. Sometimes the cooldown, I get confused, right? Because we've seen Tryndamere's in the later stages of the game just constantly spin, spin, spin.
We also do sometimes just jump into these with just like a picture of what's happening a little bit late with not all the information.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keen will be fine here, but the permanent loss is that CS. Like, you're never going to get that advantage back unless Dudu makes a huge mistake or On Fleek gives resources to the top side of the map, which you don't really want to do in this particular case.
Nope. And this wave actually in a pretty horrible position for Karas. You can see he's quite far behind, but also the wave stacking in favor of Fate. Vista has to walk over just to help clear this one out, actually. Scatter the Weak coming in. And yeah, Fate is just going to deal with these minions now. But
you feel okay about this as Hanwha Esports, though, sending, you know, Vista up here because, again, Jinx is just call farming on the bottom side of the map. There's not any kill pressure on her or anything like that. The wave's in a good spot, so he feels good about that. Top side's kind of on lock right now for Hanwha Esports, so it's a rough start here for Kwangdong despite that early kill on the Corki. Now, can they turn that lead into something else is the real question here, as we will see both junglers surfing the top side of the map. Dudu has 6.
Yeah, Elim's going to spot On Fleek out here as he moves on over, steals a little bit of stuff. 8 versus 8, pretty even as far as the Lee Sin versus Tryndamere matchup is concerned. Bit of a hook here towards the bottom side as Titan's Wrath comes in, but it's a good stun from the concussive blows. And yeah, Teddy and Hoyt just going to accept that that was the trade that they had. Good Winter's Bite is there, but we're going to have a look at this replay first.
So Hoyt is here, and Karas has no vision. He decides to back here, but his positioning for the back is not bad. But he buffers the root, dodges the chain, or rather the hook from Hoyt. And of course, there's just only so many things you can dodge. There was really good patience there from Elim as well, making sure all the mobility is down, then go ahead and connect that Q and get the kill.
Yep.
If she misses that, then Karas might live there. Or even be able to trade if they really hard forced.
Yeah, and Karas tried his absolute best in order to get out of that one. It was actually quite impressively played. However, still going to fall down. Elim now looking for the same play once again. Hoyt moves on over as well, but On Fleek is in position. With the back getting channeled here as the Dark Sphere goes down. But I love this, right? If Quantum Freaks don't do something like this, then it's possible that Fate can get punished for being this pushed, this far pushed forward. And so instead, they all go on the offensive. They keep rotating over to make sure that even if someone does come, like On Fleek, to try and gank Fate, then they manage to get a man advantage there as well. And I really like the doubling down so that, you know, they don't get punished for the situation. We did see this yesterday, right?
Yeah. And, you know, Dudu sneaks in another back here, by the way, up on the top side. He's trying to compound his lead as much as possible in every single way he can. Gets his steel caps completed, grabs another tome here. Or grabs a tome next to his Doran's ring, so he'll be able to do a little bit more damage with his Qs. And now the back comes through, ping immediately from Dudu, saying, okay, he's not in the lane, be careful. But Kwangdong Freaks, you know, they could have alternatively, instead of trying to look for that second play there on the Corki, might have grabbed an early Drake. And now there's an opportunity here for Hanwha Esports to actually contest this. Remember, package is nerfed, so that's not going to be a thing here for Karas in this first fight.
Nope, not up for another minute and a half. As Quantum Freaks just trying to soften up Hanwha Esports' bottom side. They will be able to do so. Holding on to that vision control, you can see the trinity of control wards around Elim as he takes this, so we'll be free. And no Cloud Souls here in the first game. I'm a little bit sad about that. But there is a chance that it is the Hextech Soul, which would be fantastic for both of these teams. Yeah, Dark Sphere comes through. Nice little stung onto Karas, but he's got a Hex Drinker. Should be okay for now as On Fleek moves on in.
Early back to grab that one, as this is the start here for On Fleek. And this is very greedy. He will need a big rotation from the Gwen in order to pull this one off. As It almost feels like an anti-handshake here, like a threat from Hanwha Esports. Be like, okay, well, if you don't come right now, then we will sneak this out from under you. But also, Kwangdong wants to fight this, so it feels very odd, the decision. As
another one comes in. Depth charge goes down as well. The exhaust lands onto Teddy. Moonlight Vigil goes out as Samdi with the Super Mega Death Rocket will deter any further engage. Still a lot of limit testing here as the Q comes through, and LM is going to comfortably help Fate pick up the kill with the gameplay button.
That's why I said pick Syndra or Azir. You have the kill pressure on the Corki. They've killed him twice now. They forced early backs. He is 20 CS, 23 CS down. Is, you know, just barely starting to stack his tier. Doesn't have a color or anything like that. His build is really, really stifled in this game. And, you know, with the early Drake that Kwangdong Freaks were also able to pick up, despite the fact they didn't get it as early as they could have, they're feeling very happy about how the pace of the game is going. Now, packages ready were post 10 minutes. They were able to slow. Hanwha Esports was the Rift Herald fight, so they're going to have that opportunity here.
Yep.
And I think Kwangdong Freaks should not give this up. Like, it's definitely a winnable fight for them. One they should take.
Let's see whether they can win this fight towards the top side of the map here as well, as Dudu throwing out the needlework. Keen gonna press his Q button, but remember has ult. Great stun to come down from Fate as well, as there is no mist available and Dudu is real dead. Keen calls his friends and is able to get this one done as on fleek. There's the package from Karis as well, as Keen has his passive available. Let's see whether he can escape with his life. Vista moves on up and Keen is going to survive for now. On fleek not so lucky as Hanwha Esports lose 2 and Teddy's just stealing plates in the mid lane.
This is a fight that Hanwha Esports should not have been that willing to take. Nice block.
That. Nice.
He blocks it. They have control here over the top side of the map. Now, Dudu does have teleport, and we'll be able to go straight back to his top turret, and we'll be able to get faster track to the Rift Herald. So Kwangdong Freaks will very likely have to give this in the end, but, you know, they got a few kills with it, and I'm curious to see if they actually go over for the contest, because neither of these teams know what Kwangdong is going to do next. So I think that given the ultimates that are down here for Kwangdong, they probably have to give this up, as we're going to go way back to this really nice engage onto the Corki.
Not sure what that flash was for necessarily. Might have wanted to get the kick in range so that he could lock him in the animation and therefore stop the Valkyrie from coming in or something like that. But
I don't even want to watch these replays because I want to see what's happening live, because it's really important whether they're going straight to the Rift Herald for a second fight or not, as this was Kwangdong Freaks trading up super hard here. Even though the Valkyrie engage looks great, it's Keen on Tryndamere. He just walks away and there's a little bit of a gap there for everybody else to get out safely.
Yep.
Fortunately for Karas, there's nothing he can do here. It's a really nice timing to retreat. As it
LM
looks like
also bailed from that fight completely. Like, he lands the Q, he's like, you're on your own, boys. Gets himself out of the way, survives with quite low health.
Gwen
management was good.
Is actually going over here. Looks like started it, but actually just clears vision. As this is a late first Herald here for these two squads.
Yeah, really late. It's going to be quite difficult to actually lock down any plates with it if they don't get to work on it pretty soon. Keen, I believe, has started it up. As now Hoyt rotating up, LM's in that mid lane to get themselves some mid control, as this control ward will be taken down. And it looks like it's Kwangdong Freaks that should be able to grab this one. Not exactly a massive gold advantage or anything like that, as Teddy with his Calibrum here towards the bottom side. Doing a bit of damage here as well, as he does have his Gale Force complete. Hoyt's going to move on forward now as well. Doesn't have his flash available. But Teddy was trying to get the inside track towards this turret, but is instead going to miss about 4 or 5 CS.
I think the name of the game here for Kwangdong is just to get Fate some plates here ASAP before they fall down. Just push it into the mid lane, deny Karas his turret early so that he's not going to have that Bastion to fall back onto. And it won't go down the turret with this charge, but it is going to be under threat non-stop for the future here. So they're able to turn this into a really nice take here. It's a hard call for Hanwha Esports to have made to actually try to go for the second Herald take because, or the second attempt to take the first Herald, to make that more clear, because they didn't have any mid-prio. And, you know, that's a really big issue, is they will just hard commit 3 players to guarantee the turret goes down. I love how much control Kwangdong are putting on this game here. 4 kills, the lead, and they've now taken about a 1,500 gold lead with it. They're going to have 2 Drakes as well. But it's Kwangdong, right? Let's see what happens when they crest the 20-minute mark, if this lead can be kept by them, if they can maintain these advantages going into the mid-game.
Yeah, I'm also quite curious, but this is quite a large advantage now starting to stack up as Keen now fighting against Dudu. Let's see whether this ultimate button is going to need to be pressed. The flash comes through. Keen, I don't know whether he necessarily needed to do that, and he's losing out on this one big time. Another fight happens here towards the bottom side of the map, and it's way better for Kwangdong Freaks this time around. Vista doesn't have 2 doors, so he can't block his behind. As now on fleek, Wind becomes lightning, comes in there. Phenomenal hook from Hoyt, who's playing so much better today. Even able to use the stopwatch to try and keep himself alive, but the knockup comes in and on fleek gets 1 back. But a 2-for-1, you'll take that.
Yeah, almost saved there by the stopwatch. Very impressive play from Hoyt, who's definitely looking cleaner and cleaner as the weeks go by. Excuse me. And the beginning of the season, we were really worried as Keen, without an ultimate, needs to be very careful about doing this. Leeching Leer on the other side means Dudu is very happy to press his Q every time he's got his 4 stacks set up.
Yep. And Keen, yeah, he's managed to catch up just a little bit, but the 25 CS gap is still there. And this is a volatile matchup when it comes to what's going to happen in the later stages of the game, right? This is going to dictate who is going to have the side lane priority. As we have a look here towards the bottom side of the map, a bit late on the exhaust onto Teddy. He was not very tired at the beginning of that one, and therefore was able to get a lot of work done. This was a great hook. Guarantee that kill. But yeah, on fleek, making sure that Hoyt has to work for it, and maybe a bit of a waste of the stopwatch.
Yeah, it was a waste at the end of the day, but Elm still juggled aggro very well, and was almost something he could have turned around if he had a place to dredge line into. But yeah, I agree with you. This is why I said we'll see the top matchup be so calm and so tame and so safe and careful. And then Keen was like, no, I won't, and then lost complete control. You can see the gold lead is pretty minuscule, what, 100, 150, depending on how many minions. But the control of the wave and the items that Dudu's picked up here is really going to be quite essential here through this mid-game.
Yeah, he is able to get himself a little bit more back. As the plates did fall down, we can see slight advantage as far as plates are concerned for Kwangdong Freaks. But HLE actually did manage to equalize quite nicely with a couple of them going down on the bottom side.
And one on top. Keen picking up those 2 assists means he gets his Gale Force first. And that's going to be a lot of extra mobility and dueling power that he has now on the top side. As Kwangdong Freaks are just grouping up. They're doing the group up early this game. Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah, Scat of the Week not going to connect here as Moonlight Vigil also just going to go wide. We're checking the dimensions between the players, I guess. But not going to find too much in order to get that dive happening, and HLE will survive. This
is a classic Kwangdong, right? Okay, let's put 4 people in a lane, and we'll kill a turret and or players. But then when it doesn't work out, when the execution isn't perfect, you know, and HLE Esports see it coming a mile away, then suddenly Corky's free farming in mid somehow takes a CS lead, despite the start of this game and his early 2 deaths. So remember, this Corky is going to be way better than the Syndra in terms of damage output later on. So use your lead wisely, Fate, is really what Kwangdong Freaks need to be thinking about right now. As I get the idea with this play, but it was a little bit slow-paced, and HLE Esports just weather the storm.
Yeah, and you also have to hit your abilities, right?
Yes.
In order to make these things work. It's just sort of how it goes. But not going to throw their lives away after some crucial misses, and therefore no harm, no foul. Just going to give up a little bit of that priority as Keen just gets that wave to continually shove in, does have his Gale Force, and I think that the skirmish that happened there towards the top side of the map really was detrimental to Dudu, because we can see that Keen is really starting to pull his way back in. You mentioned already that the gold is very even between the two.
Yeah, those 2 assists really helping out a lot.
And there really is that thing where if in the 1v1 you have the advantage as either Gwen or Tryndamere, in the late game, that just means that you win the split push, right? And so it is very, very important to make sure that you prioritize that as much as possible and get whoever you are going to be throwing into that side lane a bit of a lead.
It's very critical, you know, and now I think as HLE Esports are going to be playing this very, very slow. And you could afford that for one more Drake, right? If Kwangdong Freaks set up on this one better, which it looks like they are definitely looking to do, then you let this one go and you just try to farm it out. But the timing of this is pretty good for HLE, or rather from Kwangdong Freaks' perspective, because they have a fed Syndra, they're looking to fight, they can take this Drake into maybe bottom turret once again if the dive is better executed.
We do have a package available for Karis though, so this could be a dangerous moment. See Fate up here, but this little corridor is just a Corky playground. They can make it work, as Dudu is going to get the back off. Keen, you can see in that mid lane, is able to rotate over, but teleport's available for Dudu, so they have that advantage. And Ellen waiting off to the side as Dudu is going to get this turret, right? That is actually more value for him. In a turret is possibly going to get a few shots, but no. Keen is now going to rotate over. You can see Kwangdong Freaks desperately trying to have positional advantage on this one. Elm off to the side. Let's see whether he can get into the back of the pit and lock this one down. It's likely he can. The execute damage definitely great as in we go. There's the package. Fate taking so much damage from it, but does make it over the wall. Mid lanes are traded. That's a 1-for-1 so far as Keen soaking so much aggro, and it's a double kill now for Teddy. Certainly good news if you're a Kwangdong Freaks fan, as on fleek. He's got himself a smite, but Elm's here as well, and I don't think they're going to make that one work, as it's Teddy that locks it down, of all people. Q going to connect there from Elm as well as the stopwatch comes in, and Elm resonating strike not available. Vista able to weather that one, but a Sonic Wave. A next one is going to connect. Dredgeline comes through as well from Hoyt, as on fleek has to get out of there, but Teddy says absolutely not on my watch, as he picks up yet another kill. This Aphelios is so massively fed, and they have the soul point.
5-0 on this Aphelios, but HLE Esports didn't understand the point of this fight. The point of the fight was to get as many kills as possible, use the package well, and try to deny soul point. They end up going for this package, even though there's not a lot of rockets used well here for Cars. They're kind of all-inning and tunneling onto the backside of this fight. The dredge, or rather the depth charge was
so
perfect.
good. Yeah.
And he still trades back a kill. And at this point, you get Keen over the wall. You need to get out of here as HLE Esports. It's a 3v4. You will not win once Keen heals up. And you can see on the map, he's still here. But they decide to force for this smite fight here. And your comp can weather the storm for one more Drake here, but instead they end up giving over 2 additional kills, lose Vista's stopwatch here, and for what? Samdi has no mana. I think just really grossly overestimating their chances here, big time. And Kwangdong Freaks are just rolling down the hill like a very, very fastly becoming massive snowball.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what their comp wants to do. This is exactly what they need to do this game, and giving those extra kills over the Aphelios hurts a lot.
Well, now Teddy is just so massive. 5-0-0, has his collector done. Also a casual BF sword just hanging out. And we're shoving waves in all over the map. Kwangdong Freaks, though, not with anything above 2,000 gold as far as that advantage. And I don't think that you've passed the Corky test. It's only 2K at 21 minutes into the game. So they're going to have to keep doing this, keep exerting their pressure, and keep utilizing the map advantage that they have at this point in time. With the soul point coming up in 3 minutes time, they will have so much flexibility. So what we will be able to test is that communication between the players on Kwangdong Freaks. Can they navigate this to put HLE Esports in that detrimental position that soul point affords you?
Yeah, and that's the question that was somewhat answered in that last fight. Kwangdong Freaks were, you know, very, okay, hold that thought, very nervous about LM here, but they were very quick to rotate over. Like, Keen let Dudu get a turret, and that's unfortunate, and he had teleport and he get coming, but he had to, right? He made the tough call. He left the side lane. He needed to be there faster. He played it well. Kwangdong Freaks know exactly, or at least knew in that last Drake fight, exactly how to set up and how to make sure they could guarantee that soul point as best as they could with the power they have. As now Shadow Flame is done here for Fate, you know, BF Sword being picked up for Teddy. And the expectation is they should be able to, with that fantastic exchange of gold, take the soul point fight, you know, or the fight for soul, rather, since they are on soul point now.
Yeah.
And HLE Esports here, your win conditions are thinned out quite a bit. It's very difficult for Karis to farm well because his turret is gone. He has to take away the gold from the Gwen oftentimes, who isn't safe against this Keen that's now starting to compete well, has a hull breaker.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, I think that Trinimir definitely wins in the side lane because he can build hull breaker. So I guess I take it all back. Trinimir just wins. It's fine.
He lost.
I apologize.
He lost CS, but now he's got the CS difference himself. Picked up 4 assists. He has more money. Like, that early exchange made it look like maybe Dudu was going to get several kills and really run away with things, but actually Keen weathered the storm despite making that error early on, and
yeah,
he's sitting very happy in a side lane now.
And it's also quite difficult as any melee into Gwen, right? She's just very, very strong, especially in the early stages of the game. You can understand why that happened, but Keen did fall further behind than he necessarily needed to. But it just shows that Dudu is just really improving as a player just in general. Let's see whether he can pick up his play as this game goes on. It is by no means over. And the reason we're talking about this from the Kwangdong perspective so much is because if Kwangdong don't win the game, then by default, HLE Esports do.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So we need to use this window to talk positively about Kwangdong, because after about 35 minutes, we don't get to talk about them anymore.
No, we
because
don't.
It's likely that HLE Esports are just going to cruise to a victory.
And now this is the tricky part for HLE Esports, because it's Ocean Soul, but you're not equipped to fight this. You're not equipped to fight this right now. And you're wondering, you know, as HLE Esports, like, do we try to slow this? Do we look for a steal? Because if you get a steal, then suddenly you have, you know, 4 more minutes of time, right, to scale. So that's the idea. But actually looking for a straight-up fight here is going to be, you know, it's basically a no-no. They have the package, though.
Yeah.
As this is just going to be so critical how Karis engages.
Well, that's a fantastic hook to come in here as Ellen is just going to deliver Dudu in towards the rest of Kwangdong Freaks as Keen was biding his time. This whole time, they get themselves the health advantage, and now they take control of the Drake. Not going to overextend, and that shows that maybe there are much cleaner comms here this time around. Hoyt goes in, goes out again. They guarantee themselves the Drake, and now they have Ocean Soul, so their lower health bars don't matter whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all. Now they have the Ocean Soul, and this was, I think, a communication issue from HLE Esports. They know that Hoyt is there. They know the engage is possible. They have to be the ones who play it slow and defensively, but unfortunately they didn't chip away at all. They had Karis in the mid lane trying to kill minions and pushing through instead of firing rockets. They were so slow to get in there and start poking away. And obviously, if you are the team that is the poke team and the opponent is set up first, you're going to have a lot of problems getting in. It's not easy. You will get engaged on, but they were just not ready. They almost looked surprised by the Hoyt engage there, which is not how you need to be playing these one. But again, it's not over yet, even though it is Ocean Soul, because it's Ocean Soul. Like, Ocean Soul is very strong, but it's not going to be something that snowballs this comp any further. It does help them weather the storm on a lot of this poke, but it's not going to be something where you feel like, okay, the last nail in the coffin has been put down. But Kwangdong's still just riding that wave, riding that tempo lead.
I do like it on Teddy if he can, you know, manage to hold on to a Severum and things like that, because it is so much added healing that he can have in these fights where he's going to be taking so much incidental damage from both the Jinx and the Corki if things are going to be landing in there. So kind of like it. Certainly against poke, it is something that you can make work, assuming the poke isn't going to be raining down too much. Of course, Corki kind of mitigates that by killing you. You don't have enough regen to get you out of the death chamber. As in goes Hoyt yet again, finds another hook. There's a great kick, lands 3 knockups, as well as Keen dives into the backline. Sumd is real dead. As Keen has his ultimate, he's going to be able to keep himself alive, spins his way out and says, thank you very much. Another kill for Teddy as he's now flashing forward, looking for even more. Fate finds so much as look at these health bars. Keen is now a Vitamizer as he tears them apart. Inner turret falls down and Kwangdong Freaks will win this game.
That is going to be it. That's all you need. You needed one more team fight here, a clean one, and it comes through. Hoyt has really improved quite a lot. No longer the team support who was making errors in lane and never engaging correctly. Put this guy on the Nautilus more often. He looks fantastic on it. And they're looking to push as much as they can here. We're still sub 30 minutes, which in this meta feels very, very early. And they will have to walk away. But the game is well and truly set now because Kwangdong Freaks, ooh, scary for a second.
Big cute.
Kwangdong Freaks are now set up with the mid-prio permanently. They're going to be able to turn this into, after a reset here, a pretty easy Baron take. HLE Esports can't rush the Baron now. As once again, Hoyt just walks forward, and there's a big disconnect here with the squad of the HLE Esports. They don't know where Elam is coming from, so they're like, oh, can we just turn and go in here? No, you can't. You're going to get kicked into the middle of the team fight, and that's exactly what happened. So great effort there from both the Lee Sin and the Nautilus. And then the damage numbers, I mean, obviously are just insanely high on this extremely fed Aphelios and Syndra. And Keen was never even under any threats in that. He just walked forward. He's like, yep, I will kill anyone who's near me.
Yep, and the coordination in that fight was just beautiful. Hoyt getting the hook on one target, depth charging another, lining them up so Elam can get the insec off and really displace as many people as possible. And Keen is right there at the right time to follow up on all that CC. And Teddy is, of course, doing a whole boatload of damage from the backline alongside Fate. Everything worked exactly the way Kwangdong Freaks wanted it to in that moment. And it's something we haven't been able to celebrate enough for this team.
Yeah, it's, you know, it really has been Kwangdong Freaks looking a lot cleaner with this composition. And I really liked how they drafted this. They have all the right pieces to beat a Corki Cobb. And I didn't believe, I'll be honest, I didn't think they could do it. Based on like how Corki has played and how Kwangdong has played in the past, I was like, you know, we were looking at like a 2.5k gold lead, and you and I are both like, I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah.
But if they just keep playing well and keep setting up for fights correctly and punishing Hanwha Life Esports' positional errors, then yeah, it is enough. And now they're just going to start the Baron up here. Hanwha Life Esports are rushing through, but again, Karis is not in position to poke while they take this.
And there's no package available either for the Corki. This is going to be a turn as LM going to connect the Q onto OnFleek. Remember, he does have his ultimate available, but the Nautilus has already gone down. Moonlight Vigil to do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough as the needlework comes down as well. Fate very, very low. And now without Hoyt, without their engage, it's going to be a difficult time. Ward goes over, and we've got a minute and a half. A little bit less on the Elder Drake. So that's why Kwangdong Freaks can go for that little fight around the Baron, but they have foregone any vision control around the Elder. This game is not over yet.
It's not over yet. It's not over until this last fight, but look at how low this Baron goes. And then Kwangdong Freaks, unfortunately, get hit by a few critical rockets. Like, Hoyt goes super low. Fate's actually lost 2/3 of his health bar here in an instant. And now he can't fight. You can't fight this anymore. And that's just the power of Corki. Like, we are on the cusp with now 3 items Corki, but the 2 critical damage ones done. We're on the cusp of a turn here. If the game was closer, Hanwha Life Esports are in the driver's seat now. Because it's not, and Kwangdong still have a lot of control of the map, still have this mid inhibitor down, they can still control vision and look for follow-up fights around this Baron, etc. So that was like one of the last hurrahs potentially for Hanwha Life Esports. But like you said, if they steal the Elder, or if they're able to get another fight like this with some good Corki poke with the package available, then hey, they're back in it.
Well, I mean, also, this is really dangerous, right? Elder is so much more powerful than the Baron.
Especially with Corki.
Positioning around that, like Kwangdong are, is a difficult point, especially when Karis has the package available now. There's a lot of value here. As he's going to miss here from LM, but not everyone is in position. You can see Tryndamere just trying to make sure that the mid wave is taken care of. That is going to work out. Now Kwangdong need to avoid this poke and utilize this Ocean Soul to keep themselves healthy.
A lot of flashes down for Kwangdong, really hurting them here. Fate, Teddy, you know, Keen, these are flashes you really want to get on top of that Corki. You don't have them right now.
Yeah.
The angle.
They're going to need to use the depth charge as well. As soon as this Corki comes in, they have to try and lock him down. It's in fact Hoyt that's going to start this one off. A very defensive package is not great news as Dudu has to go golden immediately. The Elder Drake is now ripping through Hanwha Life as Scat of the Week will get rid of the Gwen. And now the disengage is perfect. They've reformed up. And Kwangdong Freak can now go in 4 versus 5 with the advantage. Elder is going to reset for the moment as Kwangdong just looking for the fight. Keen finds the back line as there's a bit of a kickback. LM going to get taken down low as Karis will get hooked. He grabs the kill onto Hoyt and is now trying to back away, but I don't think he's going to survive. As now Keen with no ultimate fighting against OnFleek here, but the Corki is dead and that is so much of the damage taken down. Teddy on the flank here as well. Let's see whether he survives, and of course he will. He's got a stopwatch. And Vesta, Santa Claus is going to have to walk away. No presence this year for Hanwha Life Esports, or this game, I guess. This year they'll probably have some. The Elder Drake will be the present for Kwangdong Freaks, though, and they'll take it gladly.
You mentioned it earlier, and I think we have to bring up the stat because it is pretty incredible. In every single one of Kwangdong's wins, Teddy is 0 deaths, and I think this is going to be another one to the stats list on that one. As Karis has to package defensively here, Valkyrie's away, and then he's not in range to follow up on poke, so Dude was like, man, you left me out to dry, dude. But there's nothing Karis could do. If he gets hit by the depth charge where Kwangdong are standing without going away, then he dies and you lose the fight. So it's a lose-lose scenario here. And Hanwha Life Esports is trying to let the Elder win the fight for them. They're playing it slow, waiting for those Corki rockets to come up, but Karis is out of rockets. Like, you know, at this point, it's just a little bit too late. He does turn that one onto Hoyt, but Keen gets away, and then Teddy's like, guys, you guys are still near this Aphelios that has 8 kills, so I'm sorry, I've got bad news. I'm writing your tombstones with these Qs.
And flashes on top of Samdi, identifies who's going to be able to do damage to him, and then has the stopwatch. Just really expertly played.
8-0-5 on this Aphelios. He got so ahead early.
What were his, let me go through what his end of game scorelines were for each of his wins. 5-0-5. 9-0-7 and 9-1-7, but he died to a fountain laser, so that's probably fine. 9-0-6 and 5-0-5. So very similar, actually, in a weird way. He needs one more kill to have another 9-0-5 for himself. No, actually, another assist or 2.
I think he's very likely to get at least one more of those, considering how this game is looking right now. As Unlife Esports, no tools, no options here to defend.
But for me, if I was voting for POG, it would be Hoyt. The improvement is just massive. He picked up a POG, I believe, in their last game, and is continuing that form. It really feels like this team has started to mesh together, and it's pretty amazing what one victory can do for you. As 2 inhibitors do go down, and now it's all over but the Cryon, to be perfectly honest. They've got Exodia, they have the Baron buff, they have the Elder, they have the Soul, and there is Moonlight Vigil as well as Karis. I don't know whether the Fountain will save you from that one. It's so much damage here. As Ellen makes his way out, Keen trying to do a little bit more as there's the depth charge. We were waiting for that one. Dude is going to go golden, but the Nexus just, I don't know, disappears. It was so much damage, and Quantum Freaks will walk away with game 1.
It's a hard vote for me. I gave it to Teddy though. I thought he played every fight well. He got ahead. He did a ton of damage, but
I think it's Hoyt, man.
I think
it's Hoyt.
Anyone but Keen, no offense to Keen, I think there's an argument for it. With LM helping set up the early dominance that Fate also set up with a strong laning phase there with Syndra, which shut the Corki down early, gave them a lot of prio for those first objectives. Then Hoyt, who was where he needed to be every time. Like you mentioned, his depth charge usage was fantastic. Forced Corki out of that critical fight on the Elder, even though it didn't kill him, and actually it was the Corki who killed Hoyt in the end. It doesn't matter because he did his job. He forced the package back, and the Corki had a Valkyrie out. Like, he packaged away and wasn't able to do any more damage on that fight, so they could clean it up.
Yeah.
Honestly, there were a few errors from Kwangdong around the very late part of the mid-game, but otherwise, I think this is one of the cleanest games we've seen them play, and it was against a Corki comp where you need to be decisive, and that is what they were. And maybe this is the first sign of a comeback potential here for Kwangdong in this season.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really great turnaround. I think we did see a lot of the potential that we knew these players had, and there was that one fight in the mid-game that was, in the later mid-game, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That was just so beautifully orchestrated, right? And, like, that's what you need to see from a team that has so many veterans, so many great players. And it was just sort of Element Hoyt that really couldn't fit in. Of course, Fate, very young as well, but with Keen and Teddy there, you know that there is a recipe for magic there somewhere. And I think they've finally managed to get all the ingredients in order to make this one work. It's really nicely done. Still some hiccups here and there. I think LM had a few weird moments during that game, but otherwise was making the right calls.
Yeah, certainly.
And it's really good to see.
So Life Esports had a good draft. They picked the early Xinqiao. They were playing around range. They knew what they were playing into. But some of the actual execution of how the laning went for the Jinx, having that early back where she went and picked up a Cole, lost a lot of lane power there, these things actually really hurt them. And even though Dudu got that nice lead over Keen and way out damaged him because he's Gwen, he wasn't able to turn it into anything. And unfortunately, Kwangdong Freaks gave Keen 4 assists shortly after that, and then Keen started running away with the side lane. The only advantage Dudu really held was his teleport. That was the only thing he was ever able to threaten Keen with was, okay, I'll get a turret and then also beat you there. But it wasn't enough.
No, it didn't really do too much in the end at all. Of course, Keen building the Hullbreaker did make that lane skew just a little bit. We did see that Keen was able to sort of split push with impunity. But this is only game 1. And remember, Life Esports, very, very good at bringing series to 3 games. So expect them to really sort themselves out, as you can see in the coach's booth, trying to make things work. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, the Analyst Carpet Space and Game 2.
천천히. 나 스턴은 있어. W 3초, W 3초.
야, 이거 나랑 이제
나 이번에 한번 찍어줄 수 있어.
나랑 반대쪽 자리 잡아줘.
오케이. 천천히. 얘네가 들어와야 돼. 얘네가 들어와야 돼.
야, 한번 빼고.
얘네가 들어와야 돼. 짜오 노공.
야, 그래.
삼바.
넥서스 찍어도 돼.
삼바.
나이스.
오케이.
연하다.
좋았다.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 최고로 씩한 컨텐츠.
이게 정말 공부가 될까 하고 의심하지 마세요. 어떤 상황에서든 유용한 표현만 쏙쏙 골라서 가르쳐드립니다.
울프쌤과
정현쌤의
내일 클래스. 오늘도
믿고
믿고 따라와
따라와
보라고. 매주 LCK 친구에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 All of the Week. 지난주 리브 샌박스 대 젠지 경기를 한번 다시 볼까요?
The idea.
Thorin, just casually trying to kill the Nexus over here.
Yeah. This is the Fiora situation. If Fiora comp gets ahead, this is what happens.
잘 큰 피오라가 혼자 바텀 억제기 미는 걸 보고 This is the Fiora situation. 이렇게 말하는데요. Situation, 상황, 위치. 하지만 굉장히 다양한 케이스에 쓸 수도 있는 단어예요. 한국어로도 이거 무슨 시츄에이션이지? 라고 말할 땐 황당하거나 예상 못하는 일이 생겼잖아요. 영어에서도 같은 뉘앙스로 써요. What's the situation? 아니, 이거 무슨 일이야? 어떻게 된 건데? 처럼 내 기분이랑 근거한 것 같이 표현할 수 있어요. 친구가 연애하고 싶다고 갈픽해놓고 너무 못해서 6대스나 했어요. Can we talk about the 0-6 연애 situation? 라고 하면 이 어이없는 상황에 대해 얘기 좀 할까? 라는 뜻이에요. This is the Fiora situation. 상황이라는 뜻 외에 situation이었습니다.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 랭크 게임을 플레이할 땐 전략적인 뱀픽이 아주 중요한데요. 그렇게 심사숙고를 해서 챔피언을 밴했을 때 쿨하지 못한 반응을 보이는 몇몇 친구들이 있더라고요. 오늘의 주제는 바로 뒤끝 장렬 챔피언 탑3입니다. 먼저 3위부터 살펴볼게요.
No cure for fools.
No cure for fools. 멍청한 데는 약도 없지.
3위는 바로 레알 클래스 첫 회의 주인공 야스오입니다. Cure, 약, 치유하다, 낫게 하다라는 뜻인데요. 협곡에서 바람 타고 다닐 땐 쿨한 척 다 하더니 밴 당하자마자 바로 극딜을 넣네요. 이어서 2위 함께 보시죠.
More of a dog person, huh?
More of a dog person, huh? 고양이보단 개라 이거지.
2위는 협곡의 유일한 고양이, 유미입니다. dog person이라는 재밌는 표현이 나왔죠. 단어 그대로 개 플러스 사람이라는 말이 절대 아니고요. 강아지를 좋아하는 사람이란 뜻입니다. Are you a dog person or a cat person? 이렇게 물어보면 너 강아지가 더 좋아? 아니면 고양이가 더 좋아? 라는 질문인데요. 유미라면 아무래도 I'm more of a cat person. 난 고양이가 더 좋아 라는 답이 듣고 싶겠죠? 그럼 마지막으로 뒤끝 장렬 챔피언 1위를 확인해 보시죠.
It's your funeral.
It's your funeral. 네 제슨 날이다.
1위는 바로 영혼의 길잡이 요릭입니다. funeral, 장례식이라는 단어까지 나왔으니 더 이상의 설명이 필요 없죠? 밴 한번 잘못했다가 아주 큰일 나겠어요. 지금까지 밴픽에서 가장 뒤끝이 심한 챔피언 탑3였습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 오늘 배울 단어는 바로 ult, ultimate, 궁극이입니다. ultimate 단어는 궁극적인 최후의, 최고의라는 뜻이에요. 한국에서 끙이라고 줄여 쓰는 거랑 똑같아요. 미드 라인전 하는데 상대편 정화가 갱 왔어요. 어쩔 수 없이 죽었는데 같은 팀원이 ult? 라고 치면 너 궁 안 써? 라고 물어보는 거예요. 이럴 때 팁 하나 알려주자면 채팅창에 길게 쓸 필요 없이 CD라고 치면 돼요. Cool down. 난 쿨이었어. 물론 진짜 쿨이었을 때만 써야 해요. 보지만 하면 다 티나요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 situation, dog person. 오! 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Hello and welcome to another episode or place here at the Carpets. We are back once again. It's me, Valdez, and Chronicler. We're going to break down game number 1. It was actually one of the first times we have seen a real shutdown of a Corki, and it's played by one of the bottom teams currently in Kwangdong Freaks.
Do we love Aphelios? First pick, no, but it keeps happening, so we got to get over it at some point. I don't know if the day is today, but I feel like we should, even though Teddy, of course, played incredible. Fresh also is not a champion, it doesn't exist. Don't believe anyone who says that he does. And the issue here, of course, is that the Corki has been nerfed on the patch, but even previous to that nerf, saw slowly him declining in priority. And I think that it is understandable as teams have slowly gotten better at abusing some of the weaknesses that the champion has pre-2 spikes. And that is actually something that with this comp, Kwangdong has to do, right? You're going to leave the Tryndamere alone inside, and then you're going to try to leverage either your bot or your mid prio to try and put the Jinx and or that Corki as far behind as possible.
Yeah, and that was actually exactly what they ended up doing. You know, coming into this draft, we saw all the scaling from the side of Hanwha Life Esports. We saw a lot of kind of safety measures with the Xin Zhao, the Braum, and ways in which they can kind of scale up, wait for the late game to happen. And like we've seen many times before in the LCK, just have that not go punished. So essentially, we were looking at this draft and we're saying, well, from Hanwha Life, it looks pretty decent because we don't have the faith that Kwangdong Freaks will punish them. But they actually did that today.
Yeah, that's the key thing, because you are, of course, running into a pretty big lack of prio. You can play defensively on that bot lane. Getting Dove is hard, but you won't ever really be able to contest. And then on mid lane, it was even worse, obviously, with the Syndra that was piloted expertly by Fate. So then, no prio in mid and bot, and that was the necessity for Kwangdong to punish, and then they actually did it for what feels like one of the first times in the entire split, and that's awesome, right? That's a really good sign.
Yeah, it's great to see. You know, we've seen KT kind of put on this pressure before. We've seen now Kwangdong Freaks put on this kind of pressure. We're going to take a look at highlight number 1, and this is important. It's a montage of Corki getting bullied. We love this here.
This is very good. This is kind of a cathartic experience for everyone that has had to suffer for almost 5 weeks of Corki already, and he gets bullied again and again. The Syndra, of course, has on-demand prio. Hitting a single scatter is enough. And even in situations like this, where the kill doesn't actually come through, it's Hoyt using the roam timer that he has, in addition to LM also being there, and it's only because Unfleek does a really nice job covering, helping out Karis, or he would have gotten Dove again here. And this is something that we just have not seen a lot of. With the Corki often just gets met by a Victor, and then they both just scale, and then Corki just wins. And here we see that a single scatter, well, especially when Lee's on the ready, can just be a kill. And I thought that this was really what kind of set Kwangdong Freaks apart, and their side lane was amazing. Top was going a little bit rough, but those situations weren't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the Xin Zhao first pick. I was actually happy for Hanwha Life. I thought that was going to allow them to essentially help out the Corki, which is what they eventually went for. But the 2v2 was a little bit too strong with the Syndra Lee Sin, especially with all of that focus on the mid lane. So we do have the second highlight now. It is going to be a fight around the mid lane, which does go heavily in Kwangdong's favor.
And if you're ahead, just start the fight. And Hoyt clearly understood his task in this scenario. It's Element keen to then immediately get backline access. And this is an issue that you do run into with the Kwangdong comp. It very crucially, even if they wouldn't be as behind as they are here, need time. And they don't have the time because I think that the vision control is kind of lackluster for them to be that far, pushed up that far beyond that turret, and they get immediately punished. Once the enemies are actually on top of you with this comp, it's not happening, right? The Braum has a really good preventative measure, but once they're actually there, the mobility is just too much and everyone dies.
Yeah, the Tryndamere we're seeing more and more in teamfights actually have a lot of usage in situations like this, where you just get onto that back line, they cannot peel enough for you, and then he'll eventually get a couple of crits and chop down the Corki, the Jinx, the Aphelios, you know, you name it. So was able to do that really, really well in this game. And Kwangdong, they looked really happy when we saw them on camera to start. I was joking, you know, maybe the coach was like, win this one, guys, and we'll get you some beef after the game. Maybe something is actually sparking up this team, because they looked really ready to go from the first game.
And in any subsequent fight, we saw them kind of do the same thing, where they were able to get so much pressure, and just because they're so far ahead, it's just flash and go, Hoyt. Doesn't matter on who.
Yeah, just great mechanics as well, everything really meshing well together. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. It can only be one of the 5, and it will be 8-0-5, Teddy on the Aphelios.
Didn't end up getting that extra kill that the casters were asking for, I think. So he would have the perfect score. But I initially very clearly leaned towards Fate, because I think that his early pressure was good. But Teddy just setting up so many proactive plays on the Aphelios, and that's when the champion looks the most broken, I feel like. Our best Aphelios, Skooma and Dogdam do this as well, where they will not hesitate for a second to just flash forward when they think that the fight is won, when they see an opportunity. And I'd say still a really great team effort here from Kwangdong as a whole, but Teddy, to me, in the way he played out these fights and pushed his lead, really standing apart. And maybe a little bit of flashbacks from his Jin Air Green Wings times here, where his team has lost so much. He's like, guys, I'm done. We're gonna win.
Yeah.
Enough of this.
Exactly. Only getting 6 out of 13 of the votes. Actually, there were 5 votes there for Hoyt and a couple from the Korean cast for the mid lane for Fate. So you can kind of see those 3 players. I think that had the biggest effect on the game. Yeah. I thought Elam had some pretty decent shots there as well with his kicks on the Lee Sin. Either way, guys, a very dominant game from Kwangdong Freaks to start us off. Let's jump to game 2. I'll hand it back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, and both of you guys voting for Teddy and denying my boy Hoyt his deserved POG. Give me my vote back so that I can save the integrity of it. Oh my God. He played so well. Teddy also did have a very good game, but I think that, you know, Hoyt winning mid lane and landing all those hooks in the bottom lane to get themselves advantages. I mean, I could argue it. However, it is just you and me here on this desk, and there are a lot of people voting that wouldn't be able to put in their 2 cents as well.
I really like the Hoyt vote. I'm glad that he was number 2, so to speak, in terms of the remaining other options. I was surprised we didn't see any LM votes, but either way, HLE Esports will be blue side again. This is something that you discussed at length in terms of how the series could go.
It was part of my rant at the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, everything's coming according to Atlas's prophecy so far.
No Cloud Souls, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. Normally, that's part of the prophecy. I forgot to put it in this time around, as we are going to hop into the draft here for game number 2. Let's see whether Kwangdong Freaks can finish strong, or whether HLE Esports can once again move to a 3-game series. Before this series started, I believe they'd played 19 games here in the LCK so far, which is a lot of games, especially in comparison to Western leagues. But it is a little bit more than that of Kwangdong Freaks, so we were only sitting on, like, what, 15, 16?
Yeah.
Something like that. Not as many. No, 16. Because it was all 2-0s or 0-2s. So, if history tells us anything, it means that Kwangdong Freaks win this game. That being said, they have lost a lot of games in the past. It was only 2 2-0s that they were able to pick up.
I think that they'll leave the Corki open again. I think that both Kwangdong feel very confident to deal with it, and HLE Esports also will be very reluctant to pick it, because with how these drafts are looking, they don't have the opportunity to make alterations or changes. And so what I would love, on a personal, selfish note, is if we had the exact same draft again, to see if HLE Esports can deal with the bot pressure a little bit better, deal with the mid pressure a little bit better, and actually we see what happens if a Corki gets to go to the mid game longer, or if Kwangdong can do it again, because we might actually have a rematch here.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this is identical.
And if you pick the Corki here, they will just pick the Syndra, and it goes again.
Yep.
There's the Jinx, and
I think it should be
Okay, we're running it back. I think
we are actually just replaying it. Can we just, G-Sun, if you could double check that this is not a replay of the previous draft, that would be great.
So now you obviously will see some changes. They take the Lee Sin early, and I actually thought the Syndra fits this spot even better because there's a lot of different champions that can pair well with Syndra's CC, Syndra's poke ability. There's 100% now Hanwha Life Esports take away the Syndra. They did not let that one go through. And then,
but what about the Akali and the LeBlanc?
I don't worry about the Akali as much. The LeBlanc is a problem. The Azir is another alternate. Are we just gonna really literally run this back?
We're straight running it back. I think that the only change that we're gonna see is the last pick from Quandong Freaks. I almost get I feel like that is gonna is it LeBlanc or is it it's pick your poison, right?
I'd rather face the LeBlanc than the.
It's the same.
I'd rather face the LeBlanc than the Syndra in this particular case, especially considering its fate, but I guess Hanwha Life Esports disagree.
Give me the Syndra. There we go.
Syndra again. And then...
All right. We need Braum and we need Gwen. Get it.
Braum and Gwen.
Give it to me. Here we go. I want to cast the same game.
Well, I get what I want, because I actually wanted to see the rematch, so I'm very excited for it. And if Dudu wants to play something different...
Oh, yeah!
No, it's going to be exactly the same. Alternatively, we could see a Jax here for Kane, but I think considering how the Tryndamere went, it's a full run back.
I want this to be the change. Just try the Jax this time. That's what they were working out last time around.
It's exactly the same. It covers the Jax and then still picks the
Tryndamere. Oh my god, it is! Oh my god. And the crowd goes wild.
Oh boy.
All right, so now I guess you and I will go and grab some lunch and we'll just replay the last game. Congrats on the 2-0 Quandong Freaks. We'll see you guys after about a 3-hour break.
The only thing to analyze here, for those who watched the previous game, which is most of you, is that Hanwha Life Esports will have to stave off the mid-pressure a lot better. And there also needs to be less errors on the bottom side of the map. As we saw Samdi and Vista just get gapped by Teddy and Hoyt there, and Samdi had to back early, they had extra prio. Hoyt shouldn't be able to, on red side, be behind the mid turret at that stage in the game, but because they had such a lead in the bottom lane, guess what? He did, which is part of why, Teddy got a lot of those votes there. I think Teddy allowed him to roam so freely.
Yeah, and also Teddy is just so instrumental in how Quandong win the game, right? So I think we're going to see a very different amount of priority. I think that the Rift Herald is going to go down a lot earlier, and I think that both of these teams need to up the tempo just a little bit. Only just to try and make sure that Karis doesn't get completely wiped out of this game this time around. I think the analyst test was fantastic at illustrating what Quandong Freaks did to make sure that the Corki wasn't a factor, but also I think that Karis had some individual errors with how he played out this Corki as well. So maybe now he will have really got his eye in and things are going to be different, but...
The game won't look the same, I can guarantee you that.
It definitely won't. And I think maybe the top lane as well will change with Keen making some pretty big blunders in the early laning phase and really falling behind the curve. Having to go back early was definitely a problem. He has opted once again to go towards that flash and the ghost, so does not have that teleport available. As, yeah, that's a crab rave, as Vista's wondering whether or not we're in Game 2 or whether we've gone into an alternate dimension where time has gone back and he's playing Game 1 again.
Yeah. I do think that, I mean, the only things that change here for Hanwha Life Esports, because the way Quandong played the last game, minus obviously the small errors from Kane that you mentioned, was correct, and they will look to do it again. Hanwha Life Esports just have to do a better job responding. And, I mean, it's really about Samdi and Vista, actually, because if you really, trace it back, if we want to do, some sick contact tracing, make it about how, where did the lead originate for Quandong Freaks? It was because the bot lane got so destroyed that Hoyt could roam so easily. Ellen was there. And it's obviously going to be a great time for Syndra into Corki, and she's going to have kill pressure, which is why we're calling for this pick.
Yep.
And, if this goes better for Samdi and Vista and they play it out more patiently and they don't end up losing lane super hard, then, maybe there's a world where Fate can try to all-in Karis but fails, and then the game looks a lot slower. There's more Rift Herald contest potential. So lots of things can change here if the bot duo doesn't get just steamrolled as we saw in the previous game.
I also think that if Keen goes Hullbreaker first, he's going to have a much better time in this lane as well. It's a bit more greedy to go for the Gale Force. Does give you a bit more damage when I guess you do finish the Hullbreaker second. But as far as being able to just chill in this lane, then I think Hullbreaker First is a little bit better.
It's you know, very useful for a lot of reasons, the Gale Force, because outside of the laning phase, the first fights that you take with it, you can get on top of a carry easier and execute them while you're in your ultimate. It works really well with Syndra. If you just want to win the 1v1 super hard, which depending on the game state you might want to do, then I think the Hullbreaker First is absolutely a choice you can consider. In this particular game, because it's so tempo-based, I think that's part of why you went for Gale Force.
Yes. Give me the cheese, Elm. I absolutely love it. Yeah, he's going to wrap around now. We're not going to be able to find the scatter just yet, as Elm's going to slow him down. There's the flash. They don't manage to get the stun. It's a good sidestep there from Karis. Also slightly off on the scat of the week, but getting the flash early, this is exactly in the anti-Corki playbook.
Yep, this is another great way to start this one off. Get the early, you know, flash out of him, and now your kill pressure starts even faster than before if the bottom lane gets freed up, because so far there on the bottom side, you know, we do see that early Jinx back. The call comes through, like everything's looking exactly the same. I've seen this one before.
It's like we are actually just straight up Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Where's Bill Murray?
Yeah, where is Bill Murray? Is he still playing basketball with Michael Jordan? I don't think so. That was a very long time ago.
I think Teddy is Bill Murray in this movie.
I think so too. I wonder what type of dry humor Teddy has for us today. As Fate, once again with the lane at exactly the position that he wants it.
Maybe if Teddy learns French, he can actually move on to game 2.
No, he needs to learn piano as well.
Yeah, piano too.
Yeah.
Hopefully he didn't step on the puddle again.
No, not again. Come on, Teddy. We expected more from you. As Keen now, once again, finds himself pretty low. But he's just looking to sit back. And I think it's gone a little bit better here for the Tryndamere.
Definitely better this time around. Dude doesn't get the majority of those hits this time, but still threatening Keen. But Keen doesn't have to back. He's going to lose a few of these CSs. Again, this is not Keen misplaying this time around. It's just kind of how this matchup goes when Dudu is trading better. And Keen's also playing a lot more passively this time around. Jumping some of those back minions, get some lucky RNG. He could take those out before they crash the turret. That's the dream for him, as he's just going to wait for those. It's tricky. It's a cannon wave, so...
I'm trying to remember what we were talking about at this exact moment in the last game, so that we can just talk about it all
the volatility
again.
of this lane and how you shouldn't engage if you're not 100% sure you can win it. Because if you lose, then the enemy laner gets so far ahead in the solo lane. Yeah,
that sort of thing. Also, the fact that Gwen generally does win out in the early stages, and Tryndamere just has to kind of bide his time for the first little while, so he can get a couple of items underneath his belt.
Now this
is a few points into the queue, things like that.
This is the timing where Hoyt was ganking the mid lane with his roam last game. He is sitting in the lane this time instead, hoping to catch Samdi off guard because the support is not here.
That's a flash in. Teddy looking for some Gravitum stuns as well, and that is going to lock down Samdi. He's real dead, and that's first blood going to Teddy. The bad news begins early here for Life Esports.
And once again, it's in the bottom lane in a different way. Last time the bottom lane deficit led to a pick in the mid lane. This time it's just going to be Hoyt hides in the brush, is unseen, unscouted by Samdi. Samdi not doing his due diligence to get that extra information or respecting that the knowledge may be there.
But it's so smart from Hoyt as well, because this time last game, he was ganking the Corki. And so they're like, all right, well, I expect he's going to do that. And Samdi's like, oh no, he waited in the brush this whole time? What the heck? Well, now the adaptation is on Keen. He is going to flash, does have the Ghost running as well as Ellum is going to move on in. The needlework comes down as Ellum doesn't have the kick, but is enough to deter Life Esports. And Keen is actually going to walk back and try and get some of this experience. The plate goes in as Ellum now landing the Q onto OnFleek. They have to get out of the way of the turret as they are going to be able to lock down the kill. Another Q comes in for Keen. And he keeps himself alive. And yep, now Fate's level 6 as well. Some gameplay ready as he throws out the ulti and does get the stun as well. That is 2 very easy kills here for Kwangdong Freaks. And this one started even better than game 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a stronger start here for Kwangdong Freaks. Now, Corki does push mid, doesn't get a plate, unfortunately, but that's all you're getting cross map here is, we're going to have a lot of replays to show soon, but I do want to highlight the fact that additionally, even though Vista was gone, right, and Samdi didn't know where Hoyt was, they also have wards in the river, right? They're like, okay, well, the expectation is he's not roaming. Like, I don't know where he is. He must have backed. Still just get caught here. Really nice flash
CC
forward.
was so good as well, like the layering.
So well played.
Yeah.
As over here, you know, this is a really nice timing for OnFleek to be here. Unfortunately, he's just so tanky, and OnFleek is level 4. Dudu does not hit the best needleworks ever. They're still pretty decent. Gets a plate, and then, now Tryndamere has level 6, and he can go super deep, and Dudu's trying to go back, and he's like, ooh, he's got 6. What do I do here? And then he stays too long because Fade is also coming up. And so Dudu making some judgment errors here. Maybe there wasn't enough communication that, like, hey, like, you should probably get out with your life because you're going to lose it if you stay. And
yep.
Oops.
I also love the absolutely no messing around gameplay of Fate as well. Ult first, stun later is just so simple because Scatter hits so many orbs, and very cleanly they're able to lock that one down.
It's such a good way to, you know, guarantee that you're going to get your ult cooldown faster too, you know? It's super efficient.
Wow, what was that? It was like Karis and OnFleek watching as spectators as the Drake falls down. It's like they're out just like watching the gladiators in the Colosseum. They're like, oh yes, very good battle there. Because, you know, they have English accents in ancient Rome. As, okay, in goes Ellum, now gets the kickback, and yeah, Vista once again, doors in the wrong spot as he got transferred all the way across the map. And that is going to be another comfortable kill, and this is looking like a shellacking right now.
Yeah, this is, you know, Kesman made the call, right? We're going to do this again. And that's okay, but the execution here has been
worse.
Very, I mean,
they had practice, Wolf.
I feel like it's been slightly worse for Hanwha Life Esports, but it's been
way better. Yeah,
like the execution has been iterated on for Kwangdong. Like they're doing this better. They're finding different angles. They're not being predictable. They're not doing the exact same thing they did before.
But like the onus was 100% on Hanwha Life Esports to make the changes in their gameplay because they opted in to a game that they just lost.
Yes.
They literally lost this exact same game.
Yep.
Like 20 minutes ago. It happened. We were there. Yeah, Hoyt. Maybe you get a redo, by the way.
Yeah.
You can now vote for Hoyt.
Well, I feel like he's definitely leading right now in terms of setting up every single play outside of that top kill there on the map. But package not ready yet. This is not a fight you want to take here as Hanwha Life Esports. We're going to see like this is like such a mirror game. He's like, I'm going to start this and then walk away because we can't win this fight. It's like exactly the same game. Oh my god.
Well, Needlework comes down again. Keen is going to sidestep it though this time.
He's just going to stay. He has to walk away. He doesn't have package. He's trying to set up for a delay here to slow us down, but Karas has to commit. They are going to fully commit.
Well, Keen is over here, does have ulti and Ghost available. Another hook is going to connect as Hoyt immediately flashes out. Doesn't want to get stunned up. They do manage to secure the Rift Herald.
Time to evacuate.
Those stuns come on in here as now OnFleek looking for the re-engage. Health advantage most definitely there as Keen has the ulti running, but he's not really doing too much with it. Rocket lands just that little bit too late. Super Mega Death Rocket going to get the spinning slash out, so good grabs the cooldown.
They didn't do anything during the interim when he was ulting. They didn't actually try to punish anybody. They didn't walk away. They just kind of stared at him and they were like, I hope he dies when this runs out. And then he in fact didn't. However, the early commitment means two really important things for Hanwha Life Esports. They get the first Rift Herald, which is going to be gold in their pockets they didn't have last game, and they didn't use the package. So the package will be available for the next Drake fight, which was not something they could say about game one. So two small victories here for Hanwha Life Esports, which could end up being big ones if these advantages are used correctly. And I imagine the drop of the Rift Herald will actually just be on the top side of the map again because you're never really going to have prio, mid, or bot to get value out of it. As this was just, you know, a little bit slowly played here from Kwangdong Freaks. They weren't grouped up with their Aphelios, so this is a 4v5 fight. You can't take without that damage. The Rift Herald goes down, and then they turn here, right? As Aphelios still isn't here, they're like, okay, well, you're very late. And then when Keen gets hit here, they don't commit any further. They also don't evacuate very late. They almost had an opportunity, Kwangdong there, to turn that around on Hanwha Life Esports, but they didn't get it. It was just barely on the edges. There's that top drop I was talking about.
Yep, now Teddy here without Hoyt right now. LM is going to turn up. Karis over here as well, but he's just sort of swimming through the bottom jungle as this tower is going to fall down. We'll see whether Shelly grabs herself another charge.
She should be able to. Keen doesn't have ult, and they know this. They know the timing of it.
Yeah. And yep, Dudu and OnFleek going to try and get this one as teleport does come out. Keen going to start up a fight here. The needlework does come through. It's actually a pretty good cooldown to collect, and Keen very, very close to his ultimate being available. Wind becomes lightning to slow down the Tryndamere as Kwangdong Freaks going to do the same thing here on the bottom side, and they don't have Shelly's help. but it looks like they don't necessarily need to employ her, as Winter's Bite going to be sidestepped there by Hoyt, and they grab 3 plates for their trouble. The entire turret does go down topside for Hanwha though, so it's definitely good news for them.
Yeah, Fate also used teleport, and he used teleport to lose control of his lane, which is, you know, because he didn't gain anything. Like, that was not why he used teleport, but he used teleport, and the result is he lost control of his lane, lost some CS there, and will not have that summoner spell. And this is a great moment for Hanwha Life Esports. Like, the turnaround is definitely potentially there, because now they're only 400 gold behind with that crashing Rift Herald, despite the 4 kills, and they have package for this Drake. So you're going to see Karis retreat home to grab that one in just a few seconds here, and then they're going to reset for this. Look at the rotation over, super fast here. Dudu has teleport as well, and it's not unleashed, so he will have to teleport to the bottom turret if he does come to, you know, to use that. And I think he definitely should arrive for this fight, because this is where Hanwha Life Esports again buy at least 4 minutes of time in this game if they could secure the Drake. He's walking.
It's going to be an interesting situation as well, because Quantum Freaks could find themselves with a Cloud Soul, which would be very different to that of the safety that the Ocean Soul provided them in the last game. But it could also be Hextech Soul, which is a lot more damage, and also if Hanwha are able to get a Dragon or 2, that will be very, very good for them with this Jinx and the Corki and the Gwen.
Could be
utilize it so well.
Could be Mountain as well for Kwangdong, which they would love.
And Mountain would be the Quantum Freaks, like,
it's
God
the dream
mode. That is the absolute dream. And it's going to be Hextech. Okay, we've got an interesting one on our hands, because this one benefits both of these teams, right? Like, there's a Tryndamere and there's an Aphelios on the side of Quantum Freaks, but if Hanwha Life are able to grab a couple of these, then it will certainly be a whole lot of extra value. But I mean, I'm looking at Keen, and with Hextech Soul, oh man, that's danger.
I really don't think that the call to get Krugs instead of getting Drake was the right one. Because that's all Hanwha Life Esports get with this, because Kwangdong identified. Kwangdong played this so well, and I really do have to applaud Kwangdong's patience in this game, where their comp does fight well, and a lot of teams would just tunnel vision on, we have to group S5, and then the Gwen would have gotten value, but actually she won't get that inner turret, which is what she wanted to get instead. And it goes over to, King goes over there, he defends, it's fine, they get the Drake, so it's 2 Drake lead now for Kwangdong, and nothing else on the map is given over to Hanwha Life Esports here. I think Hanwha had an opportunity to use that package, instead it's just blown completely, it's wasted, and they might not be able to time it for the next Drake because of that, you know, cooldown increase, so they have to delay the Drake in order to make sure they have it for the next one. So I'm really worried about how Hanwha played this, because they had a really nice opportunity to have a lead in this game that they didn't have, or rather some more breathing room in this game that they didn't have.
Got a whole bunch of pings on Onfleek, exactly where he is. Keen clearing out vision though. Not going to be able to find too much, but it's a rotation down here towards the bottom side. So Keen not going to get answered. Does spot what Onfleek is doing. Was actually hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning there just a little bit. As Teddy's going to make sure that as many of these minions are going to die as possible.
Now I like
this.
this.
The power point on this map right now.
Onfleek here is going to come over here and slow down the Tryndamere so that Gwen can finally get the turret. That's the idea. Doesn't actually commit heavily. Will steal the red buff away. There's a lot of things going down. Question mark being like, you didn't get the turret? Seriously, you're going for this? You got to be careful, because they've got these portals.
Yeah, the portals out of the base are actually, it means that you can defend inner turrets so much more quickly.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of working out, like, map-wise in favor of Quantum Freaks. We spoke about what the Soul means and what each of the Drakes mean, but with the map state changing so much, with these flanks being available and things like that, it is a very different game. So this is the first change-up that we see.
It's the two attempts from Hanwha Life Esports to get top turret failing, as Dudu has no information about this. Good sweeps here from Hoyt, but his spider sense is tingling. Now, you know, there's an opportunity to potentially come in here and punish Hoyt if he goes for some deep wards. Will be seen, and everything's going to be okay.
Yep.
But there was such a good opportunity for Hanwha Life Esports to take control of the side lane here. But Kwangdong responded so well. They responded so quickly. And unfortunately, because of that portal, you know, there's just no way to force that one to work on the top side. Now it's Fate actually side laning against the Gwen here, as they are really fighting to set up for this Rift Herald. Kwangdong is, and no package, so Hanwha Life Esports, this is a bit of a questionable engage.
Well, yeah, it's going to be Hoyt going down very, very low. He's in the bouncing castle, and he is just going to fall. Let's see whether anything can be brought back as Moonlight Vigil comes through, but it's going to be denied by a door and some mist. And that means that Shirley should go down here. Quantum Freaks just losing their support and not actually finding any advantage. And Hanwha Life Esports starting to feel themselves, starting to find some key advantages in these fights. And yes, this is their first kill, but now they've got a gold advantage. And Quantum Freaks really have slowed down the tempo to the point where they're not in a position where they're winning this game anymore.
No, and Life Esports, you know, with Guangdong really setting up for somewhat of a disastrous fight there, end up really just dropping the ball. Like, you know, like we've seen so much success from Hoyt that in moments like this, you feel like you could trust. Oh, that's so sad. You feel like you could trust that he's going to, you know, have the engage go off well and they're going to be able to win this because they're ahead at this point. But they're not as ahead this game as they were last game. And now Life Esports with a second Herald have so much power. Like the top turret can go down at a moment's notice. This is, again, just ill-advised here against the amount of damage that Life Esports has at range while you're trying to come over here over the wall. Like, Teddy isn't really involved in this fight until he ults to try to help them, like, help his team go, oh, okay, look, I put some damage in here. That's all we can do. Like, get out of here. Teddy's like, please don't fight. This is not the fight.
Yeah, well.
Look at the damage coming through already.
Yeah, it's starting to hurt. The Gravitum just to try and stun up Karis, but you can see the poke war is not going to be won by Anaphelios in this circumstance. Dudu grouped up with his team. Of course, Gwen, pretty good in a team fight. But both of these teams having similar ideas, right? Gwen wants to dive in basically by herself to buy time and allow the rest of the team to get poke damage and range damage down, and Keen wants to do the same thing while Fate is locking down targets.
Karis does have the ability to wait for package and then teleport in, but he's not going to do it. It's coming up in about like 10 seconds or so here. Yeah. But he's not going to wait for it, so he's going to go for the fight.
Mid control seems to be in favor of Guangdong Freaks for the moment, as Q's going to connect here. As you can see, Keen, I think he was able to get that portal around. He's going to be stealing this red buff now, as he's going to be unseen if he walks the southern way round, but is actually spotted there on that ward. Chicken's not going to be the option here for Keen right now as Hoyt dives in once again. Does manage to go golden as now Keen gets himself into the back line. Samdi getting taken down low as the ulti is running. The flash from Keen manages to lock down the Jinx here before he does eventually fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, and I don't think Jinx is necessarily the biggest target as in goes LM and manages to find on fleek. Teddy also able to get the Calibrum Q snipes as well, and this means it should be sole point for Guangdong Freaks, but Life Esports, maybe a little bit of fight still left in them. The mist goes in, but now Dudu won't have that for the re-engage possibility. Teddy is so healthy.
No big ones for Karis. He's just out of rockets here. That's the end of the story. You're out of rockets, you lost your Jinx, you don't have the damage to fight this one anymore. It was played so patiently here for the Guangdong Freaks. Ooh, scary moment there is Hoyt's sacrifice allows Teddy, or rather not Teddy, excuse me, Keen, to get into the backline. Yep. Once he's in the backline, you can't play the game anymore, Samdi. You have no options. You're a sitting duck. Like, he plays it well. He tries to flash out. He's got his heal. He's running. Like, please keep me alive, somebody, anybody. And, yeah, he ends up going down early on in that fight. And then, unfortunately, with a packageless Corki, who's already at half rockets, I mean, not even half rockets, he's down to his last big one here before the fight even breaks out, means that Keen gets in here. And Karis, he has no functionality in this fight anymore. And once the Jinx is dead, as Keen takes him out, yeah, he trades, but that's exactly what you want. Karis is like, oh, just give me some time. I need to hit these big ones. I've got one. Oh, that one's not a big one. It's a big one. It doesn't actually do the big damage. And he doesn't have his items yet, so, you know, if they could have defended Jinx better, it works out. But unfortunately for them, they had the Hoyt sacrifice, which tricked them into moving too far forward. And then Tryndamere gets on top of the Jinx, and it's really well played by Keen.
Yeah, it's really well played by Keen. Also, the protect the Teddy mentality that Guangdong Freaks have is certainly working out very, very well. Shirley's going to set herself up for a charge. Not going to be able to take down the turret, but does do a fair bit of damage to it, as Teddy does finish it off by poking her in the eye. Ellen now clearing out some vision around this area as Hoyt lands yet another hook, but he is going to die for it. I'm not sure whether that's exactly what you wanted there, Hoyt. Maybe getting a little bit overly excited as the Moonlight Vigil does come down, and Vista almost just straight up dies from what feels like incidental damage. Fate moves on in, but maybe a little bit late. As Guangdong Freaks, yeah, that wasn't quite as coordinated as we've come to expect.
And also Hoyt is very much a happy trigger finger this game.
Yeah.
Last game they had a lot more follow-up coordination, and his team was behind him a lot more, so they also had a bigger lead. So
I mean, I don't think hooking underneath the turret's ever really going to do it. It's -1 in the chat. Fate now as well is going to get discovered here by Karis. He takes a fair bit of damage, but does survive for the moment. LM is over here, though. Doesn't have his kick available. And now Teddy going to get snagged by a Super Mega Death Rocket. And LM is so incredibly low as Karis is the target here for Teddy, but he's trolled by vision. The door is set up and Dudu will say goodbye. And Guangdong Freaks are They're falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, you had no right to be here right now against a grouped up HLE Esports that you know was here. You knew they were in this area, and they have the damage when everybody is dead to do the Baron, but they don't have enough damage to just walk up and take this, so you don't need to be fighting for vision this hard. You could have just taken a more defensive posture around the right side of the Baron pit. There were a lot of different ways to play this, and I get it, because Keen's in the side lane, he's going to get an inner turret, and if you actually group up around Baron and slow it down, then Keen might actually get an inhibitor turret. So I understand the idea here, but once again, you don't have your support. You don't have a lot of ways to clear that vision in the first place. It's a Lee Sin, doesn't even have a sweeper, right? Like, there's a lot going wrong with this, but it all starts off with Hoyt donating here, unfortunately, his life to HLE Esports. And then the follow-up is just Guangdong Freaks grouping up around a Baron that they had no right to be near. I mean, they know where HLE Esports are.
Yeah.
And Fate's up here, you're fragile, right? You can't clear this vision as a lone Syndra. Like, what are you trying to do here? Like, okay, Corki is someone that you do well against in the early part of the laning phase, but it's not like you could just snipe him here.
Well, it was Fate that got sniped by the Wind Becomes Lightning. Q missing there from Ellen was actually huge as well, because Teddy then commits the flash, and it's 1 versus 4. It was like, just a comedy of errors, really.
It was a slapstick event there.
Yeah.
It's like, how can we kill the Corki? How many champions does it take to kill the Corki? But if you trickle them all in one by one, you don't get to kill the Corki. As watch that gold graph spike up to 3.5k the lead now for HLE Esports in the mid game.
Well, Ellen is fishing for it as the hook's going to go wide here, as once again, things not quite working out. Teleport comes forward as Fate basically just dies as soon as he turns up. That is not the welcome that he wanted. And now Dudu, he's doing his best to split push on the bottom side, and that's working out very, very well.
Yeah, this is really... I mean, how do you get this soul as Guangdong Freaks now? You're not going to be able to have enough map control to be the first ones on the Drake. The package is available for Corkies. I believe even just picked it up now, heading in down the mid lane. So he's going to be set up and ready. A little bit early to bring this one over, I would say. Given the timer here at 25, but they just have so much control. Why not? I mean, just guarantee that you slow this game down. That is the name of the game here for HLE Esports. And no one from Guangdong Freaks should realistically be able to get anywhere close. Keen is being pushed in here, so yes, he defends the inner, but he's not getting anything done side lane value here. It's a lose-lose situation. There's no Baron up for Guangdong Freaks. Like, there's nothing they can do except just sit back and lose soul that they were so close to getting.
Yeah, and as these keep getting stacked up for HLE Esports, we've already spoken how valuable it is going to be. Still, it's not over just yet, as Guangdong Freaks trying to defend underneath this turret. Keen off to the side, and he's still quite strong. Now has his hull breaker put together. As Hanwha back towards this Drake, and the package going to be used just in celebration.
Well, I mean,
this goes down instantly.
Like I said, he picked it up a little bit early, and I think the idea was if they wrestle control away from prio of the Drake before it starts somehow, because I don't have package and I'm waiting to teleport in, then maybe we lose the fight. So gets it early, just toss it down there because Guangdong walk away. And, you know, as Guangdong here, there really weren't too many options, like we said. So at least this somewhat mutes the Baron buff too, because HLE Esports used it mostly just to control the Drake. But this is a sinking ship here for Guangdong Freaks if they can't actually secure this next Drake to be theirs or get some kills on the map, because like the Corki situation is real this time. It's not actually just a myth as it felt like it was last game. The 007 James Bond Corki here is about to infiltrate the late game.
He's finally got his license to kill. Maybe he'll get one. As Teddy still has the most gold in this game, but we mentioned already that he gets outranged entirely, and if they don't have the tempo advantage, then he's just not going to be able to find the same level of value that he had last time unless his team is able to find much better engages. And we saw Hoyt and Ellen really sort of throwing themselves at HLE Esports, and when they don't have the lead that they had in the last game or in the beginning of this game, it is a very different story as far as the outcome is concerned. Keen now trying to catch this wave as there is no Baron available, but there is still a lot of damage. Samdi feeling much better this time around. Scoreline doesn't quite tell us the story, and the CS doesn't either, but he's now able to get himself towards that Jinx level that we've come to expect from a lot of our Jinx players. And I don't know what's the plan here for Guangdong Freaks, but it's really starting to feel dire.
The plan, I think, is going to have to be a very prepped setup on the Drake. And the timing of this can be very unfortunate because it means that HLE Esports can play around Kwangdong's group up on Drake and try to trade a Drake for a Baron and then open up the map. Because again, that just slows down the game. And even though, yes, Hextech Soul is huge for Kwangdong, it's not like at this stage, if they pick it up, they win the game. They're 4,000 gold behind. It'd be like one step in the right direction. But as HLE Esports, you've already slowed down the game enough to where that Soul is no longer a lost condition for you. And you could trade it for a Baron and feel okay about it if you have to. It's really unfortunate here for Kwangdong, because if they also try to rush this Baron out first and lose this fight, they lose Baron, they lose the Drake, they lose the game, like much earlier than they are expecting to. It's a very, very difficult scenario here. And it's all going to be based on really nice engages from LM and Fate, honestly, is how they can maybe get a pick. Yeah, Hoyt as well, he needs to be a little bit more patient with those this time around.
Wishes he could get himself a fixed watch, but unfortunately there aren't as many watchmakers in Runeterra, I guess, and so he can't fix his stopwatch. Would really like to be able to use that again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Kwangdong Freaks do have the fast track at the moment on this Baron, which is one way that they could potentially start it. They do have a lot of damage, 3 out of Aphelios here. I like how they're approaching this. Slow down the approach, let HLE Esports come to you. You don't have to start the Baron, but you clear vision around it, make them worry about it as it's spawning now. Then you get the engage potential. Then you get the opportunities to catch this. HLE Esports is so desperately checking vision right now on the Baron.
Yeah. Well, Kwangdong Freaks still biding their time. And I think if they can get a key pick, right, if they can find a hook onto the Corki, onto the Jinx, and allow Keen to cause a ruckus, it's about getting these cooldowns, though, because the Crescent Guard we've seen already have so much value.
Karus also needs to be very careful with his rockets. He's not being the most accurate Corki this game, nor is he managing his rockets very well.
Comes down, and if it's Fate that finds these scatters, then that is far less committal, right?
Yeah.
And so you can fish for some of these cooldowns. As OnFleek now has to go back, doesn't exactly have the health bar to really fight this one, as Fate wants to be able to find a bit more, but they don't see the Xin Zhao.
Karus has no rockets. He's used all on wave clear, and they still don't actually get the win on the mid push. They lost Cryo. This is a great position for Kwangdong Freaks. Now they can just kind of kite back to Baron, and I think they could realistically start it here once OnFleek is back, or rather once LM is back and set up here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Minion Wave is taken down, though. They really wanted to get that turret. Unfortunately, not enough. Super Mega Death Rocket now flies towards the Baron.
I just want Karus to hold his rockets to full for a second. Because, like, going into a fight like this with one and you're just going on cooldown, it's not a happy feeling. As he does have a stopwatch now, as well as packages coming up very soon, if not up already. I think it is up, actually. Just hasn't gotten back to get it. He has his teleport, so can get it and then come back in at a moment's notice. As Kwangdong now with the Drake timer ticking down, they've shifted their focus away from Baron and on this prio here.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, the situation, as Teddy's standing in this pit. As the mist is down there for Dudu, but all 5 members of HLE Esports grouped up. It's exactly what you want to be, and allow these rockets to do the work. LM moving around the side will shut down the vision of Hanwha for now. Q going to connect onto Vista. As Hanwha now move as a unit towards where the Lee Sin is coming forward. Let's see who's going to be able to lock this one down. It's all about this Hextech Drake. It will be so valuable for these teams. Sonic Wave not actually enough range as Hoyt goes in yet again. This time Keen is there for the follow-up as Karis goes golden off on the backside. That is a kickback for Samdi. There is no real response. Karis gets himself out as now Keen dashes on top of him. The Corki has been destroyed and Keen's even able to get out of there. Teddy's at full health once again. Vista extraordinarily low, but Samdi, he still has the damage available. Can they get Ellen back towards this fight? And the answer looks like it's going to be yes, as the man advantage is there for Kwangdong Freaks.
Keen's here too. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he's Tryndamere, so he can get into the back line. And HLE Esports have to give this up, and it's a huge Corki error of positioning. Like, Karus is standing way too far forward here, gets punished in the most elementary and almost, I want to say, trivial way. You can't be standing like that. Kwangdong Freaks are ready to punish, right? Like, I want to give credit as well to Keen to go in there. Yeah. But Karus was fishing for some really weird and deep rockets here, because you know that the Tryndamere is on the edge here. Hoyt's already in, and now you're like, oh, I'll go up here? No, there's a Tryndamere there. You've already used your stopwatch. You are DEAD dead. You're flashing up. Where are you going? Where are you going, Karus? It's over. You just lost your team the game, sadly. They just did not play around the Tryndamere. And I'm so sad because I felt like we were going to really see some really tense fights, some slow poke.
I mean, this was perfect use of the amount of, like, different mobility options that Keen has. He has Flash as well as Gale Force, and he sees him leave and then has to use absolutely everything to get himself in and then get himself out again.
If Karis goes to the left there, maybe he gets out. We're watching a little bit of a different team fight. I mean, a very different team fight.
Well, he's going for it yet again, this time with the Hextech Soul available as well. And Quandong Freaks, they can use this one so well. Remember, even Keen in a side lane, right? Like, he gets on top of anyone. He now has an extra slow. He has more damage. Oh, man.
Not to mention the extra cooldown reduction they're going to get here. I mean, it's crazy what you can do to lock this Corki down in a team fight now as the teleport's going to come through.
Yeah, Teddy going to get slowed down as well by the zap, but the rocket doesn't come through. Super Mega Death Rocket tanked up by Ellen, but no flash for Teddy is actually massive. Scatter the Weak lands. Dudu takes a whole bunch of damage.
Now they've
got
got
the Void Stuff instead of the Shadow Flame as well. Adaptation from Fate as well.
They have a very, very great choke to control here. With this Gwen, with the Corki Rockets, he's at full this time, so can actually just throw them out at will here for this neutral fight. And there they come.
Yeah, Hoyt taking a bit of damage from that one. Not as tanky as he wants to be right now, as Kane is splitting on the top side of the map. Doesn't have any of his summoners back available again, so the ability to kill Karis is not quite there as much as it used to be. But you can see, even now, this Hextech Soul is kind of working out. Every one of these Qs that connects from Ellen slows them down just a little bit, stops the advance.
Keen's got a really nice flank angle here. He has ult. Man, Karis' positioning has to be so good here. He's starting to finally hit those rockets. The big ones are coming through. Like, it is happening. But, you know, now they've slowed this down. Kwangdong have, and Hanwha Esports like, oh, I'll grab a turret, but look at who's on the side lane. It's Keen.
Yeah, and they're going to stop Fate's back as well, and also gets the flash. This is a bit of a whoopsie, but Keen is going to be able to push down this inner turret on the top side of the map, so that will get some extra money back for them.
Yeah.
And they do need to play these side lanes, right? Because right now, Keen is hitting critical mass.
You can't. I don't know if you can do this as Hanwha Esports, because Keen's here. They're grouping up. Fate has teleport, and he's just waiting to use it.
Yeah, and if Ellen gets a good delivery here, it's real dangerous. Hoyt going to come on through as Teddy putting down these Sentinels, and there's the CC. Karis throws the package out, but he immediately just evacuates the area. Keen dashes out of this fight as well as the hook is going to go wide as Teddy was fishing for it, but doesn't quite get there. Samdi going to lock down the kill on the jungler, though, as Karis in trouble. There's Twin Blades on this Tryndamere, though, and he's also got an ultimate. He'll be absolutely fine. Depth charge onto Samdi, and there is the follow-up from Teddy as well as he lands the Q snipe. It's actually the Syndra that grabs the kill, and Kwandong Freaks. Oh man, this game has been an absolute roller coaster. Where's KT? As Kwandong finally do manage to win this fight.
I think that Hanwha Esports are letting the emotions get the better of him here as Dudu wants to try to turn one back, but he will go down here after this mist evaporates. He's even going to use his stopwatch. He just has to buy time. He has to buy time if he can.
Well, Kane's actually going to die. As, they all kind of bailed from the situation. Dudu is real scary. And King with that ult is a real worry, as now we're going to look for the fight onto Teddy. He just kills him!
And Hoyt's
Dudu is a one-man army!
Hoyt's low. He's not going to be able to catch him here. He's going to evacuate himself. Doesn't know what else is going on the map. Has very limited information.
He just straight up saved the game.
Yeah, he did. Because now Kwangdong Freaks don't have the power. They don't have the damage to actually go over here and take the Baron themselves. And Corki's coming back. He's going to try to get some information about where anybody is here. That's what that ultimate is for here, is now they're going to start this up. No package for Karis, which is huge. He would love to have that, but he used it in the last fight to evacuate, as you said. Elim is the only one they really just have to block out here, but this should be Baron for Hanwha Esports. And
likely to still be a 50-50 unless we can see a great Crescent Guard to come through from Onfleek, and it looks like Elim not actually going to go for it, so they're going to give away another Baron.
Yeah, there's no way he can even go for the 50-50 unless he just wants to throw the game on it. I think you just walk away from this one, as this is a fight that Keen sets up again. His angle here is good, and he's able to get on top of Karis. Even though Karis escapes here and Keen's extremely low, look at the long path he takes around. As Karis, you either leave and you survive, or you go back in and you die. He's not going to be able to do damage in this fight. And Keen takes him out, has ult here, and Kwangdong Freaks are like, okay, we got this. Then they stick around a little bit long here. Yeah, Hanwha Esports definitely got some freebies.
Chasing Dudu was just pretty boneheaded in the end, but Dudu plays it out very, very well, as we can see. Just keeping everyone busy. This could have been Kwandong Freaks getting a Baron and winning the game. Instead, two people die, and Dudu lives, and they have to give over a Baron.
Yep, and this is obviously his first-person view where he takes out Teddy as well. You can hear the casters in the background, his team losing their minds as he pulls it off. And now Hanwha Life Esports will have Prio on Elder. They've also got a Baron buff, but the timing of this doesn't allow them to control the map. They are just looking for a 5v5 fight here around Karas's big damage that he's got right now. Keen once again looking for the flank angle. There's nothing they can do about Keen. Like, they can't stop him from doing this. They just need to weather the storm. They need to survive through his ultimate if they can. Then they can win the fight. But the nature of Corki means you have to be doing damage before that happens. So they're caught between, you know, a Tryndamere on the left side looking for the flank. And now Karas finally, for the first time, is on the opposite side of the fight as the Tryndamere. So this should be your opportunity to hit some rockets.
Well, he definitely needs to. Those ones sidestepped really nicely here from Kwangdong Freaks. As Hoyt taking a bit of damage, Moonlight Vigil comes in, the Crescent Guard goes down as well. Hoyt, I think, managed to do enough work there, but is going to go down very, very early as Onfleet going to dive on top of Fate, but he just explodes. Teddy grabs that kill, but it's Samdi that locks down the Cinder as well. LM at half health, but Keen's at full. He has his flash available. Can he be the hero? Teddy just swoops in him, obliterates him. The kickback now onto Dudu gets him out of this fight completely. Karas is dead once again as Keen dealt with him offside. And now Dudu trying to grab them, but it looks like it'll be the Elder here for Kwangdong Freaks. And once again, we go up the ride on the roller coaster.
And Kwangdong Freaks just push Hanwha Life Esports back down. This was such a great fight for them considering how things started. The prio was for Hanwha Life Esports. Karas was on the opposite side of the fight of Keen, so Keen couldn't threaten the Corki. And yet still, they botched this. Like, I feel like this is more of a botch from Hanwha Life Esports than a win from Kwangdong, because Hoyt uses his engage early, he's screwed. Like, there's nothing he can do, he's dead. So now it's a 5v4 fight. And then Keen still gets over here. Karas is walking forward. They could have turned this back around, locked down Elm, played it a lot slower. What are you rushing for, Hanwha Life Esports? You're the poke comp. You're the Corki comp. Now they've given Keen enough time to actually get on top of the carries, and he does it by himself.
Timing as well, just amazing.
2 kills here, going over to Keen. He takes out both carries with Teddy's help. And they play this out way better than Hanwha Life Esports, who I think, again, feeling the emotions in this series. You could definitely tell this team is not playing at their best, and they are choking away a lot of these critical moments.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about, though, right? Because it feels like Kwangdong, like, they're the ones that had so much of the onus on them, right, to make the plays, and they did. And then Hanwha fought back so nicely in what is like 45% of those moments. But the 55% have given Kwangdong Freaks the Elder Drake now and the Soul that they've managed to collect for themselves.
It's a real tale of positioning, and it's a tale of Keen getting exactly where he needs to be every single time. This was not a race for the Elder, you know? This is a fight they could have just tried to slowly push away Keen, walk away from the Elder. They can't start it as Kwangdong is. Yep. Now Kwangdong have so much control over this game. It's not even funny. Like, they have the Elder, they have really strong pushing power. They have, once again, a fed Teddy, 4 items and a BF sword in his inventory, who can kill Corki if any CC hits him. If Hoyt hits any hooks, any ults, it's over. So Karas, it's so hard for him to even be relevant in this game anymore.
Yep. And Keen is now a absolute split push menace. Has his Cyrilda's now completed. BF sword is there as well. I'm actually really interested in whether or not he's building an Infinity Edge as his last item, because that would just be the ultimate side laning build here for the Tryndamere, and I'd very much like to see it.
I love how Teddy just ults over the wall there because of the Elder Drake. Like, he's not out. There's not a 0% chance that just kills somebody. Like, it's a non-0% chance. Might as well. You're gonna back off. Your Elder is fading. He just ults over the wall. Almost gets a double. Vista blocks it very well, but. Yeah, this is the situation we're in now, is the scaling of Kwangdong Freaks has come online in the bot lane and the side laning of the Tryndamere. And Tryndamere is just unkillable because of the build he's chosen. And he can get on top of those 2 carries so easily. They need to be on the opposite sides of the fight. The setup needs to be better. To be totally frank, I think the execution of the Corki comp here, not about the laning and getting the Corki to the items, but this time the Corki with the items has just been so poor.
Yeah,
from Hanwha Life Esports.
I think Karas really has been, missing a lot of this poke opportunity. I think that there has been a lot of damage that has been whiffing. Here from the Corki is Kwangdong Freaks just trying to utilize this Elder that they did manage to get in order to grab vision of this Baron area. But Hanwha Life Esports did manage to keep their base turrets alive and are now able to set themselves back up again. So this game isn't over yet, guys.
No.
There is still so much scaling opportunity, and the range advantage is still theoretically there for Hanwha Life Esports. Karas has another opportunity to try and actually hit these rockets
It's so hard for Kwangdong Freaks to end the game because of all the wave clear. I mean, between the Gwen, the Corki, the Jinx, like you could just push these waves back so easily. And it's hard for them to actually push for inhibitors in the neutral game because the Corki is, you can see here, Dudu's going to be the one taking damage. But setup here for Kwangdong Freaks is great. Keen, once again, has a nice flank angle for killing the carries, but there's a package. The X Factor.
Items for Teddy as well. This guy is absolutely gigantic. As LM's going to get slowed down, but yeah, like you say, the package is now here. Dudu's back up to about 2/3. We need to see more of these rockets. That's one that was landing. Don't know where that one was going. It's Teddy. He's the one that you need to watch out for. If you are a Hanwha Life Esports fan, you need to get him out of this fight so that he can't get that work done. He does have the perfect ranged guns right now, as Hanwha do have vision control now around this Baron. It will be their 3rd of the game.
It's really important that Dudu doesn't have teleport because he could be pushing bot. You know, he could be doing a lot of different things right now in this neutral game. But instead, it's Keen who has control of side lanes, is threatening these angles. So you feel great as Kwangdong Freaks. You're like, yeah, just sit it out. Fine. Whatever, if you guys are going to do it. Now, Hanwha Life feel the pressure. Okay, we have to start this, and this is when Kwangdong Freaks are going to engage. Keen, once again, just untouched on the side.
Yep, Teddy going to take a lot of damage there. That's the rocket that needs to land, as the Baron is going to go over to Hanwha Life Esports, but can they win the fight? Immediately, both carries are just absolutely dead. Teddy's at half health, but it doesn't really matter. Keen presses the R button. That makes him absolutely immortal, and Teddy once again just dashing forward. And it doesn't matter if you have 3 Barons if you lose the 50 gold in your Nexus.
Yeah, that's all that matters at the very end. And once again, Keen just runs away with it. He and the Syndra here are able to lock down carries so easily. Teddy is ready to pop anybody who's in range of him. And Hanwha Life Esports grossly, I think, misunderstand how to play this Corki comp. Game 1, failed the early game to make sure the Corki can actually get his items online. And in Game 2, they have a really stable, easy mid-game. They're ahead when we reach the 25-30 minute mark, but they cannot stick the landing. They can't hit the Corki rockets. The positioning has problems. And Kwangdong Freaks show that in games like this where you're the one who's hesitating, they will pull the trigger. They will get that Keen flank off. And this is finally a moment for Kwangdong Freaks where they can actually take a lead and push it into the late game, be decisive, fight over objectives, set up on objectives. And it, yes, was against the 9th place team here that they were vying for.
Well, now it's the 10th place team, right? Yeah.
But it was against the 10th place team, but at least they're able to do that, right? At least they're able to make it look clean, make it look easy twice in a row. And in Game 2, it wasn't the great lead that they had in Game 1. It wasn't the freebie. You know, in Game 2, they really had to fight for it, and they did, and they set up so well. It was the easiest vote of my life for Keen on this one. Easiest vote of my life.
I think that Teddy also played really well, but the Teddy Keen sandwich that Kwangdong Freaks were able to make work so many times in that game was absolutely fantastically done. You can see, I think that the Korean production agrees with you, Wolf, as Keen is getting a lot of admiration from the cameraman, and he played expertly well. The Trinimir this time around working out a whole lot better, and he just got to critical mass and was able to side lane more powerfully than Dudu was. I think Dudu, with that amazing moment, those 2 kills, really did put a dent into Kwangdong Freaks, but it wasn't enough to actually tilt them. It wasn't enough to send them off their game. And I think that some of the misunderstandings of how to play the composition from Hanwha Life really did kind of bite them, right? Because they were the ones that were actively starting a lot of these objectives and things like that, where if you can have your Corki off to the side, landing these opportunistic rockets while the rest of your team is sort of vying for position and stuff like that, if your opponent is the one that has to deal with these objectives and things like that, that's when the problem comes in. But
the damage will look very small, Atlas, here for Karis, compared to Corki, norms, right? When you
I think it'll still look big. It just won't be big enough.
It won't be as big as you expect because it's a long game. We won't be looking at that graph just yet, but there are so many ways that this could have been played cleaner for the DPSs in terms of their positioning, but I think it's a shot calling problem here for Hanwha Life Esports. And to be fair, for Kesman here, I'm always a Kesman defender here in the LCK, and
we didn't have anything really against the draft, to be perfectly honest, even in Game 1.
He chose to go for the same draft twice, and he expected that, as I expected, that Kwangdong Freaks wouldn't be able to capitalize, or they would slow down, wouldn't be able to keep their lead up, because that's what happens to Kwangdong all season long, except this series, right? And is Hanwha Life Esports are like, well, if I'm going to take a gamble, let's slow the game down and play a Corki comp. If it's given to us, we will do it every time against Kwangdong. And then I think Kesman was like, well, they won't get that lead in game 2, so it's going to be fine. We'll win this one for sure. We go to game 3. And then they didn't get the lead, but then the execution was so poor here for Hanwha Life Esports, and Kwangdong didn't hesitate. They didn't play this badly. They didn't just K-ram. They actually set up for objectives. They side-laned. You know, they actually had vision for a lot of these. This was a heroic moment
This
too.
was so sick from Dudu.
We've played the Gwen so well. I like the blind Gwen again twice in a row because when you have plays like this, you know his mastery of the champion is just insane. He's played it very well in the laning phase too. As so many of these fights here were just decided by Keen being like, I'm on the carry.
Yeah.
And I have mobility, and I have Gale Force, and I'm going to kill him.
He was definitely a blender in that one. As we'll have a listen to Kwangdong Freaks as they finish this one off. As instantly, as soon as the Baron dies, both carries are dead. And honestly, it's just fight over.
텔 없어.
Yep. Keen, he was everywhere he needed to be. He was always on the flank. And going, there's no way to punish that. Unfortunately for Hanwha's comp, like, Dudu can't just walk over and be like, aha, Tryndamere, I've got you. He will lose that, and then Kwangdong Freaks will actually be able to collapse on the carries, even with the Tryndamere on the side there. There's no way to block Keen from getting in, and the comp was just really good against Corki. The Syndra that we've seen so well with the Tryndamere so many times, but then also, as you mentioned, Teddy's ability to flash forward and blow up a carry because he's just so fed was also pretty important in this one, and he did it both games in a row.
No, he was really, really good. It was actually Teddy that was the only one really just...
He did less damage than the Syndra. Okay, tell me that's not low.
I mean, that is actually really low. That's not what I was expecting, to be honest. I saw a lot of those rockets miss, but it's Corki, right? He just should inherently do 30k. In a 44-minute game.
Jesus.
That is actually just so little. Teddy doing over double what Samdi was able to put out when he was outranged, theoretically, by the Jinx as well, just shows that Kwangdong Freaks were able to orchestrate this composition just way better than their oppositions were in the late game teamfights, which is a great sign if you're a Kwangdong fan. I think now we're probably going to go to the analytical carpet space and just replay the video from last time, I guess. Hopefully those guys are just having some dinner.
Different POG this time, I imagine.
All right, well, let's just go and check in with Valdez and Chronicler from an hour ago.
Hello and welcome to the first episode of the Analyst Place chairs. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler here for the first time to break down game number 1. No, it's game number 2. It's the same run back of the same draft, exactly the same, down to the bans. And I mean, I don't know what to say about it.
I was gonna stick with it for as long as you were, Valdez.
I
honestly,
forgot what came next.
I wanted to keep going, but seeing it, having it seen played out twice, I'm going to reaffirm that I think that this draft, while there were a lot of execution errors from Hanwha, I think is actually decently hard to play as well into the Kwangdong comp, because there is very little room for error, and it requires, as we saw, not only a knowledge of how to play poke comps, which Hanwha Life did not, but also consistent flank coverage, and that was just non-existent, right? Because when you look at this draft, I think that obviously, like, you're always going to gravitate toward Corki again. We saw those picks get to the late game, we saw those picks get to their comfort zone, but it's not like the Kwangdong comp skills poorly. It's more about they shouldn't ever be able to fight on even footing. But then Hanwha Life just kept grouping and kept not looking for flanks, and then Keen demolished everyone.
Yeah. Keen, I feel like, had it easy. He played it amazingly, but Hanwha Life were like, you know, it's like that episode of SpongeBob where it's like, and now let him have it. And they're like, here you go, you can have it. Like, they just gave him flank after flank after flank, and he's like, yes, please, I'll take another one. Thank you very much. He's like at the all-you-can-eat Hanwha Life buffet. It's ridiculous how many opportunities he got. And, you know, we still have the draft on screen. It's the same, same draft from game 1.
I actually think that outside of the Braum, it is actually kind of hard, because Gwen, as much damage as she does, isn't great for peeling for carry. So that means that the positioning of your Jinx and of your Corki becomes much more important. And I think that Samdi in particular was way too open.
Yeah.
And
zero coverage.
And yeah, it wasn't just, but also where he was standing, right?
Yeah.
It was just not clean setup. Vision control was good enough, and they got punished.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was more surprised by the Jinx doing 14,000 damage compared to the Corki doing less damage, because she never got to do anything in any team fights due to the positioning and due to the lack of coverage. So there were ways to play this team fight. We are not exactly super happy with the way that they did. this team comp, I should say. We do have highlight number 1. This is over the Dragon Soul, the Hextech Soul that went the way of Kwangdong Freaks.
And hey, look at that! It's Keen flanking, and we're gonna keep our eyes on that because is gonna keep happening, because of this, Carvers is unable, and this is going to be a recurring theme in a lot of the fights where what you should do is at least hit a couple of rockets, but that doesn't generally happen, and then they get flanked enemies.
Yeah, not a lot of rockets were hitting.
Remember that.
Yeah. Highlight number 2. Let's get that up here, and let's watch a very different fight, but a very similar fight once again.
What am I seeing there? Yeah, that's Keen and Alan just being allowed to get into the. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. On Fleek, your job here is not to dive the enemy backline. You don't need to. You're Zinza at this point in the game. If you just use your one knock-up and your Crescent Guard just to make sure that one of your relevant characters survives, you're peachy. But instead, the same thing keeps happening here again, and now it's Teddy that's able to find a nice angle and played another really great game.
Yeah, and you know, we just saw 2 highlights and we just saw 2 games, but today is Groundhog's Day. Let's go into highlight number 3 and see once again LM and Keen behind the enemy team.
We love the 3-hit passive in League of Legends, and Keen, this was the 3rd hit. Again, I think as Hanwha, you have a composition that makes it virtually impossible for Kwangdong to ever take an objective as long as you're all alive, because if they try, if they group up, they get boomed by your rockets. What happens instead is that Hanwha doesn't have the patience. Wolf mentioned it during the cast as well. This comp has infinite wave clear. Just play it slower, but they didn't, and then they were waited, they made the first move and didn't do their homework, and then they got boomed.
They were just rushing to pull the trigger. We do have the player of the game ready to go for game number 2. Let's see who does pick it up. The Keen of the game, as Atlas would say. It is the 7-2-7. You know, these numbers, they don't tell the whole story, but they're still pretty good. I think this being his first POG of the season is the most surprising thing for me.
Agreed. It's surprising considering the role that Keen has always had. Even in previous years where his team might not have looked good. This is, of course, an issue that Kwangdong, previously Afrika, has had for a long time. And this split was also not the greatest for Keen. I think that he individually hasn't really lived up to some of his highlight moments in the past. And this was a much better example where he was actually able to have a really high impacting game, where he's able to consistently find those backline targets, use the precious seconds that a Trinmer ult gives you, and be able to always kill either Jinx or Corki, or, as we could see there, both.
Both, a lot of the time, is definitely what we saw. 13 out of 13. I don't think anyone has any qualms with that vote. I think we can all agree that Keen was the player of the game on this one. And that makes it 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks. We will have the interview here in just a moment to hear from you know, a couple of guys there on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Should be Teddy and Keen. And yeah, just pretty nice for Kwangdong Freaks to finish out this round like this.
Yeah, deserved victors as well, I think, for the POG. It was really those two that we relied upon, and those two that today, I think, really carried the team. Although, especially in the first game, Alan and Hoyt looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some pretty good stuff from the squad overall, as I believe we should be just about ready for that interview. Need a little bit more time as the players are still setting up.
Couldn't even make the time for us after carrying a game. And talking about what this means for Kwangdong, obviously, this is such a good way to end your round 1, even though it was a little disappointing. Going 3-6,
pretty good. I feel like to end it at least this way.
It's better.
Right? It's to go out on a good note. Guys, we do finally have the interview ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Teddy Keen from Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! You're wrapping up first round robin with a winning streak. And Teddy, you are the first place on the side of Kwangdong Freaks in terms of the POG standings. So how do you feel? I'm happy that we are on a winning streak and also that I got a POG. And finally, Keen, you got your first POG of the split. You have always been a savior for Kwangdong Freaks. So how do you feel winning the POG today? It's been a very long while since I did an interview, so I'm so nervous. And this was the final match of the first round robin, and this would determine the standings at the end of the first round robin. So what kind of strategy did you prepare against Hana Life Esports? We tried to kind of figure out what the opponents were going to first pick. However, they actually decided to go with first pick Xin Zhao, so we just wanted to lock in Aphelios as our first pick. I think the draft was starting really good for us. Kwangdong Freaks, you guys stomped Hana Life Esports for sure. What kind of aspect of Kwangdong Freaks has stepped up so far? I think our teamwork, has improved compared to, the previous matches. So I think teamwork was the most important key for us. Yeah, I mean, like the roam play and the skirmish, the team fights were on point from Kwangdong Freaks. And I heard that clean calls were actually the key to your success as well, having less calls. Tell us about that as well. Because every laner was making calls, it actually confused LM, so we wanted to help him out. And we wanted to kind of get removed of some unnecessary calls. And Teddy, you are popping off an Aphelios in game number 1. And I think a lot of AD carriers are now seeing Aphelios as a top-tier champion. I think Aphelios, with the Gravitum, is really strong in lane. And also the AoE damage from the ult during the team fight is really good. He can also melt down the tanks in the front line, so that combo is also so good. However, the game number 1 POG vote was actually 6 and 5, competing against Hoyt as well. What do you want to say over to Hoyt? His initiations, his engages were so good. Nautilus in game number 1, so I thought he would be the POG as well, but I really appreciate this POG vote over to me as well. And Kian, we were so shocked by the game number 2 pick and ban, The ban was exactly the same, the picks were exactly the same, so what did the Kwangdong Freaks teammates and coaching staff react to that? I mean, we didn't see that coming, to be honest. So I think the rest of the players are having a good time, but I was having some hard times in game number 1, so I was a little bit nervous heading into the same matchup on the top lane. So yeah, so why did you decide to play Tryndamere once again? I mean, because Dudu was so good in game 1, I was like, should I play it? But looking at the enemy's comp, I kind of thought that I have to play Tryndamere. However, as Corki hit the power spike, game number 2 was slightly getting a lot closer. So how did you decide to kind of deal with that super fed Corki? Even if we let them play Corki, we were confident that we're gonna win. But in game, our plan was to just dodge all the skills and initiate fight really well. That was it. So we have a highlight clip prepared, a super play with a collaboration of Keen and Teddy right here. So let's take a look. Tell us about this fight. So Xin Zhao got 102-0. So they didn't have any front line, but they were all grouped up. So I was like, yeah, we should just go. And then Kian just goes right in. And then he was opening the follow-up team fight, so it was so good. Great. And also, this is a really good start for the second round robin as well. Your first opponent of the second round will be Frederick Freon. And this is your chance to get your revenge. Yeah, well, I hope we can, play better in round 2. And we will do our best. What about you, Kian? In round 2, I hope to come back stronger with better performance, and we will keep working hard. And this will be the end of the interview from Kian, Teddy from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation of the interview. It feels good to have Keen up there once again. Also Teddy as well, of course. Keen looking very happy and even saying he was nervous himself about doing that interview. We do have the standings right away. Let's take a look at where we end up at the end of this series.
And for Kwangdong Freaks, this is slowly them climbing up to the level that a lot of us were expecting this team to be. Barring the first game, we still see some of the issues there. Second game, a little bit dicey at times. And for Hanwha, with this roster, I think that 10th, 9th is generally where you'd expect them to end up. They have a lot of issues, and we see that I think their range of strategy is also pretty limited. Really does feel like these type of cork positions just don't really work out for them.
Yeah, it was really rough, as we did see there at the end of that series. But guys, we do have Damwon Kia versus DRX up next. That is going to be in about an hour, so you will have to wait for it, but will be a fantastic matchup for 3rd versus 4th. We will see you after the break for matchup number 2.
Who are these players? Where is Pioshik? In these troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challenger stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. Heir to the mystic fire. This hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe give me a little bit of the soup.
The quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
Like, T1, you're late on this one.
Yeah.
You got to do something, though.
Realm Warp is going to come in, so there is going to be an opportunity to fight this one, but it is going to be the Jax that locks down the Baron. And now Owner is just caught with absolutely nowhere to go. Now on Fleek looking for even more. It might be a sacrifice of his life, though, as Dudu dives on top of Gumayushi. One more auto is going to do it. The exhaust is fantastic onto Faker to lock down the last remaining source of consistent damage on this. Turret and T1 are being super oppressive. Owner looks for his opportunity. There it is! Safeguard, kick flash, and Karis kicked into the team. However, he is able to throw down his ultimate. Good ignite there from Carrier. Will end up locking down the kill, but look at the AoE. Cooldown now. Gen G losing a big tool for this next fight as Liv Sandbox closing in. There's the flash forward. Perfect timing. But the Unbreakable Will is going to be there. Great four-man knock-up immediately into Ruler, doing so much damage. And yes, Liv Sandbox getting some work done as well, but Ruler still has full health. It's insane. This guy just tears them up. Gen G will now take the soul point.
노트에 궁 있어. 이건 쳐야 되나? 쳐야 될 것 같은데. 나이스! 나이스! 아니 알렸어 뭐야? 용 가고 바로 가자. 야, 너 왜 이렇게 잘해? 르블랑 노플.
Here, look at the flank from Birdall. Watch where he goes. Ice is the biggest target. Realm Warp's in.
Now they're thinking about it. Absolutely, they're going to go in for this one. They root him down, but the kick onto Birdall. Do they have the damage for Ice? Yes, they do. And the comp works out. They isolate the Zeri and take him down immediately. But can they clean up the rest of the fight? Closer's still alive here, and they will finally take him down.
야, 쟤 보낼게, 짜오. 짜오 보내볼게. 나 제리 본다. 제리.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 최고로 씩한 컨텐츠.
이게 정말 공부가 될까 하고 의심하지 마세요. 어떤 상황에서든 유용한 표현만 쏙쏙 골라서 가르쳐드립니다.
울프쌤과
정현쌤의
내일 클래스. 오늘도 믿고 따라와 보라고. 매주 LCK 친구에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 All of the Week. 지난주 리브 샌박스 대 젠지 경기를 한번 다시 볼까요?
The idea.
just casually trying to kill the Nexus over here.
Yeah. This is the Fiora situation. If Fiora comp gets ahead, this is what happens.
잘 큰 피오라가 혼자 바텀 억제기 미는 걸 보고 This is the Fiora situation. 이렇게 말하는데요. Situation, 상황, 위치. 하지만 굉장히 다양한 케이스에 쓸 수도 있는 단어예요. 한국어로도 이거 무슨 시츄에이션이지? 라고 말할 땐 황당하거나 예상 못하는 일이 생겼잖아요. 영어에서도 같은 뉘앙스로 써요. What's the situation? 아니, 이거 무슨 일이야? 어떻게 된 건데? 처럼 내 기분이랑 근거한 거 같이 표현할 수 있어요. 친구가 연애하고 싶다고 갈픽해놓고 너무 못해서 6대스나 했어요. Can we talk about the 0-6 연애 situation? 라고 하면 이 어이없는 상황에 대해 얘기 좀 할까? 라는 뜻이에요. This is the Fiora situation. 상황이라는 뜻 외에 situation이었습니다.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 랭크 게임을 플레이할 땐 전략적인 뱀픽이 아주 중요한데요. 그렇게 심사숙고를 해서 챔피언을 밴했을 때 쿨하지 못한 반응을 보이는 몇몇 친구들이 있더라고요. 오늘의 주제는 바로 뒤끝 장렬 챔피언 탑3입니다. 먼저 3위부터 살펴볼게요.
No cure for fools.
No cure for fools. 멍청한 데는 약도 없지.
3위는 바로 레알 클래스 첫 회의 주인공 야스오입니다. Cure, 약, 치유하다, 낫게 하다라는 뜻인데요. 협곡에서 바람 타고 다닐 땐 쿨한 척 다 하더니 밴 당하자마자 바로 극딜을 넣네요. 이어서 2위 함께 보시죠.
More of a dog person, huh?
More of a dog person, huh? 고양이보단 개라 이거지.
2위는 협곡의 유일한 고양이, 유미입니다. dog person이라는 재밌는 표현이 나왔죠. 단어 그대로 개 플러스 사람이라는 말이 절대 아니고요. 강아지를 좋아하는 사람이란 뜻입니다. Are you a dog person or a cat person? 이렇게 물어보면 너 강아지가 더 좋아? 아니면 고양이가 더 좋아? 라는 질문인데요. 유미라면 아무래도 I'm more of a cat person. 난 고양이가 더 좋아 라는 답이 듣고 싶겠죠? 그럼 마지막으로 뒤끝 장렬 챔피언 1위를 확인해 보시죠.
It's your funeral.
It's your funeral. 네 제슨 날이다.
1위는 바로 영혼의 길잡이 요릭입니다. funeral, 장례식이라는 단어까지 나왔으니 더 이상의 설명이 필요 없죠? 밴 한번 잘못했다가 아주 큰일 나겠어요. 지금까지 밴픽에서 가장 뒤끝이 심한 챔피언 탑3였습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 오늘 배울 단어는 바로 ult, ultimate, 궁극이입니다. ultimate 단어는 궁극적인 최후의, 최고의라는 뜻이에요. 한국에서 끙이라고 줄여 쓰는 거랑 똑같아요. 미드 라인전 하는데 상대편 정화가 갱 왔어요. 어쩔 수 없이 죽었는데 같은 팀원이 ult? 라고 치면 너 궁 안 써? 라고 물어보는 거예요. 이럴 때 팁 하나 알려주자면 채팅창에 길게 쓸 필요 없이 CD라고 치면 돼요. Cool down. 난 궁 쿨이었어. 물론 진짜 쿨이었을 때만 써야 해요. 보지마 하면 다 티나요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 situation, dog person, 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
DRX, they absolutely wipe the floor with them here. Someone here will walk down and take down the Nexus. Not my favorite call, walk down and take down the Nexus, but it's an okay one. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to 2022 Spring LCK. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our match of the week, or one of our matches of the week. Kia taking on DRX here right now. And of course, tomorrow our first match is going to be the Telecom War, so that is another one to look out for. This one, though, not exactly where we're expecting these two teams to be.
No,
right?
certainly not. I think the match of the week video puts it pretty plainly. You know, they shared time together, Beryl and Kia. Now their opponents on the other side of the rift. You know, no one can stay on top forever. Kia struggling a little bit this season, but DRX started at the bottom and fought their way up to being maybe a top 3 team here in the LCK. So a lot of changes, a lot of really big growth for DRX, and also Kia finding their footing a little bit through these first few weeks. This is a banger match for sure.
It absolutely is, and I think that my eyes are drawn so many places on this map as well. Thankfully, we've got points of the match to really try and hone in on exactly what we want to look out for. And the most anticipated round 1 battle for third, and defending champions Kia certainly feeling like they deserve a higher position than that, but a 5-win streak for DRX. Remember, this is a team we were talking about at the beginning of the season saying, oh man, they're falling apart. What's going on with DRX? They're losing all over the place. It's ridiculous. And now, 5 wins in a row.
Yeah, and this is not just 5 wins against weak teams or anything like that. They've actually taken down some Titans on their way. This is the end of the round robin for them. The winner of this will take 3rd place for the first round robin of the season. And it's a pretty big mark, right? Especially considering the rivalry between these two orgs back in 2020 as well, before Kia, of course, stepped up and lifted the World's Trophy. Is Deft and Beryl, can they keep it up against Ducklin?
Ducklin?
We'll never say that again.
Yeah, I don't really like
but it was a cool idea, you know?
Yeah, not a big fan of the old Ducklin, but that's all right. Lolmaster Beryl against his former team of 5 years for the first time. And remember, Beryl was one of the OG Dom 1 players, right? Like, this guy used to be an 80 carry for the team alongside Hoyt at the very early days of Dom 1. So really will be a look back. You know, this is his first team that he's been to outside of Dom 1 and Deft and Beryl really have made a massive name for themselves, but they haven't cracked that top 3 yet, right? There is still Gumayushi Carrier, who are absolutely the Titans at the top when it comes to the duo lanes at the bottom side of the map, but Dom and Kellen really are up there, have been since the end of last year.
Yep, and will the win streak continue, or will it be an upset? Kia on an 8-match, 17-game win streak against DRX since 2020 round 2. They have not lost to them in such a long time. DRX had the advantage in spring of 2020, but it was when Dom 1 started to shine in summer that the streak just went on and on and on.
Yeah,
so.
And we all remember that final as well. It was probably the most one-sided final I have ever cast in my career, as Dom 1 just 3-0 demolished DRX in, the most one-sided fashion that we've seen in a really long time. So we'll see whether the Monkey can get off the back of DRX and they can actually overcome what has been a big thorn in their side. Let's have a look at this match record. Yeah, that's a whoopsie.
It's rough. It goes all the way into the summer finals, like you said, that 3-0, and then you can look at even the Kespa Cup group match they won. Like, they didn't drop any games, not a single game against DRX. So they really, I think, extenuate this rivalry quite a bit. You know, the tides turned there in summer for 2020, and it just hasn't been DRX's day. But tonight, it does feel like, with how they've been looking and how confident Deft has been, there's hope that DRX could upset tonight and get that 6-game winning streak, take that 3rd place spot away from defending champions Dom 1 Kia.
And you can see DRX have really improved these stats. It's like actually crazy. 2,000, second highest damage per minute, but I'm looking at that gold difference at 30. They just seem to have leads at 30 minutes into the game, and this is a stat that you'd normally see on a team that's in first place. Like, that could be a T1 stat right there, but it's not. It's DRX that are in the lead when it comes to later game leads.
Yeah, their control of the mid to late game has been their strongest point, and that's often where Deft ends up sharing up that DPM, which is why they're 2nd place as well. Deft's been insane on the AD carry role, and it's very exciting to see him face off against Duckdom and Kellen here in that bot duo matchup, because Duckdom has also not lived up to the hype, I think, that we've given to him. It's not that he's been playing badly, but we were all kind of feeling like, okay, this is the best AD carry in Korea. Let's see how he does. And then Gumayusi very quickly overtook him as Dom 1 Kia take to the stage once again with Birdall in the top lane, and that has been the weak point for this team all season long, but it looks less and less of a liability as time goes on.
It does really feel like Bertle's really starting to settle in towards that top lane position for Damwon Kia. I think they're also playing around him better as well, and the longer it goes, the more time Canyon and Showmaker have to mold the rest of the team around the Damwon Kia playstyle. And you expect that is only going to mean good things for this team that has had domestic dominance here in Korea for what feels like a very, very long time.
Yeah, it's 3 back-to-back titles, right? And they're looking to be the first one to go 4, as it's a long road ahead, right? With Genji and T1 both looking more dominant. They'll have to beat DRX
Not to mention
along the way.
DRX as well, exactly, yeah.
DRX might actually be ahead of them at the end of the first round robin, which would be, for the first time, Damwon Kia falls down to a spot like that since their run in 2020 summer, as their opponents on the other side of the rift here are hungry to actually finally put a permanent spot on the board, I think, for them, because to get that 5 wins in a row that they have is a great start, right? But this actually solidifies we're a top 3 team in the first round robin. Like, this is proving we started at the bottom, now we're here. You know, not to put out that old nasty quote, but like, this is really the story of DRX, right? Like, it was such a rough time. They got some of these wins through their challengers team as well, and DRX can actually put a permanent stake in history, being a top 3 team in the LCK and an extremely dominant team in challengers, while having an entire challengers roster with the exception of Deft also playing in the LCK. It's not something we can say about any other teams in LCK history, and it's really exciting to see DRX might be able to get that top 3 spot and make a really great run through the second round robin.
Yep, we'll have to see whether they can actually do it, because Damwon Kia looked probably like the most dominant team last week. Yes, their opposition wasn't exactly the most difficult to overcome, especially for a team like theirs, but the way they did it was just absolutely ruthless. And I don't know whether DRX have that clean level of gameplay that we've come to expect, because you saw there were other stats on that screen, right? And it was early game goal differences that DRX definitely do not have a handle on. They come back in their games in order to take down their opponents. As we check out Deft versus Doc Dam, and Deft has had an absolute renaissance of a season.
He has, and I think the biggest standouts for me are goal difference at 15 and duo kills. He's doubled Doc Dam and Kellen in the lane. Deft and Beryl are actually just straight up destroying people. They are winning lane so hard, and often without the help of their jungler. Because we see a lot of the time the AD carry gets ahead because he's set up by the AD carry, or there's mistakes on the other side, they get punished by the enemy jungler. And this is Deft just basically straight up winning 2v2s. Over and over and over again, then performing in the late game. He's no longer playing with fear or nerves. He said this in interviews. He's feeling very comfortable. He wants to go out with his career in a very, very high note, and that he is certainly on track for that right now.
Now, looking fantastic. If he performs this well, we're going to say no. You're not allowed to have this be your last year, Deft. I am very sorry, but the Alpaca must remain in the LCK. If you're going to play this well, it's just not fair to lose you. I'd say the same thing to Khan.
That sign there was just like, please send him to the Asia Games. You know, if he gets his exemption, then we might get a little bit longer.
Absolutely. And I think that so many of our players never want to actually stop, but here in Korea, there is sort of that hard out that you need for a lot of these players that do need to do military service, and that it is so difficult to get the skills honed once again back to that pro level. But still, that is a ways away. We're in the middle of spring right now, and there is an opportunity to really put a dent in Damwon Kia, as DRX have that opportunity to do so. But they have to get through this man right here. Our POG leader by the most gigantic of margins, 300 points ahead of the second place. I believe is still the case here for Canyon. No one's caught back up to him, but good to see that even though some eye issues here for Kyoshi, he doesn't seem to be under the weather quite as much as we saw on stage last time around.
Yeah, it's crazy the circumstances again in which DRX have powered through those last 2 best-of-3s. That lead to this 5-game winning streak. The lack of a coach, right? They've done some shifting around. Coach Kim was fired, right? There's a lot on the shoulders of DRX here, and it feels like we had a massive dip for this team in summer last year, but now they're back on the up and up with this new roster, and it's not even a massive change up for them. It's a retooling of existing players, right? And the more I think about this series, I think this one very quietly snuck under the radar for me, because my match of the week was the Telecom War, and I'm watching this and I'm feeling like all the stories come through, and
I mean,
getting a little bit of hype.
They're both definitely hype. This is definitely closer. When we look at the standings, these two teams are theoretically on closer footing, but I can't help for this to be marred by history. And DRX have just not stood a chance against Damwon Kia in even the slightest of margins for 2 years.
Yeah.
And I was there. I cast that final in 2020. I also cast the quarterfinal at Worlds. It was my first best of 5 of the World Championship, and it was way too short, Wolf.
Yeah. You saw the sunset.
I definitely did. But now it's an opportunity for DRX to fight back, because we've got a lot of solo lane bans so far.
Yeah, we certainly do. The Victor taken away here from Zeka, and UDC the Rise ban, which, again, I think is going to be a mainstay. Don't be surprised by that one. His win rates jumped up a lot. Teams are figuring out how to use him better. Caitlyn banned away here, and there's a lot of really interesting options here for Damwon Kia's first pick. You know, it's Duckdom's Aphelios, potentially
Duckdom's Zeri.
Yeah, the Zeri's up. They'll take away the Zeri.
That's a Corki angle, I reckon, and Showmaker getting to play Corki does not sound like a recipe for good stuff.
It's a Graves angle for Birdall, though.
Interesting. Okay, so they are going to forego a potential Corki.
And this means DRX have a great Corki opportunity themselves. They can take the Corki and the Jinx. Even though Aphelios is still open, if you wanted to go down that path, it's a great opportunity to do so because you'll know you're outranging, but it's deft Aphelios. And he doesn't want to risk his plot armor on the Jinx.
No, exactly right.
Damwon Kia.
This is precisely my point. So far, this will be Def's 10th game on the Aphelios. He's played 4 games on Jinx, and he has not lost too many of them. Currently 100% win rate over 4. Really trying to boost up that win rate for himself. But Duckdom and Kellen looking to lock away exactly that pick. And this is Duckdom's most played this season as well.
Yeah.
I believe it's second most played, but it's 5 and 6 between Aphelios and Jinx. So this will be evening out the most played between the two. As Zeka is hovering the new and slightly updated Ahri.
I don't think he's going for it. No way.
I like this a lot more, as the Gwen into the grave is going to be the choice.
So this means that for DRX, you know, there's a Graves that's low range, but there's Jinx that's high range. You still probably want to consider the Corki ban here, as it's not going to work very well with the Aphelios on
I think
your
the
side.
Corki ban has to come in against Damwon.
Yeah, that's what I'm
because
saying.
if they get it, like, oof, that comp is real.
They take away Showmaker's LeBlanc first, and that's really interesting. Obviously, Showmaker's a great LeBlanc player and will play it often even blind. But it also could mean that DRX might be looking to pivot here and take the Corki themselves. Maybe a bit of a mind game here as Damwon Kia on the other side want to maybe lock out some of these support pool here for Barrel. Banning the Leona would be pretty fantastic start.
Yep.
Pretty easy
Currently, Zeka is 2-1 on the Corki. Not necessarily our most dominant. I believe it was his first game where the Corki kind of looked a bit forgettable.
Yeah, he has not
since playing a bit better in his remaining games.
See what Damwon, or rather what DRX do here, because it does open up a lot of possibilities. The Lulu is a great ban when you consider the Aphelios and the Xin Zhao here for DRX.
Yep.
As Lee Sin will be the ban since Poppy is open and Canyon hasn't locked up his jungle just yet. Which means the Corki, again, is still hovering out there. I don't know if this is a game where we see it necessarily. I think it's much stronger for Damwon's composition.
It's interesting as well, because the Karma is left up at the same time.
Yeah.
And won't be something that Damwon is able to pick away. So if DRX get Corki Karma, for example, I mean, that seems a little bit frightening to me. But the Akali is going to be banned away. And now DRX. Do they want to go down the let's wait and scale route? No, they don't. They want to lock in the Rakan and give Zeka the counter pick in that mid lane.
Yeah, this is going to be DRX just trying to play a game around Deft, carrying on the Aphelios, not going to play around Zeka's Corki, not into a matchup like Damwon Kia, where, like you said, Zeka's Corki has been better, but not fantastic. So you don't trust it as much. It's nerfed. It's not as strong. It'll be really interesting to see if we actually have a blind Zoe pick here.
Yeah, of course. This is Showmaker Zoe. He's very comfortable on the pick. There's not really those hard counters into the champion. And things like LeBlanc that we see often picked up into the Zoe are not available, along with things like the Victor and the Akali, I guess, that are already off the table.
There's a good angle here for just picking up Jarvan. You know, you have already a lot of really nice setup for Zoe. Zoe gets asleep, you Jarvan engage on somebody, Jinx gets that first kill. Looks like they want to all in instead.
Canyon back
Graves
to his
jungle.
Yeah, back to his old favorite here in the Graves jungle. This is a pivot that we used to see Peanut doing a lot when Graves was more used on the top side of the map. They did like to flex that one, and Canyon originally absolutely loved the Graves, even though it has fallen out of popularity now in the jungle.
There's a lot of options here.
Do it. Give me the Yone. He's played his brother. It didn't go so well.
I think the Ahri works here. I also think Orianna is a fantastic comp here for them, but they are going to go for the Ahri.
Okay.
So Ahri has been reworked. She's more of an assassin. She does a lot of damage. She can heal if she gets reset. So the way she functions is extremely high mobility, and she has with her upgraded ultimate, she has a longer period, a longer threshold of which she can continue to dash, and if she gets a reset, then that's extended. So she can actually be more relevant in longer fights, but she can also obviously be able to outmaneuver a Zoe in lane, can really zip around the backline, can get a lot of kills, and can function somewhat like a Viego in terms of kills get set up by the Aphelios, by the Gwen. She goes in and cleans them up, becomes nigh unkillable. Some things have changed as well. Her charm no longer gives bonus damage against the charmed target.
Yep.
And I think this is a pretty good pick into the Zoe because of the mobility that Ahri offers.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You add a little bit of the Katarina flavor to your Ahri. You take away the amplification like you were talking about, so it's not so much like a if I miss my charm, I do nothing style of champion, I guess. But definitely looking forward to seeing how the newly revamped Ahri is going to work. Feels like Foxfire is a little bit better on the champion now too. But I don't think that she's changed necessarily enough for her to rocket into priority or anything like that, and for us to be too excited about it. She's still kind of Ahri, right?
I'm more concerned about who's piloting it, right? It's Zeka. He's going to have to show he's really put his hours in on this rework to prove himself against Showmaker here.
No, exactly right. But let's see whether he can as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1 of our match of the week. Damwon Kia versus DRX. And already we've got a new pickup as Zeka is going to be taking the new Ahri into this mid lane.
Taking Electrocute, of course, and Ignite. Wants to have kill pressure in the lane with Pyoshik's Xinjiao here. Not to mention there's a lot of synergy with the Rakan with this pick too. I mean, you have a lot of CC lockdown.
Yeah, and they have a lot of assassination potential as well. But what I'm worried about, right, is a very similar situation that we saw in the first series that was unable to be capitalized on by Halma-Life Esports. And that is Damwon Kia with the most outrageous range advantage that we've seen in a really long time. It is Zoe, Jinx, and the Jace. And then also Kellen on the Tahm Kench that can then save people from sticky situations. It means that single target CC is not necessarily what you want. And there was already a Tahm Kench before the Ahri was locked in. So these charms, you just gobble them up, and it should be okay. Works once, I guess, and of course Devour has a longer cooldown than the charm, but if that one play happens, right, and the Ahri gets in range to get that charm down, there is always just that get-out-of-jail-free card that you have to play around as DRX. So this will take some finesse.
And it's going to go ahead and start the red side red buff here, so we'll actually get the opportunity to get a nice lead and steal away a lot of Pyoshik's jungle, which is fantastic for him. And this is something that DRX, will have to respond to. You can see Pyoshik is already hanging over to the blue side of the map to trade red buffs here. They had that ward over there, spot out Canyon early. And the Canyon just kind of lives around this part of the map right now, it feels like, here on Summoner's Rift at level 1. Loves to make the plays around it. We saw that Gwen play from him earlier on in the season. Yep. In the laning phase of this is really just going to be extremely skill-based, but obviously Zeka will have a hard time against the range here that Zoe's going to bring in. And the kill potential she also has, so Sleep versus Charm, the Trouble Bubble always going to be a little bit more powerful because of the range that it has.
Well, we can see that Canyon gave away his position to get back towards his side of the map. Pyoshik down here on the bottom side as well. So they do have some pings out. Canyon just going to question mark ping, saying that no, he did not take my red buff, but he did take my my chickens.
12 and 12 in spring here. It's been very, very back and forth. It's really, again, just about the execution of these champs and the comps that they're with. So not too much to glean from that. As, it is def just standard, took heal this game, doesn't want to cleanse, will have press the attack, and can really, push this lane pretty hard if he has backup from Pyoshik. And if he gets the opportunity to just kind of hit this Tahm Kench repeatedly and start to get a lead down here, just kind of what we've been seeing from him. His lane dominance is why those stats we saw earlier are so fantastic. Obviously, his late game is good too, but those were really the standouts in a meta where the AD carry matchup is often determined by, was there a Caitlyn, and how much did your jungle help? In Def's case, is like, I don't need anybody's help. I'm going to win this, no matter what the matchup is.
Yeah, he tends to just make things work. This is against Kellen and Doctorm, though, so it's a different matchup. However, also, Kellen and Doctorm are playing Jinx Tahm Kench, so they're not going to have too much of an advantage early. That being said, things very even there towards the bottom side so far. So DRX, a little bit of an onus on them to try and put some pressure on with the fact that they have more offensive buttons. Speaking of which, Beryl is going to whip the grand entrance, but has a battle ban, so not going to get punished whatsoever.
Pioshik looking for this. This is actually a great duel versus a Graves. He does not have any help, of course.
Oh, Canyon actually putting a ward over to the other side as Pioshik comes on in. Does manage to get a lot of damage down here, down to 250, 200, gets the smite. And Pioshik is just going to walk this one out. Kingen turns up as well to help out his jungler. Bit of a kerfuffle, a little bit of a skirmish, but Canyon's going to just be fine.
It allows Zeka to put a little bit more pressure on Showmaker here. If Showmaker tries to rotate over, you potentially get that first kill for the Ahri, who has an Ignite. So that prio that you have in mid at this very niche moment, right, with this weird matchup here, almost allows for that play to happen. And if the smite isn't there for Canyon, he just straight up dies. So that's a great duel that you have as the Xin Zhao here.
I believe Pioshik also stole away the Gromp camp as well.
Yes, he did.
So that means that instantly it is just an advantage for him. Anyway, I do want to talk about Zeka and the Ahri just for a little bit here. I did a bit of scouting at what his solo queue has been looking like, and the guy's played a fair bit of Ahri. Currently sitting on a, what is it, 5.3 KDA, something like that, 82% win rate over 11 games. There's not a lot of a sample size because a lot of our LCK players have been spending a lot more time scrimming than playing solo queue, but he certainly put in a few hours here just by himself on the champions. Canyon moves in, gets a bit of a love tap there onto Deft. And Damwon Kia are going to claim some control here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be shocking if he hadn't, right? Considering he's pulling it out here. Obviously, we do see this used a lot in scrims. It's being used in some other regions, too. This is not an LCK exclusive. Is Pioshik looking to punish here? There's no ward in this brush as Barrow's looking for the attack.
There's the Graviton. Once again, Deft starting off these engages. Doctorm down to about 200, but Deft is very, very low. The flash forward from Kellen, so aggressive, but it's Pioshik that picks up the first blood. Kellen manages to abyssally dive his way out, but not with his AD carry, and they use all of their summoners. Deft still had heal.
He still had heal, and he still does have it, so they're going to actually try to push this advantage even further as Kellen's trying to hold this wave here. Deft will not have to use his heal, but will, of course, have to retreat back away. Very well played in the lane. This one with the help of Pioshik, but once again, Deft gets ahead in lane. This happens time and time and time again here in the LCK, and it's been a huge part of why DRX have looked so good, and even with their challengers team, he was the one constant. He didn't change.
Hey, taking care of rookies is Deft's specialty. You know, he's been doing it for the last, what, 2 years or something like that?
Well, now, you know, for DRX with this kill on the bottom side of the map, they have a little bit more control over the map. 80 seconds to go until that Rift Herald spawns. We'll watch this again. Pioshik sweeps, he knows there's no vision, and it's a really aggressive play here from Barrel. They get the root, they get the knock-up, and Pioshik goes in. Kellen does his best here to peel and get on top of Deft because he still had Ignite, but there's a follow flash here for Pioshik, and only because of the voyage is he able to escape. Otherwise, he is dead. You see that root go down from Deft at the last possible second. If he was even a second later, it's a double.
Yep. It's really interesting, actually, talking about this. I was having a chat to Jonghyun about this matchup earlier, and she's like, I have a feeling Damwon's going to pick some strange comps today. And this is now Graves Zoe. That we haven't seen so much of, right? Graves back in the jungle, so a little bit experimental here from Damwon Kia. Maybe she knows something that we don't. I don't remember giving her the script, but I don't have it anymore, so
well, the
that might have been where it went.
The Graves is very fragile against a lot of the common jungle picks right now in the early game, as we saw Pioshik try to abuse this fact earlier on. And if you have some extra prio, sometimes you can get bullied as the Graves, but what Canyon will be able to do, even though he doesn't have hard CC for these ganks and things like that, is he'll be able to defend. Some of his teammates can counter gank very well and will be very tanky and he does a lot more damage than Xin Zhao will consistently in late game team fights. So Going to be good for him as another engage from Beryl.
Yep, Docdom doesn't have a flash, so can't get himself out of the way of these moments as Battle Dance gives Beryl all of the opportunity to just escape.
They're just really trying to push every possible edge they can in this bottom lane. Because the rise of Rakan here in the LCK just looks so oppressive to lane against right now in this meta.
Yeah. A little bit of a range issue there with the Severum and the Crescendum for Deft, so unable to actually get up there and put any pressure on his Fertile. Going to trade pretty nicely here with Kingen.
You feel really good, though, about the ability to take this Rift Herald with the bot prio you have. You could pin down the enemy Jinx, because if she leaves, then Deft gets plates. So she has to stay, and Crescendum is ready. So, you know, at this moment in time as Dam1Kia, you're really reliant on your Jace, who's very fragile in this early game.
Yeah, Beryl going to try and escape here as he flashes away from his old teammate. Collateral damage just barely picking the gap between the two bot laners of DRX, and Kyoshik takes this opportunity to just take down Shelly. Really nice capitalization here from DRX, and you can show that you can see that they have put so much preparation into this series, way more than I put into that sentence.
Dam1Kia tried so hard to make something happen here on the bottom side of the map because they knew they wouldn't be able to fight properly with this fragile Jace at this stage, and they failed to get the kill, and Graves coming back for a second time. Can's like, we have to do something here because we lost Rift Herald, and there's just no wave, there's no opportunity. The Ahri is doing very well in lane, and DRX is a very nice lead.
There's vision everywhere for DRX here towards the bottom side, so no real opportunity for Dam1Kia to answer back. Docdom has that back cancelled as well, and all of these extra bits of time are so dangerous. And because they know that Docdom wants to go home, it's just Kyoshik booking it towards the bottom side of the map. He knows where his bread's buttered.
Yeah, he wants to get Deft into just a carry position, right? And obviously they can deny so much CS here for Docdom, who's now just desperately backing. This is what you see in Aphelios do when you lose the Rift Herald, where they just push 3-man. But now he's got the Rift Herald. So guess what? He's going to get plates here on this turret and the top turret, as the ult here is absorbed by Kyoshik. Yep. And, I mean, there is just nothing you can do right now as Docdom. You're just coming back slowly going like, please leave some CS for me, turret. Don't kill all of them. As now Deft's going to get plates on both sides of the map. It's 10.5 minutes into the game. He has such a nice lead here, 20 CS up. And this is just how it goes. Now, Kyoshik has, with the roams and stuff, and how much control he's given over the map to Canyon with the Rift Herald take as well solo, he's given up a lot of CS. Well, that's what he's doing to empower the rest of the map, whereas Canyon is going to be relevant damage-wise, needs that extra gold for items, so there's a bit of a trade-off here, but I feel like as DRX, you're really winning hard right now because the Aphelios is the biggest winner of how the jungle splits.
No, precisely. You can see it's only 300 gold so far, even with all of those plates, as Kingan's been farming under turret for a long time, things like that. I mean, Canyon has been hoovering up the jungle. He's now 5 camps in the lead, and that's what happens, right? You lose control of your map, but that does give Canyon the ability to slink into the enemy jungle and start denying these camps. And Kyoshik has been taken advantage of in that regard just a little bit. But he's been around the map, grabbed themselves the first Drake, grabbed the first Herald. Second Drake going to be up in 10 seconds time. We'll see whether that is going to be a fight that they want, as Deft actually comes back towards the bottom side. I actually was with you there a little bit, thinking that he might try and get plates on the top side or elsewhere, as he does do a little bit of damage here to Docdom. There's the Moonlight Vigil as he's almost just dead. Deft has to flash out of the way of the Super Mega Death Rocket though, and he only trades that for the heal, so certainly good news for Dam1 here.
Casual 1v2 attempt here from Deft doesn't work out this time around, but the rest of his team was coming over. The support and jungler were heading down, but he just jumped the gun a little bit early, because if they end up getting that kill, they get a second Drake with it. And now it's kind of awkward. Deft is very low. He's still going to head over to that Drake, and they're going to look to take this. Or you're going to have the fast track too. So Dam1Kia really need to respect, I think, the power of this Ahri at this stage.
Yeah, Deft actually chilling out here on the bottom side of the map. It is going to be the Drake taken by Kyoshik. Canyon gets in there, makes it a 50-50, but isn't able to have the smite button on hand. It is a Cloud Drake this time around. You're welcome, everyone. But that means that it's not going to be as imperative to lock down these, as Showmaker now making his way into the enemy jungle. I believe Canyon just stole that one away, so he's very good at the more neutral camps and stealing those away, even if the Drake does go to DRX.
Yeah, it's the Eclipse build here for the Graves, by the way. We haven't seen this one in a long time, but, it's going to be very powerful against these squishy Ahri, the Aphelios, and, of course, the Rakan that's often going to be meeting him on the edge. Like, that's part of why you see this build, because Beryl is going to find himself trying to find these flank angles, trying to set up for these grand entrances, these knockups, and that's when he's going to run into a very, very deadly Canyon who is just free farmed, like you mentioned, 30 CS up now in terms of his camp control. So he's doing very well at setting up for what his job is going to be, which is to be a more consistent damage output and a big threat, not an initiation tool per se, like Pyosik will be in this game. And the question is, did DRX get enough value here out of their early lead? And yes, 2 Drakes are nice. They did get those plates for the Aphelios, who's got a lead, but it's tough to say because we don't know enough about how this Ahri plays into the late game just yet and how well-versed Zeka is at team fights. Because Kingan's doing fine. Like, he's going to be able to side lane. We'll be able to beat a Jace out in that regard. It's a very close game.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think that both of these teams have advantages when it comes to the late game that you can find for themselves, right? Like, there is win conditions that are very differing because setting up around objectives, getting poked down and things like this, finding the opportunistic picks, Damwon Kia are super good at that. You know, the follow-up that they have is just ridiculous with Shock Blast, Paddle Stars, Super Mega Death Rockets, the safety of the Devour to come through there, and even collateral damage with a lethality build sounds absolutely terrifying. But DRX should have split pushing power. They have far more engage, and if DRX make the right decisions, they will be able to take advantages. Plus, they have put the hard yards into the bottom lane to allow Def to have a massive lead.
And now, you know, the one thing you're missing here is DRX, I feel, is the Ignite choice for Zeka here really hasn't worked out. He hasn't used it. He hasn't been able to get any power from Pyosik. Pyosik's been mostly hovering around the bottom side, you know, helping clean up some of those potential turns from Damwon Kia's bot duo. And if Zeka had teleport, I think there's a lot more opportunities for him to actually turn side lane plays as the Ahri, because he can chase so easily. Like, that's one thing that Ahri is also great at in the late game is, uh-oh, things went wrong on the side lane, but I teleport in and then I dash around and I burst somebody like a Jace down. If you're dealing with a more tanky side laner, then you have a lot of problems as Ahri. But against the Jace, I think you're kind of starting to wish you had teleport right now as Zeka, because you could have had so many more opportunities to make plays around the map post 14 minutes now that it would have been unleashed. But again, we'll see how Zeka plays this. It's still too early for me to judge how this is going to go because it's the first time we've seen this reworked Ahri in pro play here in Korea.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing whether some of these resets can actually come through, right? Because that is what has been given to her kit. That's kind of the added bonus that you do have now. Some other sort of like numbers changes and things like that, but I think the reset mechanic is the main one that really draws your eye as Damwon do get some mid control and think about turning their attention over towards Shirley.
Yeah, and with the position of Kingan right now, there's a teleport engage potential here for Damwon Kia, or for DRX, excuse me, as Barrel's in a really nice spot. There's the flash!
Yeah, big old flash forward for Pyosik. Crescent Guard comes down as well as he keeps himself healthy. Barrel comes down as well as Canyon just stands his ground. That's the wind becomes lightning as Zeka. Let's see whether he can actually get something to work here as Pyosik has made his way out and the trouble bubble will not land. Barrel still in the back of the pit here as Showmaker picks up a smite and helps take this one down. In goes Barrel, finds the grand entrance, the quickness, does a bunch of work as Def finds himself the Moonlight Vigil and they wipe the floor with the Tom Kench. But can they win the rest of the fight as TP comes in and Bertle is going to join. Pyosik goes down and it's a 1-for-1. But the Eye of the Herald was collected by Damwon.
Damwon Kia will pick up the Eye of the Herald. Plates are down, but this could be permanent damage done in either the mid or top lanes here. For Damwon Kia, it looks like it's just going to be the mid. They've got a whole wave here. Everybody's already grouped up. And yes, Def will get some free farm on the top side of the map, but this should be a double charge, easy peasy. In fact, the first charge will be on the inner turret as DRX now, you know, struggling to defend. They have those respawns coming through, but this is not a great defensive comp here in terms of wave player. You've got like an Ahri and a Gwen.
Short range.
And so, yeah, the range problem you talked about, it also impacts how you can defend a Rift Herald like this. And second Rift Heralds are not critical objectives in most games of pro play, but in a game like this, it actually is pretty huge when you win that fight handedly and then are able to grab that inner turret gold. So no plates, but still keeping the gold relatively even. Now trying to turn this mid-lead prio into a Drake, the first of the game here for Damwon Kia, and I don't think DRX have the tools to stop this just yet.
No, it's definitely going to belong to Damwon Kia. They had all of the control of the map, and we actually just had a bit of a glimpse of what happens if Damwon take over this game, and that is they just get all this control. You can see, yep, goodbye, Beryl. Showmaker says, yeah, it's good to see you again, buddy. Have a good time in the Death Chamber with that gray screen, because, yeah, this is what happens. They get control, they manage to find all the wards, and then Beryl can't go anywhere.
Yeah. Beryl won't be able to do much in situations like this, but If he doesn't get caught or positions better, you know, this situation definitely could have been avoided. As we're going to go back to this Rift Herald fight where, again, functionally this composition really struggles right now as DRX because you didn't get the Ahri ahead. The engage here and disengage there with the quickness is so perfect from Beryl. He slept, still survives for a very long time here, and a lot of resources given to him, but you can't win this one anymore. The teleport in from the Gwen ends up being very misplaced, you know, like he's able to lose a ton of his health bar as he arrives. As we're going to watch Showmaker land this sleep and grab a kill. Very
too easy, I guess.
Yeah. That was like the Darth Vader all too easy.
Yeah.
Just pushed him into the air vent.
Yep, uses the force in order to close the what is it, the carbonite?
The carbonite freezing thing, yeah.
Yep.
Ahri will be able to side lane. We talked a lot about the Gwen side laning versus the Jace and how great that can be, but Ahri is so great at side laning because of her ultimate. She can escape from any situation. She can also duel against Graves if he tries to come over, can actually turn a fight. So the 1-3-1 here, I think, is where DRX are going to really live or die by because they didn't get enough of a lead with the Ahri early on, and so Zoe becomes exponentially better scaling-wise, damage-wise, utility-wise in every single scenario, especially because they have a Jace to back it up.
Yep. Also, Showmaker is starting to pick up some kills at the same time, and this is the mid-game. This is exactly where Zoe thrives, and they've opened up the map. You can see there's no turret there in that mid lane.
The wolf turret is gone.
Indeed, and this is why it's called the wolf turret, is basically because of the Zoe matchups, where if you can make the Rift dark, then that is when she absolutely thrives. So this is a bit of a worrying time for DRX potentially, but they are wrestling back some of the vision. You can see there's control wards littering the map right now.
Yeah,
Beryl has a lot of mobility.
They've kind of drawn an equator across the map. They're side laning well. Pioshik is sticking with Ahri, because if you try to punish this, oh, she's squishy, maybe we can make this happen, then suddenly Ahri goes in and jumps on Canyon here. If Canyon walks into that brush, Pioshik engages on him, they wipe Canyon out.
Yep.
As he realizes very quickly and backs away.
Yeah, Beryl here fighting for vision. You can see able to use the grand entrance in order to get out, but Damwon really starting to be able to find the advantages. And I love this. Like, this is what Damwon's so good at, is they identify when they become strong in a game, and then immediately the whole situation kind of changes because they understand, I can walk up now. I have the ability to get the extra control because we have all of our things online. Damwon all sort of came in with these one items.
Yeah, Damwon know their win conditions even when their normal draft win conditions go away. Like, they're able to find even special win conditions, right? Like,
the backup win condition to the original win.
Yeah, they're going into like the side quest of the Rift to find these, and right now it's still going according to plan, right? They have good poke, and the side laning here from DRX is good. It's helped get them a small gold lead and a small Drake lead, but it's not good enough to where Damwon Kia's comp can't function. Damwon Kia's comp is, as you say, just now starting to really hit its strides. And we might see a 2-for-2 Drake split here for Damwon Kia if they can wrestle control of the bottom part of the map, where Jace is trying to push out right now. I think Damwon Kia will also have to be willing to lose turrets sometimes on the map to get objective control for about the next 5 to 7 minutes before their composition really starts to hit spikes. So we've got the Magi's completed here for Showmaker because he knows I'm about to carry this game. Like, I only have 2 stacks on there right now, but I'm about to add a few pages.
Let's see whether Deft is going to... Okay, Canyon, like, almost dies. The Eclipse does not really provide you with the defensive capabilities that of a shield bow will give you, I guess.
No.
Yeah, Canyon's going to have to go home, try and repair himself. Zeka here continuing to put on pressure on the top side, and you could see that DRX really thought that Damwon wanted to defend this. Apparently, Damwon really don't want to defend this.
That's what I was saying. Like, they have to be willing to give up turrets to control Drake. And they're going to do that. They're going to give this turret up, and they're going to control Drake because they know Zeka doesn't have teleport, which goes back to a point I was making earlier. He still hasn't pressed Ignite this game. And so, you know, maybe wants to pick teleport next time, even though he's an assassin. As Zeka is going to continue to push this, but Damwon Kia might get more than just a Drake here if DRX are not careful. This is played brilliantly. Now they can actually kite the Ahri back to this Baron. Damwon Kia did not have vision.
They did spot this, so they didn't know what's going on. It looks like Damwon just don't care, though, as now they're eventually going to move on over. Yeah, DRX have actually pulled off this completely, as, of course, it was scryed. Deft is going to get a little bit tired. Let's see whether Beryl's going to be able to block this. And yes, he is going to be able to. Battle Dance is back, and that's going to be fine. Damwon Kia will take themselves this Cloud Drake, and I think As soon as the Cloud Soul came up, DRX were like not interested, which I'm a little bit offended by, but that's fine.
They, you know, DRX did a little bit of the another caster, English caster thing we do is the have the cake and eat it too. Like, I think if you push the Ahri all the way to the inhibitor and pull Damwon Kia on the opposite side of the map away from the Drake, then maybe you group up on Drake and you can pull Damwon Kia around the map. When you group up in the same place as where the Ahri is, and then Damwon Kia spot you and pull you off of it, then you don't get anything, and then you also lose the Drake, and you also don't get the inhibitor. So DRX trying to bite up a little bit more than they could chew, I think, in terms of the macro play here, and Damwon Kia just play it safe, carefully. Don't all in on the Baron, just spot it out. Oh, you didn't start it yet. We have some time.
Yep.
And send Bertle over there to help grab the Drake. So easy cleanup here. We're now at the 2-2 split.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the Gwen pushing on the bottom side. DRX should be able to get a decent advantage here, but there's only 3 customers, so not going to be able to actually do too much. Zhonya's is done for Kingen. He's actually very strong right now on the Gwen with that 2-item spike coming in, and is now able to actually take this in a turret. But Damwon is sacrificing a lot around this map, but not a lot as far as gold advantage is concerned. You can see it's only moved up to like 1.3 or something like that.
Yeah,
Damwon keep managing to defend Barons and things like this. Then, okay, well, they might need to defend an inhibitor turret.
Well, it's basically the only gold lead for DRX is those 2 inners. Is they're just going to look to fight.
Yeah, looking for a battle here, but it is going to be a... okay, no, it's a 4 versus 3, but still, Kingen's going to be able to take this.
Wow, DRX playing the 1-3-1 brilliantly here.
Are they out macro?
Yeah, this is what I was going to say.
Right now? Like, what?
This is actually something we're watching, and I think part of it is because Canyon has very little agency on this Graves, especially the build he chose, right? The Eclipse makes him fragile. He's not going to be able to compete with this side laner, right, who's an assassin who can blow him up, nor will he be able to compete with a Gwen, who's so survivable at this stage, nor can the Jace. And so, because of DRX's mobility with this comp, the disengage that they have with the Crescent Guard, with Barrel on this Rakan, it's hard to win the 4v3 in the 3 of the 1-3-1, but then catching up to these side laners is also so difficult. But when it does come to a straight-up 5v5 team fight, Damwon Kia have vision control, right, that they should in theory have because they've given up the side lanes, it's going to be very difficult for DRX to take a Baron fight or even stop Damwon Kia on a Baron turn. So they just need to keep getting more damage on these side lanes. The next step
is very far ahead in levels.
Yeah. The next step is to get an inhibitor. He's 2 levels up. I'm surprised to see that as well, but he's up also 50 CS.
No, he's absolutely massive. Of course, Deft, similar level of CS gap, right? But because Deft has been often standing around with a bunch of his friends because he doesn't want to get ganked and die, it means that the level advantage is certainly going to be far more pronounced with all the side lanes that Bertle's been catching. He's been catching waves pushed in by both Zeka and by Kingen, and that's why you can see that Zeka does have a lead over Showmaker here, and the fact that Doctarm as well is struggling just a little bit against Deft as far as CS is concerned. I'm not sure how much it's going to mean. Of course, Jace does do a lot of work with resources, just because landing shock blasts should be a thing that just happens in a lot of these team fights, right? So it's almost like guaranteed value for your money. Whereas if Deft is just blown up immediately, then all that investment into him not going to be as valuable.
Exactly. Same to, you know, I mean, Zeka is not the carry of this game, but if he gets hit by a shock blast, he's no longer relevant. Like, even setting up for a charm is just not realistic if he gets hit by one. And he's building, you know, Glass Cannon. He went for the Ludens, he went for Shadow Flame second because there's not a lot of magic resist on the enemy team, like almost at all. So you see that Canyon is building towards a little bit of that now, so he's going to be more survivable because he is oftentimes going to be the prime target, especially around smite fights and stuff like that, and him, you know, trying to roam, or rather trying to stop the very deep side laning that Ahri is going on, where Pyoshik's hanging out. Like, he's very fragile himself. Like you said, he went for Eclipse, didn't go for the shield bow.
Yep.
So, ooh, this is a tense one. This game
really
actually makes me smile. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, DRX is playing their best. They're kind of out-macroing a little bit, but Damwon Kia hasn't really fully come online yet. We haven't seen those big fights yet.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a worry in the back of my mind, which is like Damwon Kia are just going to decide to win at some point in this game, and then it's just going to be over, and we're going to be like, well, what were we talking about before? And my world
that happens a lot.
Sense. It does happen a lot, too much, and it bothers me just a little bit. I don't know whether it's going to happen this time, as this is a new look for DRX. They are certainly playing very well, but if there is a team to feel very comfortable with in the later stages of the game, it is Damwon Kia, and so that's why we get a little bit nervous. This is the big test for DRX to make sure that they can continue to play well.
No vision.
As Canyon pushing his way forward. And Beryl takes way too much damage. They really can't afford this as the charm goes
miss.
wide as well. Yeah, Orbit Deception also not going to hit.
This is so frustrating for DRX. Like, there was no vision here for Damwon whatsoever, but they just grouped, looked for a target, they hit Beryl, and then all control goes over, and then you're stuck on the top side of the map. You can't cross the mid lane. You don't have Prio there, and then suddenly, once again, it's Birdall, who's side laning bottom, who gets the Drake. Like, Birdall has done this twice now to DRX. Okay, you guys are all going to group up around Baron and try to control this fight that we're not even going to take, and you guys don't have the damage with this mid laner that is an assassin and is slowly starting to become high damage, but isn't great for taking Barons. And then, okay, well, Birdall will just solo the Drake, and then we'll stop you from doing Baron, and we'll kill Beryl. Like, Beryl keeps getting caught by these sleeps each and every time. It's just like, well, I'm watching the same tape on replay.
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because Damwon Kia do have a lot of run of the map right now. As Kellen's going to walk on in, and DRX have started off this Baron. Showmaker is able to find the Aria. She takes a lot of damage, almost blows up. As Showmaker as well, getting taken down very low by Def. Moonlight Vigil comes in as he actually answers Showmaker's portal, but now Def is going to get slowed down. It will just blow up as Doctarm is going to take over this battle. And Damwon Kia, like we were talking about, they just managed to find it. Two are dead, a little bit of an overextension there from Deft as well, and that's going to mean the Baron for Damwon Kia and a big swing in momentum.
If you miss these sleeps, if you can't hit your paddle stars, if you're not going to be able to set up consistent damage, it's so difficult to pull this comp off. It's experts only, ease of execution very high, or rather, difficulty of execution very high, ease of execution very low.
Yeah, there we go.
As Showmaker just is everywhere he needs to be, and in this 1v1 on the side against the Ahri he knows is there, he knows he wins this if he hits the sleep, and he does. And then Zeka respects it, he backs off, and then Beryl gets hit by one of these. And at this stage, you don't have a support. Deft is overextending here, trying to catch Showmaker, and it just feels like DRX fall apart like a house of cards. Their comp doesn't have longevity. Their side laning Ahri can't really fight or duel against these late game carries. And now Graves has suddenly got a Hex Drinker, and you can't kill him either necessarily as Zeka.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what Deft was actually trying to do there.
I think he really
did walk up really far to try and kill
Showmaker, yeah. I think that's the idea, but it was far-fetched.
Yeah, definitely was not the right call based on what we saw, but hindsight, obviously, 2020. DRX now on the defense. And things don't really get better, right? Like, this is the thing. Like, they had their little advantages. That was a fantastic charm there from Zeka.
You only get one of those, though, and it's not enough to kill Doctarm. Does get his heal out, but you won't be able to make that play a second time in the side lane, unfortunately, in a bush.
Yep. They're going to really need to try and find an actual engage, but it is so hard when this team is able to hit you from so many different angles, and you have to spend so much time just playing DDR. As Canyon having to deal with King in here, he now has to flash to get himself out of the way, and King locks down the kill. Now, DRX have an opportunity. The quickness flies forward. Beryl is going to go down, but has he managed to get them in the position that they want? There's the Moonlight Vigil. It connects onto Birdall in the back line as Kellen somehow survives this one. Showmaker off on the side, though, is able to find the pick off on the Ahri and now flashes over the wall. Deft not going to get hit by the bubble, but has to run all the way away. Don't know where that shock blast was going. But Damwon Kia, they still managed to answer, even with Canyon falling early.
Cover all your angles, I suppose, with that one, but this may just be the push to end straight up. Everybody's down here on the side of DRX. Kingin is going to be able to clean this. The Baron buff here, thought maybe they'd push harder. They do.
Oh, no. Wait. Okay.
But it's going to be a back out now. And, you know, the moment that we saw finally Zeka looking to grab a kill, get that first reset for the Ahri, felt like there was some hope, right? Canyon overextends here. He's very greedy. Kingin punishes. And then Zeka comes in. Canyon's down. But look what's happening on the other side of the fight. Everybody's in the right spot. They only catch the Tahm Kench here. Beryl dies on the engage. And watch the dodge on the Moonlight Vigil from almost everybody. It's only Birdall who gets hit by this alone. If that hits Doctarm too, totally different story. But then suddenly you could just turn so easily as Damwon Kia. And their comp just fights long. It's not about the assassination that you lose Canyon, yeah, but like they used everything on that, and then you're suddenly like, oh, okay, well, I can win this actually 4v5 and then 4v4 because Beryl dies trying to engage, and it's just like this comp does more damage the longer the fight goes on. Pioshik, Kingin, Zeka, they really don't.
No. You're exactly right, and DRX need to get all of their work done in like a very, very short period of time, as Beryl is on an absolute mission
Yes, he is. He does not have flash. He
hasn't walked over any wards yet, hasn't tripped any landmines or anything like that, but is just going to go back home. So he has done a little bit of vision control gathering, and we'll see whether they actually do try and contest this. You can see the vision is going to be there, but it's just going to be there so that they can watch the Cloud Soul go to Damonkia.
Ping for Def that he's going to push top, and it looks like they are just 100% going to give this over. There's not much you can do without any prio whatsoever. I mean, the barrel setup was as good as it gets, but it still wasn't good enough. It was too risky. There was too much of a disconnect. He would have died alone if he stayed. They would have found him, and he dies. There's no way to sandwich if the top of the sandwich is way too far away from the bottom. And for DRX, there's no other objective on the map to take, so it's just sit back and free farm. For a comp that scales inferiorly, even with the death cap done here for Zeka now, you don't feel like there's anyone who's really in danger from him. Unless there's a huge overstep or, you know, greed, like we saw from Canyon previously, which was punished for just a moment, but even he now has his maw complete, and it gets so difficult.
Yeah, the problem is that now we're really understanding this range advantage, and there's a mobility advantage as well. I mean, this is a quad stack Cloud Soul. Like, that's just so much running. They are running a lot. Like, they're getting their steps in, DRX not so much.
Look at Canyon use that movement speed to dodge the charm like it's nothing.
Hey, there we go. There we go. Perfect. See the value of the Cloud Soul, everyone?
He's just
Write this down.
He does not even need to upgrade his boots, Atlas, because he's got 4 Cloud Drakes.
Precisely. Brown bags, good enough.
He's not going to even update those. He doesn't even care. DRX have one more chance. They have one more team fight in them around this Baron, and then that's game over. And I hate to say it, and I don't think Zeka played individually poorly, but the fact that he couldn't do anything but side lane this game, and I don't think he ever really had a valuable Ignite ever, just means that this Ahri pick was not the right choice into this composition. Not against a team like Damwon is just so good at playing around it.
I mean, like, at that point, though, right, like, they already had the other 4 champions there, as Beryl is going to try and find this pick up onto Bertle. He's just going to, manages to battle dance, get himself out of the way. Good exhaust. He is going to connect as Bertle makes himself out to safety. Moonlight Vigil goes wide.
Feels bad, man.
Oh, so close. They sacrifice a whole bunch of health on their support to get a whole bunch of health on the enemy top laner. And in the end, it's Canyon that's now trying to get the inside track, has vision on where Beryl is.
Kingan has to stay home to defend. He does have teleport here, but the timing of this is so thin. Beryl will have to walk back a few back, so he has to come over with no health whatsoever.
Still, it's a 4v4 as the bubble is going to go slightly wide. Half the health bar here.
TP for Bertle.
Yeah, Bertle's just going to come in and try and win the game. Oh my god! The amount of damage with that W was absolutely insane. Nexus turret goes down. The Ahri's also dead, so, you know, just find a team that can do both, I guess, as they win the team fight. Meanwhile, the Jace is in the base, getting the 50 gold that matters.
That's right, and Damwon Kia once again have DRX's number. The win streak in games just keeps rolling. But it was an interesting draft from DRX. They had a nice lead early. They played around the macro. Like, there were some moments there where it looked like, man, Damwon Kia is just not keeping up with the 1-3-1. But I have to go back to Bertle in the bottom lane. Every time the Drake was spawning, they were like, yeah, you can have a turret, but I'll grab a Drake. And he's getting bot push and then also soloing a Drake. He did it twice, gave them that nice Drake lead that they got in the end, eventually got those 4 clouds. And
yeah,
I got to say, like, this was a great game from both teams, but at the end of the day, like you said, Damwon Kia eventually, once their win conditions come online, once they're like, okay, we can fight now, they do and they win, and the longevity of their comp was way better. DRX needed to have a much bigger lead.
Yeah, and it's kind of exactly what I said. I hope I didn't curse it, because we said, like, I mean, is this just going to be one of those games where Damwon decide to win? And they decided to win, and then they did instantly, like within a second. And at the end, it kind of felt like it was like the older kid at the playground who's just like taller and bigger, holding his arm out onto the forehead of the smaller kid who's like trying to punch. But like Damwon just holds them at arm's length. They can't do anything, and that was their range advantage.
Yeah,
that absolutely did that, right?
Like, it was like the punches form of the kid was great, and like he's also very strong.
Yeah, he's like doing like some sick martial arts and stuff like that. But that hand's still on the forehead, dude, and that arm's real long.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see Zeka's damage numbers here at the end of this. Not very impressive, but again, this is the functionality of an assassin mid laner who didn't get to get kills, didn't actually get to pop off, and was walking around hitting a few Ludin procs here and there, but the Ahri just did not fit this composition. I would have much rather had the Orianna I was calling for. You have decent ball carry with this, you have nice engage, and maybe you could have had some opportunities with that to at least start a fight on your terms, because Echo was waiting for mistakes.
Isn't there a champion that can also match range a little bit? I think he rides a helicopter or something like that. That was a champion that was available. I don't know whether it was a Corki angle.
I didn't like
but
the
I think
Corki
Corki would have done at least as much as that Ari did.
At least as much damage, that is for sure.
Well, yes. There's a lot of nitpicking to do, but thankfully that isn't our job, Wolf, because we have an analyst Carpet Space standing alongside in order to do just that. We'll see him after the break.
거리 유지.
아리 필, 아리 뒷만 못 가게. 야, 그 부분 없지.
다 먹어줘.
뒷만 끊어. 뒷만 끊으면 이긴다.
오케이.
아리 잡았고. 오케이.
그웬 천천히 보자.
끝났다.
그웬 잡았어. 그웬 잡으면 안 돼.
아니야, 그웬 잡을게. 끝나나? 끝났어.
나이스.
끝내줘, 아니면 기다려.
끝내.
오케이.
나이스. 아, 나 미안. 못했다.
Who are these players? Where is Pioshik? In these troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challenger stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. Heir to the mystic fire. This hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe get me a little bit of the soup.
Quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all the changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and we're going to go over that first game between Dom1 and DRX a bit closer than I think we expected. And honestly, the biggest thing that struck me was I felt like both teams were playing at a very high level.
I thought that was a super fun game, and we saw both elements of what you'd expect from these drafts. I think the early Graves pickup, especially considering how much Birdo has prioritized that champion and how more comfortable he's looked in it, was a great fake out to then go into the Zoe, Zoe and Jace. Disappointing you, Valdez. And on the flip side, the DRX comp, of course, gonna run into so much range issues later in the game. So either you need to find a flank or a clutch engage, or you need to punish early. And the punish came through to a certain extent, but it wasn't enough.
It definitely wasn't enough. I think that I kind of liked their draft, even with the Ahri, but you know, as you mentioned, I think they needed to be a little bit faster on the trigger. They needed to make some more stuff happen. I think once we got past a certain point, Dom1 were controlling vision so much better, and they used that with their lack of engage to enable themselves to make picks, which is really the crux of the Dom1 draft as well. But we do have a lot to go over in this. Let's go into the first highlight. We really want to talk about Canyon and how he basically just slurped up all the camps on the map and didn't do much else for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Canyon was a vacuum, and he was just looking for minions all across. His own camps, Pioche camps, all of those were completely fine. Now, of course, there were tributes paid because on the bot side of the map, Deft was snowballing pretty aggressively. And as we got later into the game, Canyon actually kind of pivoted away from getting all the resources. More was invested into Birdo because he couldn't really find the big snowball. But this is one. Yep, that's on the as soon as the cams are up. I think there was a little bit of time due to the objective fight, but goes in again, does the same rotation, and that paths back towards his own jungle. And I was really happy as well. Didn't go full lethality, went for the Eclipse into the Cleaver. I think full lethality I would have liked as well, but I was just happy not to see the more tanky version of Graves, because I think that with this comp, especially, having a big ultimate is really useful, right? And that was definitely something that was available to them.
Yeah, and he did end up doing a decent amount of damage, mostly in the earlier parts of the game, I would say. And by that time, you know, Zoe was doing insane amounts of damage. I was really impressed by the way that Showmaker and DuckDom especially were playing around so many of the picks that were available on the other side of the Rift. Of course, we do have highlight number 2 ready to go, so let's hop into that and talk a little bit about this Baron fight.
Because the key thing with the Damwon comp is that up until this point, they haven't really done that much. And that's to be kind of understood because this composition needs their items. But it's also really cool to see that now they do have the items. Damwon shows that while this composition can look like it does very, very little, look at how impossible it is for DRX to move up here, right? And this is something that's going to continue because if you at any point face check into any of these skill shots, be it a shock blast, you just die immediately. And the way that Damwon is able to just take full control of that jungle leads to a situation where even if they do get a quote-unquote catch on Birdle here, look at that health!
Yeah. Who's catching who here is the real question. And all of that movement speed, you know, sometimes the Cloud Soul can be a bit memed, but the 4 Cloud Drakes and the Cloud Soul and the Cloud Rift, Jace was just running circles around them over on that part of the map. And like you said, you know, it's very hard for them to get a lot of vision in those areas. It took a lot of barrel flanking multiple times on crazy expedition.
And that was what you needed, because if Gwen and Rakan can't find an angle, then Dom will just win. And I think it's really easy for this comp to look really bad because you need to hit your skill shots. You need to be positioned correctly. But Kellen did a great job with Kench, even though it pains me to say it. Actually very valuable in this comp. And then all the other skill shots were hit as well.
Yeah, and we do have a third highlight, I believe, just to talk a little bit about the end of the game, where we did have a crazy backdoor coming in here from Birdle. Excellently played.
I love this, because I thought that they were going to just have Birdle teleport in, because he backtried, and then easy peasy, win the fight, or at the very least deny the Baron, but instead, they went for the immediate ends here on Birdle, and because they saw the teleport getting used from King, and they knew there was no answer whatsoever. And this is the type of decisive shot calling that I think we've missed a little bit from Damwon. And as Birdle has grown over the weeks, they're looking more and more like the old team. And I think that as we get deeper into round 2, that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, just to put it even more straightforward, in the first week, I was like, it feels like Damwon's playing 4v5.
They'll need summer.
They need a little bit of time, and it feels like they are getting that time for their top lane to get figured out. Now that it feels like they have 5 people on the map, and Birdle is somewhat serviceable, it does feel like Damwon are coming back into form, which is very nice to see. We do have player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for this one. Honestly, I think pretty much anybody on the side of Damwon Kia could have picked it up here, but Showmaker did just a bit too much.
I went for Showmaker as well. I think Doc Dom is a perfectly fine vote. He had really good positioning in the fight, which is crucial, right? Provided that there's only a single Devour available. But Showmaker was the biggest damage dealer, also looking at the overall damage graph done by the end of the game.
You pointed out this stopwatch.
This is, I love this so much. This bait
one
right here.
So good.
It's the ultimate. Deft at a very opportune time there, switching weapons, and then even if that hadn't happened, I think the rest of the team is already disengaging. Would have just gotten picked up immediately here, and like everyone here, like I said, Birdle, he's the only one that gets hit. Dogdom is already out of position for that Moonlight Vigil, and I would love to see a split vote there. I think the whole team played very, very well.
Yeah.
Even with how well DRX did. Well, never mind.
We got 3 votes for Birdle. I mean, he did do a lot of poke damage himself, and he did end the game, so that deserves some wins there. Another thing I really liked before we close is that Deft, I feel like he's trying so hard to make a lot of plays by himself on the bottom side, trying to be very aggressive, and that's where DRX are having a lot of luck as well. We'll see if they can do anything in game number 2, but for now, back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, there on the desk. And yes, celebrating what was a pretty, I don't know how to feel about how the end of that game went from Damwon Kia, who just felt inevitable.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Birdle just being able to get around every single one of these lanes. I didn't realize that you built Jace for like maximum damage so you can be alone all game, destroying turrets, and then eventually uninteractively destroy Nexus turrets while your team wins 4v5.
This sign says Birdle is so damn good, and
I love
that mushroom for some reason.
The photo that we sort of captured while he was making some deep eye contact his last series. I'm really glad that one has caught on.
I voted for him because I thought his macro decisions were ultimately what led to Damwon Kia's objective control. I'm watching you, Sung K. And just also look at me. Just look at me, Sunkey, is what that sign says. But they're looking at each other. We're looking at a game 2 at DRX pick and blue side, and I thought the draft was interesting, but it just didn't have any legs to stand on after what was a fairly quiet mid-game. The 1-3-1ing did fine, but yeah, I mean, Damwon Kia's comp was always going to be stronger late. Hard to execute, but it's Damwon Kia, so they don't mess it up.
Yeah, and it's also, it's harder to execute, yes, but when it does work, it's so oppressive and so suffocating, and it works basically from halfway through the mid-game, and then you get these bubbles to land as soon as you break open that first outer turret, as you've mentioned many, many times.
Yeah.
It does get very difficult. DRX did have the opportunity to play side lanes with the composition that they had, especially if they had brought the teleport on the Ahri instead. It meant that they could have played 1-3-1 quite effectively, but it just didn't happen. It's like their playbook ran out of plays after the 17-minute mark or something like that.
Yeah.
They sort of fell into some old habits.
I don't think we'll see anything like that from DRX again. I mean, we might see a similar draft, but not with the Ahri. I think there were a lot better, more meta options, and you know, that might work against a bottom team, but Damwon Kia is a top team, so.
Yep.
The bans here.
There is one thing to say, Wolf, and that is this, I believe, is Def's 1000th game. In the LCK, I believe. Something like that.
I mean, you're the one saying
There is
that.
a stat like this. G-Sun can double check for me. So looking forward to seeing whether that gives him a buff. Will he celebrate his 1000th game by playing the Jinx, for example? That could certainly be fun.
Well, Aphelios is open again here. You know, a lot of other champions are going to be open. The Corki will be open here very likely as well. See what this final ban ends up being. I mean, there's so much. They actually banned the Aphelios.
Ooh.
And it's tough to want to make the call as Zeka here again to lock in the Corki first pick against a team like Damwon Kia that's so good at punishing. And this into a Poppy being open seems like a disastrous plan, but they will lock it in straight away.
Yep, Canyon has not really been a Poppy guy, but he, of course, plays everything, so I think that is definitely a worthwhile call. One of the change-ups was, of course, DRX being able to ban the Graves, so they won't have to worry about that. Means that Tryndamere is sort of off as well, as far as like just wanting to lock that one in. Although I guess Tryndamere does well into the Graves anyway, so DRX, we'll see whether they decide to lock that one in, as Doctarm is going to take a bit of a backseat this game. The Jhin has been locked in. Would like something like a Karma there alongside it, but they don't need to lock that one away just yet, I guess.
I mean, you could just take the Karma here, then put Poppy in the third slot if that's where you want to go. As you mentioned, Canyon hasn't really enjoyed playing the Poppy, but it's a pretty obvious counter pick right now in this meta.
Yep.
Other options, you know, out there as well. The Xin Zhao that's been very strong that Canyon could lock up. They're just going to give Showmaker Zoe early. This is basically just saying we're better than you, so it doesn't matter. Like, try to.
But also, it's like he picked it blind last time, and then they won. So he's like, well, I mean, if this is the best you got, good luck. And look, I don't blame him.
Well, I don't think Zeka will pick the Ahri into this once again. Didn't work out for him in lane. He got some prio, that's for sure, but that's all he got. And the LeBlanc will be the answer here for Zeka. It looks like this early on, if your opponent's going face up, you have the opportunity to pick this one early.
Yep.
And they will lock it in. And, you know, in terms of the next pick here, it's quite difficult to figure out where Damwon Kia is going with this. So I think you really just want to wait, ban out stuff like the Jace. You could just grab your support here, honestly. But they will just give Def 1000th game the Jinx.
Yeah, that's really, really exciting if this is going to be the lock-in, and it is. We'll have a decent amount of control of the lane, but it depends on what these supports are going to be. Damwon Kia get to round out their bottom lane and then ban Answers if they would like to. Or they could grab a jungler to afford Canyon a little bit more flexibility. But the Karma just feels so powerful here.
Couldn't really pick it as DRX, unfortunately, to deny it. And this one is going to go through. Damwon Kia have a very, very insane draft so far in terms of what they could do mobility-wise, what they could do in the lane. Even Zoe into LeBlanc is not a hard counter to the Zoe. She can lane very well into the LeBlanc, and it's going to be more skill-based than anything else. I think for DRX, the next step here is to take away the Jace, and then start limiting the options in terms of side laning power for Damwon Kia. The Tahm Kench is the most common pairing with the Jinx right now, so that one's an easy call.
Yep, especially when Jinx is going to be your main carry.
Birdo, Aurelia, always a good one to ban, always a safe move.
Yep. is Camille also pretty deadly and one of his more comfortable champions. I think that they probably do keep their eyes towards that bottom side. I don't think Bertle had too much of an issue last time around, you know, giving King in free reign.
Yeah, I think the Jace is just
and
so
it's,
strong.
by the way, not Deft's 1000th game, so I got misinformation on the internet. So it's just a regular game, but he's playing Jinx, so that's cool.
I just trusted you. The Jace is gone, so that's not going to be something that they can use to poke with the Zoe and the Jhin. Like, they have such great range already. I don't even know if you necessarily need to go all in on the Jace if you're Damwon and Kia, but now they've banded away. The Xin Zhao is taken away here too, and Canyon might just have to bite the bullet, play a little bit of Poppy, which would be great for this composition. You've got a lot of lockdown already, and you could shut down the engage from King, and you could somewhat shut down the LeBlanc a little bit with that. It seems kind of like a no-brainer outside of Canyon just disliking the champion. It's not as strong as a lot of other junglers in terms of dominating like you can with the with the Diana.
I don't know
I don't
about
like it
Diana.
though.
I don't feel like it fits into this
at all. Like not even a little bit. But okay.
But he really likes it, and Camille's still available, I guess, and it's not likely that Kingen picks it up. I wouldn't mind something like a Leona Rakali locked in here, perhaps, if Kingen wants to go that route, just because Akali Lee Sin would have seen a fair bit of success.
It's just going to be Yasuo top for Birdall, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. That's the dream.
It's just going to, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, it feels
No, it's actually Docdom's playing Zoe bot lane with Karma, and we're just going to put Yasuo in the mid lane.
I like DRX's draft.
Top.
I like DRX's draft a lot more right now. They have the strong laning, the Gwen, the side laning that she provides, good peel for the Diana engage, which is very disconnected from the Zoe and the Jhin, like extremely. Neither of those champions can easily follow up on the ult. Now, a Renekton can, that is for sure.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's just lane dominance. And also, a lot of physical damage when, like, as far as the top 2v2 now, it does feel a lot stronger for Damwon Kia, especially after level 6, of course. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that it's not Def's 1000th game, I got some stats from Leaguepedia, and thankfully Jisun has let me know that there are a lot of things in their records that just are wrong. So we have the official number. I don't know it. It is still a mystery to me. However, not 1,000. So there we go.
Well, taking a look at these two compositions, DRX is in a pretty nice spot in terms of setting up their mid game. They have a Gwen that's going to start coming online around that point. LeBlanc will be deadly, can threaten. And it's a composition that has a lot more sticking power against the Zoe, too. Remember, we saw Barrow last game get caught by Trouble Bubbles and just explode. Leona won't have that problem, and she can stand her ground a lot better than a Rakan can peel against the Diana, can even have engage opportunities, right, with Pioshik, and there's kill pressure in the mid lane.
Not to mention skin buff. Skin buff is definitely very important. Beryl does have that one. He has not used it sometimes, which makes me a little bit sad.
On the other
he
side,
definitely does have one on the champion.
On the other side here for Damwon Kia, you know, I mean, you have the Renekton Diana. It's a very strong combo. Diana can work well if Showmaker sets up Trouble Bubbles, like there's some kill pressure there. And the Diana will scale. They've got decent range here. It's just the synergy in the 5v5 fights that's somewhat puzzling to figure out here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, and it's like, it's always weird when it's a Zoe, right? Because you can just roll over team fights if she lands all of her abilities that Showmaker often does. But it looks a little bit messy. And I also think that Kingen will be able to handbag Vertle quite effectively, just because Gwen in the early stages does have a decent time laning against the Renekton. Does Damwon have a look down here? The Darkstar Jhin was the choice. Definitely does color coordinate with more of the winter-themed Karma skin choice. And I do like that, respect it. Beryl back to his old favorite. He really loves this one. And I don't necessarily know why. This was like an OG Leona skin from way back in the day. And he's got a really cool skin that he helped design. Like, why not use it?
Well, maybe he doesn't feel like it's the time. I respect his choice.
But Deft's playing Jinx. It's the time. You got to preserve the win rate.
I don't believe in skin buffs. I'll just tell you right now. I think you're being a bit superstitious here.
No, I am.
I think
definitely being superstitious. But I'm also like, it's a waste, you know? Like, Beryl, come on, mate. It's your time to flex. But I do like Mistletoe LeBlanc. Big fan of that one. So there we go. As Def's going to see that Dr. and Kellen are in position, and we've seen the power of this lane as Zenith Blade connects here, as Def not quite able to get towards the minion wave, as they do clear out the ward that was placed down. And I like Beryl starting off aggressively, right?
Yeah, it's a good look. At least nice stun here from Birdall, but he is going to take the rough end of this trade. He's trying to like stun his way into like, oh, I hope this isn't extremely terrible for me, but it is.
He just feels so awful to play against level 1. It's just so sad.
Yeah, he can be, and it's very much a it's a rough point when you're Renekton and against a Gwen early on, but the strength comes oftentimes with your jungler, right? With the Renekton and matchups like this, where if you get pushed in early, then you could even have a level 3 gank with a lot of junglers. The problem with Diana is that she's not going to be able to do that until level 6, really. She doesn't have any CC of her own to pair up with the Renekton, so it's all about Renekton CC first, then he tries to burst, but it's Gwen, and she can survive through a lot of that with her mist. So it's very challenging in this matchup with the Diana. If you had a lot of different other junglers, the Jarvan or the Xin Zhao or even a Lee Sin, you'd feel a lot better about how much damage you can get done. It's just very difficult to punish Kingen right now with the setup that Damwon and Kia are running, so it's going to be like this for a little while.
Yeah. And of course, like, it's harder to itemize against when you've got a lot of magic damage coming out of the Diana, but I guess you don't need to worry about spending a bit of, you know, having that extra aggression in the early game. As Birdle goes aggressive, dices his way out, so that's going to be fine. But yeah, what I mean is there's sort of a timer, right? Like, Canyon's not really going to be up here until he's managed to get his stuff online. It's 1-6 so far. Morgan, the Lord himself, the only man able to find the victory. And Lava couldn't. He's on his team. But Morgan, of course, could.
Yeah, Morgan did end up getting that win. We saw Showmaker fail as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams try this Renekton, and he's fallen out of the ban list significantly, but at the beginning of the season, there was just so much snowballing you could do with the champion. I think the teleport nerf first.
Whoa, that's a big old flashing with the Shield of Daybreak. They flash on top of Def, though. He gets excited, he heals, and he is going to survive. Beryl grabs the first blood, and damn, that's a lot of summoner spells coming out from the bottom lane of DRX, but they come out with first blood.
Yep, first blood going over to the bot duo there. We'll go over to Beryl, but Def's going to pick up a huge amount of gold here, and it's going to give him some breathing room here on the bottom side of the map. He does have very low health bars, as that one's going to miss, but yeah, the setup here, you know, was pretty good for Damwon Kia, but fortunately, Leona is just a little bit too tanky, a little bit too tough to deal with. Now he's going to have Hex Flash available as well, so it's not over, whereas Kellen lost both summoners and is now vulnerable. So here comes Canyon, but like we said, pre-6, it's just so tough to pull this one off, as long as Kingen reacts carefully, and he is going to let this wave push back to his side of the map. Then stays to the left of it here, although...
Yeah, in they go. They get the flash to get that stun down, and now Kingen, yeah, it doesn't help you if everybody's in the mist. And that is going to be first blood going to Canyon. Zeka also getting taken down extraordinarily low, as we can see. The fake LeBlanc being a little bit frustrating underneath the turret there, but Showmaker also very low himself. He comes up here to punish.
I was talking about how he felt safe on the left, but Diana had gone all the way around, was in the brush waiting for him. And that's another kill over to Diana this early on in the game. You know, so Damwon Kia trading back the kill here, but also onto one of the more critical members here versus Leona. Ignite stealing the kill away. Feeling very good about this one, but this is what I was talking about with Renekton. You turn these matchups so quickly if you have a jungler that can punish.
Yeah.
Canyon played it well, didn't even have to flash. As we're going to go back down to this exchange here. Kellen speeds up and has to flash here when Beryl re-engages on him. He's hoping to get the kill on the Def, but it's handled super well. And he's got that pot taking his over here.
Pops the potion a little bit late, maybe, but that's okay.
Canyon over here is just sneaky with his angle, and Kingen just didn't see this one coming. He knew there was a possibility of him coming out of the bottom part of that dry brush into the river, but he went around.
Well, here's the Dominus, and now you can see Birdle pretty happy just to go toe-to-toe here with Kingen. But slight item advantage, you can see he's definitely a swordsman. He's got a shield, double swords as well. I assume one of them is in his boot. That's where you hide away your sneaky second sword you have available to him. And he's got some shoes, so the boots are indeed there.
Yeah. I think that this game is really... It's hard to judge where these comps will be, but the fact that Canyon got this kill early means that Damwon Kia's mid game is just so accelerated here. Whereas the kill for Barrel on the bottom side of the map didn't really lead to much, as Pioshik is going to eat some damage here, but they will still get the scuttle.
Yep.
The bottom kill didn't really lead to that much because Jinx is still behind in CS. They still don't have control over the lane.
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with Doctarm having both of his summoners available and DRX having to use all of theirs. So with a cleanse, like even if the Zenith Blade lands, you can just like kind of walk it off, right? You've even got the flash if you need to move even further. So Doctarm, as you can see, was very, very happy just to chill out here. Start of the Drake, and it is just going to wander around the corner. Canyon shows up, Pioshik in perfect position to answer this. He lands the Q and actually goes very aggressively, gets the flash out of Canyon. Pioshik holds onto his, so you'll trade ult for flash. And Damwon Kia are going to back away. Good counter gank timing though from Pioshik.
Turns up at the right time. Drake available still here, as it looks like we are going to see him. You see this matchup. Not the best for Lee Sin through a lot of the era of Diana's dominance, but the follow-up here is going to be the Rift Herald, right? This looks like it's going to be an ignore for Damwon, or rather for DRX on this Drake, because they just don't have any prio. In Damwon Kia, you know, they have control of his bottom lane, but they don't have enough control to get plates, so I think Canyon will have to look for a fight here, flashless, unfortunately, with his ultimate, and this is a chance for DRX to get a lot of extra plate gold here if they can control that fight. They do have prio setting up for this.
Yep. That's getting some rockets here towards Doctarm. Great inspired timing there from Kellen, have to say. It's going to save a bit of the damage, as, yep, they're fighting off on different fronts, but Beryl comes on in, sweeps out that ward.
Zeka?
And yeah, Canyon's going to start this one.
Zeka backed. He's coming back here early with very little mana, but it's enough to where he should be able to come over here and fight this. But they cannot just sit under this turret and get nothing counter-wise here, as that looks like that's just straight up what's going to happen. Like, Damwon Kia are getting away with murder here, and it's a Renekton comp this early on in the game, and even though Canyon doesn't have flash, he's Diana, so it's hard to fight this. But their scaling is also great. Like, this is not a comp for Damwon Kia where you can just go, well, it's okay, he's Renekton, he's going to be useless later. He's going to be extremely useful in the mid-game, and that's going to be where the lead continues.
Oh, Beryl. But yeah, no, you're exactly right. And also with a Karma, you retain a lot of your value for a lot longer as well. With the extra movement speed, the extra shielding, things like that, that the Karma can provide. And the movement speed of this composition is going to be very high with Mantra Inspire. That's why Karma is so valuable, right? Because she allows different compositions to work a whole lot better. It's why we like her with things like the Olaf as well.
Yeah, and you know, we're just going to throw matchup stats up here for the entirety of this early game for some reason, but
that's what we're doing.
The fights that follow here for Damwon Kia with this, you know, Diana, who's again slightly accelerated with that early kill, going to have a lot of extra gold from this Rift Herald. Gets so difficult as this is an all-in you could decide to go for as king, and he's going to try to force this because Pioshik's coming up.
Yeah, Needlework coming on in here as he wants to land the rest of them, but doesn't actually go for it, and actually that was the last one. So I tell a little bit of a lie here as Pioshik's going to get the mini-stun. That's a very easy follow-up kill for the Lee Sin. Once again, Pioshik in the perfect position as Beryl just wandering back towards Kellen, and Canyon taking all of the neutral objectives on the map. This is once again Pioshik playing towards the lanes, a little bit more, although I guess Canyon did manage to get that kill top lane, so maybe I am just a little bit of a lie.
It's, okay, it's Beryl going in.
Super Mega Death Rocket to come forward as well. Kellen taking a lot of damage. Canyon's going to move on over, though, as yet taking the Leona for a walk. Deadly Flourish not going to connect, though, and Death wants to find the Zap. Kellen just going to walk out of the way and had the Inspire anyway, so that's going to be absolutely fine. Cat Guardian's not going to do anything to Beryl here as he's spotted, but they just managed to tank up this wave. And Deft is actually back within touching distance, about a wave away from Doctarm now.
Yeah, the play here for the Drake is good for Damwon Kia, unpunishable. And for DRX right now, with a single Drake, as Zeka's going to eat some damage. With a single Drake, you feel actually pretty okay about this as DRX because you got that kill on the top side, you have slowed Birdall down a little bit, and Gwen is going to now be a big menace into these upcoming fights. She has her Leeching Leer, she can fight and trade against this Renekton very well, as we saw previously. And if Lee Sin is around, you could force a kill to happen on the top side of that. But now suddenly Birdall's life is a little bit more reliant on Canyon, right? Who is coming up here very slowly now. But this is not a trade that's positive, right? In just the isolation. But with Canyon coming up here, he's going to look for a second kill. Potentially this ward is so valuable.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get cleared out now. So the position of Canyon being known, definitely fantastic here for DRX. We'll see what Pioshik does with that information. He's keeping up when it comes to the camps, as you can see. Only about one and a lane minion or something like that as far as the difference between the two teams or two junglers. So we're going to have a look at this one once again on the top side.
So Kingen is very happy to pull Birdall back and then re-engage. With Birdall being this far forward and he's got his minion wave here, in a lot of matchups you're like, oh, this is doomed, right, for the person against the Renekton, but he's Gwen. He can fight this, and he's got a Lee Sin coming up, trades through, even with all the minions here. It's a trade-up, bit of an aggressive mistake here for Birdall, especially without knowing where the enemy jungler is. There's no way you're going to survive this one, and it costs you big.
Yeah. And Zeka now with Beryl here in the mid lane, joining in, is going to be putting pressure onto Showmaker. Birdall and Kingen still just continuing to fight one another as Canyon moves up towards this top side of the map. Pyosik in tow as well, and you can see Kingen losing out on the health trades. And the Dominus is back available once again. Needlework there as well too, as Rift Herald is going to spawn very far away from the turret, but they are rotating everyone over here. And DRX, let's see whether they do respond appropriately, because it could be that they don't know that there's a Showmaker and a Karma here in the back line. Of course, that Karma being Kellen. As they do go for the engage, they were baited in completely as the kickback onto Birdall is to try and save the rest of them. As Pyosik eventually flashes his way out. They don't land the paddle star though, as Zeka dives on in. He's going to find a chain. It connects, but not too much more happens, and Shelly gets the work done on that turret. That was so cool from Damwon Kia.
Yeah, they just pop out, you know. Oh no, Zeka also with this path is going to take a lot of extra damage. He'll be fine. But the Rift Herald drop here for Damwon Kia should signal to DRX they've got the army with them. This is not just going to be, oh yeah, he's dropping up here for Birdall by himself. It's very clear there's going to be a follow-up, and Canyon's turn there with the ultimate was fantastic. Doesn't even need to flash, and as the rotation comes over from Zeka, I'm like, well, you don't also have Ludens yet. Like, you're coming over here. Maybe you should just push lane, because you're not going to turn this one around. DRX are playing a little bit frustrated, I think, after that last loss, and some of these macro decisions are really hurting them in the long run. As Kingen, 1v2.
Yeah.
Don't want that one.
Does manage to stop some backs, though, so nicely done. Realizes then that the 1v2 is not something that he really wants to take, as a couple of plates have already gone down here. Deft being able to secure himself some of those in the 1v1 against Docdom. Definitely good news there. Has actually got himself a slight advantage when it comes to farm. And that's certainly great. Of course, that extra assist and the fact that they got the kill has allowed that to happen. Is okay, Damwon Kia moving on in, and yeah, DRX went for this. I don't know whether that was the right
It was
call.
definitely not the move to make here. It looks silly in hindsight as well, just because we can see everything, and they had a lot of idea about how many.
I mean, yeah, there was a control ward, so that's why I was like, they opted in, like they knew this was coming. They thought that this was the right way to answer it.
It's yeah, it definitely was not correct, and I mean they get more than they bargained for here. Damwon Kia do now out of this, taking an 800 gold lead. Again, with a composition that scales very similarly to DRX, but it's the range that's the issue and the hard engage they have with this Diana. It's hard to make this comp work unless DRX runs at you, and in this particular case, in the early game, they certainly did, and the Canyon's able to capitalize. He's not going to have those opportunities later on, as we do see DRX set up faster on this second Herald.
Yep, I really like the Flame Chompers there as well to deny the entry, so it is going to be the second Herald secured here by DRX. And Damwon Kia, they are very low when it comes to engage. Yes, they have Canyon that can dive on in there, but he's kind of the only real option. Whereas Beryl has Solar Flare, Zenith Blade, things like this that he can throw out. Pyosik can try and find these flanks and the insects and things like that.
Now Canyon has Flash, Proto Belt, and his ultimate, so he's very happy to engage from a million miles away. And for DRX here, you don't really have the option to engage on this Drake. You just have to give it up, but you're not going to get a turret with it either, unfortunately.
Well, it's once again a Cloud Soul here as Birdall is fighting against Kingen up towards the top side. Meanwhile, Pyosik going to land a Q onto Docdom, but not going to go in or anything like that. Damwon Kia definitely like it when DRX are not sticking to decisions, right? As soon as there's uncertainty, Damwon Kia can capitalize because there's a Zoe on their team. And that's what she does. As she lands the bubble here. Oh, that Q somehow just goes through her.
It's Leona, so he's not going to worry about it too much. If that was the Rakan that we saw last game, Beryl would be definitely in a lethal range of HP, as we saw so much.
Yep.
And Damwon Kia can bully the rest of the map outside of
this positioning is just amazing. Little mini kickback there as they want actually everything, but they're not going to be able to find Zeka, but still killing the jungler. Absolutely fantastic news. Damwon Kia are reading DRX like a book. You don't need engage if they walk into you.
Well, I mean, they didn't walk into Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia walked us 4 into their jungle with the extremely powerful comp, which is the point I was getting into before Canyon just decided he was going to cut me off by killing everybody, which has happened a few times this game. But he's very much able to walk forward and say, okay, if anyone is in this jungle, I'm going to kill you. And if you're not here, it means we can just take all the farm away and further our lead. And when there's no objectives up like this, this is exactly what Damwon Kia need to be doing. The only place where they're arguably weak is in this top side of the map where the Gwen can hold her own, but she's having problems keeping up. She's now going to the bottom side of the map here, so Renekton is free pushing. And Damwon Kia just have so much control of the map, so much deep vision non-stop here that DRX have to clear through. And basically, Damwon Kia are just setting alarm clocks for objectives and otherwise roaming around the map like a group of great white sharks, looking to pounce on anybody who comes out near them. Kingen will be shut down here by Showmaker.
I didn't even know Great White Sharks were pack hunters.
They don't. They're not.
I really thought that
they're solo hunters.
Yeah, they definitely are very well known as being solo hunters. But if they did hunt in packs, like
they would look like Damwon Kia.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Sharks movie, you know, like how the mob boss is a giant shark or something like that. I remember that movie. It was very, very strange because that didn't quite make sense. But maybe, just maybe, that's what Damwon Kia look like, is a theoretical pack of Great
I didn't want to call them piranhas because each one of these guys is...
And there's often more than 5 piranhas as well, so that makes it confusing. As we're going to go for a bit of a Shirley play here in the mid lane. That is a lot of value to get out from one Q from Bertle, who's now just dashing around, but Deft is able to get excited, grabs that kill. Q connects onto Doctam as well as he goes in just after that turret falls down as the rest of Damwon Kia do make it to relative safety. Canyon backing on the top side of the map and Showmaker very far away from this one as well as Damwon Kia. They break open the outer turret in the mid lane and keep theirs alive.
Just going to try to stop some backs here. Doctam is going to get a shield and will be totally fine. Ultimate, though, does delay the return here for Damwon Kia, which gives a little bit more freedom to Kingen, who's trying so desperately to get this turret. But this is the Sharks closing in, right? You know that Zeka and Pioshik are around here trying to make sure they can clear up vision, trying to control their own jungle, and you just call it out. You go in here, you look for an ult, and you make a play. And Damwon Kia are so ahead of this Diana, they can make this happen in the mid-game.
Well, in the meantime, there's a fight going on here towards the bottom side of the map as Canyon has found King, and let's see whether King can win the Econ. As that is going to be Showmaker tidying it up. Canyon has a Zhonya's Hourglass. I was going to say stopwatch, but he's completed the full item now.
He's level 12 to Pioshik's 10. He has more experience than Bertle in this game.
Yeah, this is what Canyon does. He just takes resources and then is just another carry.
Because the Diana pick, honestly, we didn't like it. It doesn't make sense, but it's Canyon. And if you're just going to make this happen over and over and over again, you just have to trust it. Because he's going to pick up his 9th POG this game.
He's also, like, had this banned against him, like, every single game for a really long time. We didn't kind of mention it just because the bans have kind of changed, as we're going to see him go for this bit of an engage here onto Kingen.
He just pulls him in here, even though there's a minion wave. He just has so much damage. He's so ahead. Like, he's matching the levels of a Gwen, and then Showmaker just comes over here to secure the kill.
Yep.
He's 3-0-1. The Zhonya's he got early there. Now, I mean, the sky's the limit. He might as well buy a Dark Seal this game because it looks like he's just going to pop off. He's 2,100 gold ahead. Highest level on his team.
Yeah, he's highest level in the game. No, Zeka, I guess, is also level 13. But still, like, that's nuts. He's just so huge. Deft has also got a bunch of money, but nothing like the lead that Canyon has picked up for himself. Zeka now looking for some opportunities here as there is, about a... very small margin of health on the bottom outer turret. I've just had the idea. To go back to our original conversation about sharks, what about killer whales or orcas? They fight as a team, don't they?
True. It's very true.
Oh, we nailed it. Okay, Canyon gonna flash his way out. Solar Flare doesn't really do too much here as DRX are really getting corralled. Defto free hitting, finding some damage here onto the Dominus Crocodile as Kingen wraps around, but this is not where he wants to be as, oh dear, they are killer whales in a barrel. Well, actually, no, the killer whales are Damwon Kia, so I told a bit of a lie there. Thanks for stopping the aggression, Damwon Kia, as the bubble is going to connect onto the Leona as Showmaker tries to dash forward to find it, but doesn't quite get there, but they'll take a consolation soul point there.
I mean, it's consolation or exactly what their objective was. DRX have to walk away with the tails between their legs. There's no control here whatsoever on the map anymore against this Zoe. who can roam free, a Diana who can engage from so long away every time she has flash. And it feels like every single time there's a major objective, Canyon is there with his belt, with his flash, with his Zhonya's, and he's ready to go. Every time he gets an opportunity, he will take it. And he's the highest experienced player in this game. Flashes away, ready to re-engage. Gets the double here. And look at the follow-up. Eats every single player here. As Duckdom's ready, Birdall pops Thomas, and everybody's health bars are low on DRX. And then Duckdom's like, well, are you guys leaving? I might take one of you with me, but either way, we get this Drake guaranteed. Thank you for the engage, Canyon. Thank you for the lead. And Damwon Kia just will not be stopped in this second game.
Yep, and they will not stop fighting either, as Canyon and Birdall are just doing so much work. However, not quite able to lock down the kill here onto the Gwen. I hear she's immune from some of you at home, as DRX are going to be able to get her at least out of here for now, but not with any control of the map, as Canyon taking a bit of damage there from Zeka, but not too worried about it.
Yep, Damwon Kia, well, not going to be able to get anything out of this, not going to be able to force a pick on the King or anything like that, but still just grouping up, pushing vision the bottom part of the map. Look at how many wards they have there. 3 control wards around the Drake. That's not even enough, right? But anyone who comes down there for Damwon Kia, or rather for DRX, means Damwon Kia can either punish them or just know that they can make a play on the top side of the map. They also have scuttle control. They also have several wards on their side of the jungle. Like, the vision that they have versus I can't see a single ward outside the control ward in mid, just on the top of the river there, and the one to the right. Like, that's all that DRX have. And so going to clear vision is too risky. If you walk out there, you might die. You just are going to get blown up by Canyon, or you're going to get caught by a trouble bubble. So DRX just have to sit back and lose this game right now unless Damwon Kia make mistakes. And that's not one of their more famous traits here in the LCK. And
yeah,
it just feels like another oppressive long-range game here from Damwon Kia that is just, as DRX, you feel hopeless against this. You have to wait for this next objective fight, hope that you can turn after the engage from Canyon, use your Leona, but it's just a pipe dream, you know?
No, it's a real worry. Canyon just doing all of the damage, has all the experience. I don't know which solo lane he came from, but it must have been one of them, because it doesn't really make sense that he has so much farm and so much money.
Ton of time spent in the top lane.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, the lead that he has. You know, I mean, it is and it isn't because it's Canyon's Diana, but it's against a DRX who have looked so clean. And after Game 1's draft and how close DRX played the side lanes and the macro game, well, I thought we might be in for a real turnaround here potentially in the second game, but then the draft came through and you wanted to trust. Oh no, I trust this every time.
Well, he's not quite close enough. Showmaker is just going to move up towards the top side of the map. They're not going to bite off more than they can chew, I guess, as Pyoshik continues to just try and clear out vision where he can. And look, it feels a little bit Doomsday just after watching game number 1, but it's only 1,000 gold the difference. This is Def's Jinx. He's pretty good at winning on this champion.
Well, I didn't feel like it was Doomsday after Game 1. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it's starting to feel like Doomsday now here in Game 2 in this isolation because of the lead that Canyon has and how difficult it is to get vision back as DRX also have to group now, and they're relying on King and winning the side lane, which he is doing very well on. Because if he can't win this, and he can't actually duel against Birdall, then you can't even group as 4 to remove vision around Baron. So successfully, DRX finally get a little bit more of a picture, just a window, a glimpse of the map here around one of these critical objectives. At 25 minutes into the game, Damwon Kia could make a play for Baron, so you have to be ready for that. Once you control this, you swap sides, you go back towards the Drake, because you can't give over that Cloud Soul again here to Damwon Kia either.
Yep. That's yeah, the rock and hard place thing that we've spoken about a few too many times here in the LCK, but it's certainly relevant. As Nash's Tooth is now done, Kingen going for a different second item here, wanting a little bit more damage. Can certainly understand it. Really like Nash's on Gwen, absolutely.
Super great against the Renekton 2 in a side lane. Now we're going into this fight with Canyon's got Flash. He's got Zhonya's, he's got Rocket Belt, and he doesn't have his Void Staff yet, but he's very close.
Yep.
And DRX can't get control of how this fight happens first. They can't actually be the initiators. Their comp doesn't really allow for it, and they're not going to have vision. So I think what DRX need to do is try to bait Canyon into a bad engage and turn on him, because he's not super tanky. You get his Zhonya's out early, then you can back up and then re-engage again. You get one reset for Def. He gets excited, it's winnable. Otherwise, I mean, if you just walk into Canyon or if you give Canyon the opportunity to engage on you, flash on you, it's over. So you have to play so reactionary here as DRX.
Well, Def's going to take a lot of damage here. He's going to Gale Force defensively, gets himself out of the way, but Soft Arm as well doesn't have that available either. Still double summoners available for Def, and he does have his health back now. uses potions and farm himself back up again as Dokdam will take a bit of poke here from Zeka. Nothing really to worry about just yet, though, as the Q is going to connect onto Pioshik, and he's taking a little bit too much damage. Zap down onto Birdle, though, a Super Mega Death Rocket to soften up the rest of Damwon Kia. Dokdam going to have to just be a curtain call in this game as DRX are looking to deny, and they should be able to do so.
With Chompers here, Canyon can't get in.
Solar Flare is going to connect. Zap as well. That gets Deft out of there, and he's excited. Bubble is going to connect onto the Lee Sin, but no follow-up is going to happen. So, good denial.
Yeah, so well played by DRX. They control the choke point. They cut off Damwon Kia's entry. They chip away at and pick at Birdle, so he can't really engage. Even though he has his ultimate, he has Flash. If he's at the third health, you burst him down, Deft gets excited, and suddenly, okay, this is a winnable fight. You can burst Canyon down as he comes through. So Damwon Kia took so much damage early. I love Death's ultimate there as well to kind of chip away at all of the health bars and force them out. Chompers were placed well. And they forced their way into this around a very timid engage here from Birdall. So you're going to have to do this several more times to get your way back into this game, but it's a first baby step here for DRX.
No, absolutely. Infinity Edge almost done for Deft, though. That is going to be 3 items for the Jinx. A very scary time. But the Void Staff just completed for Canyon. He's on 3 items, which is pretty absurd. But he is very, very large. Also completed for Showmaker. His jungler is a full item ahead of him, which feels weird to say. It's not like Showmaker has been playing badly. It's just there's this jungler that keeps stealing his stuff.
Zeka is going to take this turret for free. It feels somewhat inconsequential for Damwon Kia. He gets away with it, and that's going to be a little bit of extra money going over to the LeBlanc. They're giving control to Damwon Kia around mid. Any sleeps hit, it could be a dead target.
Ooh, this is a lot of damage on Deft, who's able to do about half of the health of Birdle as he comes in with his Infinity Edge. Meanwhile, fights on multiple fronts, but Damwon Kia able to disengage quite nicely, and this is exactly the style that they want to be playing in. Disengage, re-engage, and keep the fights the way they want them so that Showmaker can just land Paddle Stars and Bubbles off cooldown.
They need to keep Dokdam a tether's length away from Zeka as well.
That bubble from Showmaker, looking for it, but doesn't find it there onto Beryl.
It's a Leona though, so again, this is, I think, one of the reasons why this is the big pivot we see here from DRX. Is just so difficult to pick him off.
Yeah.
With the Zoe, he can actually take a lot of those bubbles, take a lot of the damage. And DRX have gotten to the point now with the Void Staff ready here for Zeka where he can threaten Dokdam. He can actually threaten Showmaker if Showmaker isn't careful and can catch, you know, Canyon on an engage, force an early stopwatch. Zeka needs to be respected here. Damwon Kia overextending a little bit in these last few exchanges.
Yeah, Deft once again going to Gale Force, but holds onto the flash this time around. Chain is going to connect as he walks that minion up the lane. And it is just a bit of a K-Ram here, but there's the added intensity of Kingen just cutting through turrets.
Yeah, if Damwon Kia are just going to push his 5 and like do, you know, 1% of the turret's health each wave, Kingen's like, well, I'll take an inner turret, thank you very much. Does have his teleport as well, so this is not a risk for him at any point.
Gold lead as well now for DRX.
Taking the Krugs would have been a bit of a bit of an overextension, but yeah. I mean, DRX get a gold lead from this. They're playing it safe. And if they can set up for another great fight on this next Drake or over the Baron, where they do have temporarily vision control, it's going to be wrestled away, then, you know, this is still winnable. This is still doable. That last Drake fight, or lack of a fight, where they zoned Damwon Kia away is proof enough of concept of how this comp works. And Deft, he's using his Gale Force so extreme well. It feels like he's almost trying to bait Damwon Kia in several times. Gale Force is away, then they do a little bit of poke. Like, there's poke with this LeBlanc on the other side.
I really, really like it. He's got a Null Magic Mantle now as well. I wonder whether that's going to be a QSS coming through for the Jinx.
Yeah, pretty high chance.
Certainly could be a very valuable option, as, you know, the only real sort of knock-up CC that there is in fact the ultimate from Canyon. Like, that's kind of it. Otherwise, it's all stuns.
And you should never get caught by that as the AD carry unless you're really in a bad spot.
Yeah. As now Canyon taking a bit of damage here, but Birdle is going to dive on top of the Leona. Not exactly a target you want to dive onto, as Pioshik is going to lock down so much damage onto Birdle, and now all of them taking so much. The Super Mega Death Rocket was massive as Deft gets excited. Moonfall comes in, but Canyon, that's going to be the last thing he sees as Deft's Jinx is excited, and DRX are looking for a Baron.
It's the Deft Jinx plot armor every single time, Atlas, and once again, Damwon Kia pushing forward, but there's no real objective here. They're just trying to get this turret. It's the Wolf turret, right? It's the turret you got to get rid of as Zoe so she can start opening up the map. So this has been their focal point, but it cost them an inner turret. It's cost them now 2 team fights here, and DRX will not just fall over and die here. They will turn, they'll flank. They've got Zeka on these angles. Pioshik's kick was fantastic, and they're burning down this Renekton so fast each and every time that Bertel just isn't really able to set up for these fights. He's just a meat shield, and he's burning down quickly. With this win in this fight, DRX should be able to secure not only the Baron, but their second Drake of the game. And DRX are actually now in the driver's seat for the first time in this series.
And this is exactly the same Drake cadence that we saw in the last game as well. It was like Soul Point, and then all of the others went to the other team. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was 2 Drakes and then 4.
2 to 4, yeah.
So DRX, unfortunately, let 3 of them go instead of 2. So points off for that. But we're going to see this one more time.
Beryl.
Bertel just gets completely pushed out of position.
Beryl's position is so good. And Bertel is like, oh, I'm going to try to punish this. We have a lot of damage. We can chain CC. But he's Leona. And then the kick follow-up is so fantastic because Bertel, with a snap of his fingers, instantly Solar Flares, turns on this so fast. And there's no way out as Bertel. He's now flashless. Showmaker is flashless. He's got Unsealed Spellbook, so he's going to be able to, pick up some other things as well to help him out here potentially. But no flash on the carries. Like, Damo and Kia have no summoners right now to control this map. There's a Baron buff up. And if they make one misstep on the defense, DRX actually might be able to end the game. I mean, we're 32 minutes in. They've got a lot of pushing power. They've got a Jinx who's got now 4 items complete. It's looking very scary for Damo and Kia. They may have thrown their lead away just tunneling on that mid turret.
Yeah, and actually Deft goes back and completes more of Malmortius now as well, so the lifeline going to be available for him. Kind of like that, being able to get excited and then get all of that health back pretty comfortably. And these rockets really starting to hurt now with 4 items on the Jinx.
Damo and Kia here, again, one misstep is certain death, certain doom.
Yeah, if that chain had landed, that would have been certainly not a Doctarm being alive anymore. There's Deadly Flourish, not going to be followed up on or anything like that. Eclipse, a hell of an ability.
There's Gwyn pushing with Baron buff minions in the mid lane. You have to respond to that. And this 4-1 is working out so brilliantly here. The inner turret in the top lane is already gone, so Kingen can head up there. He does not, however, have teleport. So they're just going to split this mid and bot. This is just so much gold to an already massive leading in terms of gold. DRX, 6,000 now the lead here. 4,000 gold on this Baron power play, and they're just sieging it up. Come at me, bro, is basically what DRX was saying. Like, Canyon, I dare you to engage.
Yeah, and they're like, there's a Gwen problem. They're like, what do you want me to do about it? It's okay, here's the Moonfall, but they just stand their ground. Beryl ends up flashing out eventually, but Canyon, I think the use-by date might be up because Deft is excited. And the snips are coming in from Kingen as well. This is going to be at least the mid inhibitor, but the bot lane one's going to fall immediately afterwards. There's another 15 seconds on this Baron buff. And yes, you can hit Deft a couple of times, but the curtains are not really called.
This comp just doesn't have synergy from Damo and Kia. I think they showed a little bit of disrespect in the draft. And even with a great engage from Canyon again and again, outside of the early game, there's no follow-up damage. This comp is too slow.
Yeah, exactly. And DRX, they'll just make short work of these Nexus turrets. We are going to a game number 3. Deft's Jinx remains at an absolutely ludicrous win rate, especially here in the LCK. And DRX, they're going to make it go the distance.
DRX played a great mid to late game there. I mean, they punished every single overextension. They shut down that mid push. Side laning was great from Kingen. And I don't want to say that the Canyon expiration date was hit per se because he is one of the best scaling champions in the game. It's just the composition's expiration date was hit, right? And I think that's what you're saying in terms of the Diana engage is always going to be powerful. You're always going to do some health bars worth of damage every time he has flash, rocket belt, he's going in. You can catch 2 or 3 players, but if all you're catching is a Gwen and a Leona in a lot of these fights and there isn't any follow-up damage, there isn't really any follow-up CC, you're like, okay, Jhin and Zoe, please burst them down now. They don't, because that's not how this comp works. It just doesn't work at all unless you're really, really ahead in tempo. And they were. The Renekton started to fall off. The Jhin and the Zoe are great at picks, but it doesn't work well with a Diana. It would have worked better with single target jungle engage where you can engage nonstop all the time, but not just based on ultimate cooldown. Yeah, and I think they really dropped the ball with how they rounded the draft out. We trusted because it's Canyon's Diana. We trusted, but it did fall apart in the end.
Yeah, and they just... Yeah, it just didn't quite work, right? And having Bertel and Canyon on the same page just wasn't a thing that they ever really achieved, right? That towards the end there, you saw it was Canyon sort of in by himself, and he did the most damage on his team, but honestly, his team didn't do very much damage, especially in comparison to the Alpaca on the other side, who tore them apart Most of that damage happening towards the later stages of the game.
Barrel's turns, his positioning, how many sleeps he blocked, how many paddle stars he blocked, how many times he turned on Canyon. I think that was the MVP pick in the draft was the Leona. I really felt like it was a great answer here from DRX, and Barrel played it so well. Deft's positioning is so good too. I mean, this team, when it works together well, it really, really does. I can't believe how close this series suddenly became.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Damonq with side selection. They could potentially move back to blue side, which could be a theoretical answer, but momentum on the side of DRX, and if they can get that monkey off their back. Remember, this is a game win. They haven't had one of those since 2020. It's already differing times. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk after this short break.
앞라인부터 잡아. 앞라인부터 노플 내리는 노플 얘네 익 받았어. 나 살짝 볼게. 진도 노플. 천천히. 나 못 들어가. 라인부터. 성훈이 빼야 돼. 빼게. 바텀 억제기 밀어봐. 나 피 상태 안 좋아. 끝낼만해? 일단은 모르겠네. 일단 해보자. 트라이는 해보자 이거. 끝낼만해. 리스크 크진 않아. 나궁 미드 다음 라인 봐. 나 W 때 한번 타워 쳐볼게 이거. 신 노플. 포킹만 조심해. 조이 포킹만 조심해. 우리 원딜 멜모. 이 라인 들어갈 때 나 더블 키고 친다 타워. 나 아무것도 못 해준다. 나 타워 칠게. 괜찮아. 뒤에만 서 있어. 끝낼만해. 나 타워 잡아. 타워. 나이스. 아. 이게 뭐야?
Like, T1, you're late on this one.
Yeah.
You got to do something, though.
Realm Warp is going to come in, so there is going to be an opportunity to fight this one, but it is going to be the Jax that locks down the Baron. And now Owner is just caught with absolutely nowhere to go. Now OnFleek looking for even more. It might be a sacrifice of his life, though, as Dudu dives on top of Gumayushi. One more auto is going to do it. The exhaust is fantastic onto Faker to lock down the last remaining source of consistent damage on this. Turret and T1 are being super oppressive. Owner looks for his opportunity. There it is! Safeguard, kick flash, and Karis kicked into the team. However, he is able to throw down his ultimate. Good ignite there from Carrier. Will end up locking down the kill, but look at the AoE. cooldown now. Gen G losing a big tool for this next fight as Liv Sandbox closing in. There's the flash forward, perfect timing, but the Unbreakable Will is going to be there. Great four-man knock-up immediately into Ruler, doing so much damage. And yes, Liv Sandbox getting some work done as well, but Ruler still has full health. It's insane, this guy just tears them up. Gen G will now take the soul point.
노틸 궁 있어. 이건 쳐야 되나? 쳐야 될 것 같은데. 나이스! 아니 알렸어 뭐야? 용 가고 바로 가자. 야, 너 왜 이렇게 잘해? 르블랑 노플.
Here, look at the flank from Birdall. Watch where he goes. Ice is the biggest target. Realm warps in.
Now they're thinking about it. Absolutely, they're going to go in for this one. They root him down, but the kick onto Birdall. Do they have the damage for Ice? Yes, they do. And the comp works out. They isolate the Zeri and take him down immediately. But can they clean up the rest of the fight? Closer's still alive here, and they will finally take him down.
야, 쟤 보낼게, 짜오. 짜오 보내볼게. 나 제리 본다. 제리.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to break down that DRX victory over Dom1 to tie up the series 1-1. All starts with the draft here, I think. Dom1 going for, I think, a bit of a risky decision to fracture their comp halfway through, I would say.
And the early Zoe pickup hasn't been that popular for a reason. And if you commit to that, I think it's fine. We saw in game number 1 a really good example of what a pro comp can do when it actually has all the tool it needs. The problem is if you only have the Zoe as a reliable source of poke, as you will with this draft, and you then kind of hamstring yourself with a Diana and a Renekton that are very binary champions, go in and it works, or you get blown up. There's not a lot of depth there. Into a DRX comp that has plenty of ways to both kite back and engage, doesn't work out at all. And I think that this is a very deserved punish for a lackluster draft from Dom1.
Yeah, I mean, DRX are clearly just a really strong team here in the LCK. They are looking for their 6th victory in the series in a row if they take this one over Dom1 Kia. And they proved that, no, you can't just do whatever you want in the draft, right? We are going to punish that. I think Wolf made a great point. We were saying it over here while we were watching the draft. I think the Poppy would have been a fantastic, safe choice. Doesn't feel like Kenyon really enjoys the Poppy too much, maybe doesn't feel too comfortable on the pick, maybe doesn't think it's that strong. I mean, there's so much mobility, so many things you could have shut down with that pick, and then go for something a little bit more standard on the top side. This Renekton is just not doing it for us here in the LCK just yet.
No, and it's not like the Diana Renekton, like it's okay, but I don't love it either, you know? And trying to pivot your draft halfway through is a bit riskier than get, say, a Jarvan that we know Kane is very good in, and then try and find a final pick that can maybe go for a more front-to-back type style. Still a little awkward because you'll have the Jhin and the Zoe and you're a little bit reliant on hitting skill shots, but at least you have more leeway in how you play the game, because here they were really hamstrung by the great poke that was coming out from the LeBlanc, the Jinx, and then the threat of the Gwen and Leon in the late game.
Yeah, DRX just played it straight up better as well, which we will see right now. Let's take a look at some of the highlights The first one being this excellent bait by Damwon up on the top side.
And this instilled a false sense of confidence into Birdle that he could tank anything. Something that happens often to our Crocodile players. Because this early on, especially with Birdle having a pretty good game thus far, doesn't even have level 2 on his Dominus yet, but it's a really nice bait. And these are exactly the type of leads that we saw Damwon getting game number 1, or at least keeping it even. But they never really break away, and with this comp, I feel like you kind of need to.
That's exactly, that's a fantastic point, right? Like,
thank you, Brandon.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, they get the small lead, they get the 1 kill, they get some of the damage on the turret, but they're not jumping ahead of DRX. And DRX's comp, I mean, it can go all the way down to the super late game against Def's Jinx as well. We're going to take a look at the second highlight here, just to showcase again, some of the dancing that we had around this dragon.
And this is where the Damwon comp, I think, still kind of feels like it's working. All right, engage comes through, Canyon finds, as per usual, a really nice re-engage. And see that, yes, Birdle, he can't tank indefinitely here, but he can frontline pretty reliably. And that time soon passes. And Damwon Kia still showcasing that their comp on the re-engage can still do a lot. But then this is the final objective that they will actually get in this game, because from here on out it's all downhill. And especially considering there's Cloud Drakes, they really didn't get that much out of it, and it wasn't the type of game where if it's an Inferno and you steal it, that can be a win condition in of itself. But
no. Nothing really happened. Nobody on the side of DRX died. Another Cloud Drake went over to Damwon Kia. So what, right? Like, it's just little things that go in their direction, but the time in the game was ticking up and up. And taking a look at our third highlight, to really bring it home here, this is what happens when we get later on in the game.
And this is not a good engage from Birdle, but I do think simultaneously that I cannot imagine that you'll make a play like that if that wasn't the call, because having Canyon be a primary initiation when a lot of your opponents have flash available is not going to work. Like, these players are too good to be caught off guard by a Diana in full vision making a play, right? The problem is that if you do that, then the rest of the team either needs to be ready, and this goes back again to why would you hamstring yourself with these picks that need to do that to actually have any effect? When you could have also opted into some more sustainable picks that didn't put you in a position where you need to make these awkward, kind of ugly plays to get anything done in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. We were thinking, maybe Canyon was just going to clutch it out. It's his Diana. He was having some really great engages early on in the game, but it just didn't come home. I think DRX just played it very well and positioned perfectly against that. So, guys, we do have our player of the game here from the side of DRX for game number 2. It will be Deft on the Jinx. He does not mess up his win rate on this champion just yet.
Plot armor too strong. Let it be mind control. Let it be random drafts that Damwon Kia halfway decides to take a different avenue. But the man knows his Jinx, right? The positioning in fights, the amount of damage that he's able to pump out consistently. Just some of the reasons why he has such an incredulous win rate on this champion over the course of his long and storied career. Personally, I went for Beryl. I thought that Beryl had a really good revenge game against his team, was absolutely pivotal in a lot of these fight setups. But I can't fault anyone for the death vote. I hope it's a little split, because I do feel like that little nod is deserved. But when it comes to late game Jinx, Deft just does it better than anyone else in the world. And that is, this deep into his career, just a beautiful thing. Also,
you can just look at that highlight reel, right? I mean, his positioning was basically perfect in every single one of those fights, and every single one of those highlights. And he's going to be the first to break away from Team 500 and get out of the tiebreaker, get into second place. We were thinking maybe Canyon was going to pick it up with that early game, but it did not happen. As we get a couple of knots there, the Observer team going all for the mid lane, all for Zeka. Did a lot of poke damage on the LeBlanc, but guys, this is going to do it for us here on the Carpet Space. It's all going to come down to one final game to decide the victor of this one. Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and of course the English cast being Beryl fans. If I had a vote, it would have been for the Alpaca. He just, sometimes you have to vote with your heart, and that time around it was Deft really being able to do a whole bunch of work. But you guys were exactly right. If you just use your brain, Beryl was doing a lot of work.
Yeah, there was definitely some heart votes there. Beryl, he clicked on, or rather, Deft, he clicked on people a lot, and he was running around, and his position was good, but I mean, some of those fights where Beryl turned with Leona, blocked skill shots, and then the follow-up from Pioshik was fantastic. Felt very much like, yeah, Deft was reaping the rewards of the setups he was given, but such great teamwork and punish play across the board here for DRX. As Zeka did start to change the tempo of the game too, I think because he was threatening on the side, there were some moments where Showmaker and crew decided, okay, I think we just engage here because LeBlanc's cooldowns are down and we've got to go for this, and it did not work out. We're going to switch sides back here again. Damwon Kia will pick blue side, no surprise. But I hope that we see a draft here from them that embodies a team composition, not Canyon's the best Diana player in the world, and so we just win, right? Because that's what it felt like Game 2 was all about. And we kind of fell into that narrative a little bit, too. We were like, well, I mean, just look at how ahead he is.
Well, I mean, they did actually manage to take control of the mid-game quite effectively, but then it was from there that the issues started to arise. And honestly, like, Damwon Kia could have walked away with that. It wouldn't have made their draft good, but it would have just reinstated the fact that they can just generally make things work. But didn't happen. DRX just too good, and the plot armor, as was mentioned on the desk and here, was certainly very apparent for Deft's Jinx. As Trunamir going to once again be the first ban. Caitlyn taken away second time around. It was Victor, the final ban on the blue side last time around, as Twisted Fate Rise Zeri.
I would love to see Damwon Kia ban the Jinx, actually. And just look to take the Aphelios first pick if it's open. Otherwise, you can take the Corki. You have a lot of options here as Damwon Kia. You take away Jinx's ability to outrange all of the comps they're trying to run. Deft's comfort on the champion as well. I think it's kind of a no-brainer to me. Yes, we're not seeing top-tier teams really ban the Jinx. There are other options, and it's not a fully 80 carry-based meta. And thank you, Damwon Kia, because this is how you draft well. This is how you adapt to the best of three. Yeah. And we're seeing it happen here in real time. The Korean casters loved it as well. I feel like this is just such an easy call to make. And now it's like DRX, ooh, do you give over the Aphelios? We don't have Jinx. You're going to trade the Corki, I think, for the Aphelios here.
Yeah, I don't know whether... Oh, actually, now that the Aphelios has been locked in, it's harder to lock the Corki because you don't get the Jinx alongside it, which we have seen be very effective, except for in our first series today.
The Graves is also a great pick here for Kingen. You can pick up the early Hullbreaker. It's a really high priority pick.
Not to mention, this Aphelios has been countered in the past. That is going to be the Xayah, though. And they could just Xayah Rakan if they'd like to, but Pioshik going to take away the Lee Sin first.
And Canyon has not played any Poppy this season. He avoided picking it last time. It was talked about by me. It was talked about by the desk. And I think that trend will probably continue, so you don't feel worried about picking the Lee Sin into it right now, because you just don't expect that Damwon Kia will be willing to play it.
Yeah. No, I agree. I actually think that it's very strange that he hasn't been defaulting to it. Especially when you could pick it now, theoretically. You could grab the Karma first to give yourself a whole bunch of lane power, but you pick Poppy here, it makes it so much harder to pick Rakan.
Yeah.
Like, Rakan goes in for an engage. You ain't battle dancing out if there's steadfast presence, right?
It's so, I mean, you make such a good point. I mean, it's like the pick here.
And it hides your whole draft as well. Like, you don't need to worry. Like, it is...
It's bulletproof. I mean, it really is. And, like, the fact that Damwon Kia is reluctant to pick it here literally makes a statement to every other team in the LCK, including our two other big three teams, Genji and T1. Like, okay, you can just pick Lee Sin to this team. They won't respond. Don't ever ban Poppy against Damwon Kia. They clearly don't want it, ever. And that's something we're learning a lot tonight, because in the past it felt more stylistic, but in this series it's almost egregious. Because they will pick up the Graves, which we've seen them use as a flex pick. So that was still
Leona the
powerful
choice for Beryl, of course. Bit of a signature champion here, so going to go for that form of engage instead of the Rakan.
A lot more power to turn against the style of play we're seeing from Damwon Kia. The easy ban, is the Zoe, based on how Showmaker has been prioritizing that here.
Yep.
And you already have a lot of really set up damage here for Damwon Kia. Your Graves front line, the Aphelios follow up, so I like this one.
Yep. Victor is still available, but Zeka probably happy to pick that one up himself. So we'll have to see exactly where Damwon Kia are going to go as far as their bans are concerned as well, because they did ban the Victor on blue side last time around. They might actually respect that, but the Gwen going to be taken away from Kingen. I like that. Last game, Kingen's Gwen was fantastic. A little bit overshadowed by a certain Alpaca, but that's fine. Didn't get too many nods in the POG vote, apart from, I don't know, the observers were very excited about Zeka. I got a little bit confused about that.
Yeah, I wasn't on the same page as them either, although his positioning was pretty good in the mid game.
Yep.
I don't think it was POG worthy personally. I thought that we would have seen some more nods towards Beryl, as we do see that other targeted ban here towards Birdall's Irelia. It's also a champion that Showmaker could play in the mid lane, but I think this is just Damwon Kia, or rather DRX taking away high skill, powerful champions that Damwon Kia have carried with in the past, and they just don't want to deal with it.
No,
they want to draft more reactionary here, and I'm all for it. LeBlanc is still open for Zeka. That's one you can blind here and feel pretty good about with the Lee Sin pick.
The Irelia makes me feel like a nah. I don't know why.
I'm also feeling the same way. It's going to be the Jace, though, here for DRX. Going to have a lot of range, very strong blind into a lot of the other side laning champions that are available here for Damwon Kia with the Irelia band. Camille, not something you feel great about here.
Obviously, Irelia and Soul is the choice here, I think, blind into Zeka.
Please don't.
Picking Akali into Lee Sin is a bit of a worry.
You know, yeah, I wouldn't be a huge fan of that.
Probably looking like a potential
What about
Orianna
Poppy?
Victor angle, but yeah, it's not Poppy.
It's not the Poppy at all.
No.
And now we know the Graves is going to the top side of the map. It's going to be Canyon's Jarvan. Have strong engage. Have good setup for the Aphelios ults.
Yep.
And the last question, of course, will be the mid lane here is going to have to be blind into whatever Zeka is going to counterpick. And it's up to you, Showmaker.
Ooh, the Vex.
Vex
Another way to counter dashes. There you go. Just put the Poppy in the mid lane. Change up the Yordles. You go from a 1-star to a 3-star. There you go. Perfect.
And we haven't really seen too many counter picks to the Vex. It's not one. It's usually picked as a counter to LeBlanc. See what ends up coming through here for that final pick in the mid lane. Talia mid, that's a throwback, but ooh, the Ahri.
I feel like Ahri is the kind of perfect option to not pick into Vex.
Yeah, because of the dashes, but we're going to play it.
All right, never mind.
Zeka is going to try to prove himself a second time. Now, Vex is very fragile, and even with her ability to fear after dashes, it's not going to be easy to set this up, and you're going to be outpaced by Ahri a lot of this game. And the wave clear that Ahri has, her kill pressure, it's all fantastic, and I would love to see teleport for Zeka instead of the Ignite, because then you can also 1-3-1 very effectively against this comp. You know, the Kingen situation here against the Graves, not as easy. He's definitely going to pick Hullbreaker early. But dealing with the Ahri is definitely much easier for Damwon Kia if she's not able to teleport into objective fights. And we saw this in Game 1. Yeah. It was an attempt, it was an idea, it worked out fairly well in terms of some of those skirmishes. But in the late game, she killed minions, and that was it.
Yeah, very true. And I kind of like the Jarvan pivot. I mean, I would have preferred a Poppy, absolutely. However, you can really make things a bit of a struggle for the Xayah by putting her in the Cataclysm. Doesn't have a lot of options outside of the Flash. It's one of the downsides of Featherstorm. You can't just float over it. So that's certainly going to be helpful. But once again, I mean, the engage is going to be on Canyon. Like, he is the only guy that can really do it. Yes, there's some fishing that you can potentially do on the Vex. Find the ulti, go in, look for the fear. But it's largely going to be about this Jarvan getting things done where he wants to. And it's going to have to be on specific members of this team, right?
Yep.
Kingen and Deft. There is targets. Zeka can always ult out. Gyojin can always safeguard out. And the other one is Leona. And so don't engage onto her, please. We've seen that before, and that doesn't necessarily work.
Zeka wants to use the Ignite, no teleport for him again, which is not surprising, but...
Yeah, we've seen most of our Vexes go for the Ignite as well, so I think it's a little bit more safe to do so here.
Yeah, the Ignite on Vex is super powerful because you can engage from so far away if you decide to go for a roam top, for example, to kill the Jace. You use your ult, you go in, you fear, you ignite as you walk away from the turret, and cool Vexes don't look at explosions, etc.
Yep.
I do think that with the Lee Sin here, there's a lot of power with DRX's comp, especially against a squishy Vex. That you also have a Kingen who will not build the early Hullbreaker. Please, fingers crossed, and we'll actually build Eclipse.
I mean, we saw Birdle absolutely destroy them without building the Hullbreaker. So I'm hoping that we once again don't see any Hullbreaker. Look at the storms that are gathering by the way, inside of DRX.
It's big. It's going late game. A little bit of a Aphelios storm as well, but the Eclipse Jace into Vex means that if he hits a Q, accelerated shock blast on her, she's not doing anything, you know, like that's One of the problems of Vex is she's extremely squishy.
Yeah. And it's going to be a little bit of an interesting situation with the fact that Zeka will be giving Showmaker a lot of fear opportunities. There's a possibility that the Vex can sort of run away with it, but also if you're unable to actually make those work, then Zeka might have an opportunity to stop Showmaker from, you know, stopping all of the good times that he could be having. So Zeka now, let's see whether he can actually take some control in this lane, because right now Showmaker is having a very good time, and I feel like the Vex will be very comfortable here in this lane. It's like, once again, this Ahri is picked in an odd position.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual circumstance, and I don't think it's bad per se, but in the early game you're going to have problems because Showmaker hits 2 first, he can fear into Q, he can push the wave and harass, so many minions lost. And yeah, this is like a bit of a throwback stat, but
she's on a, I think it was a 7-game winning streak, a 7-game losing streak, sorry, since 2017.
Yeah.
The last time she was played was in 2019. This is the stat that we came up with in game number 1, but that was a long time ago now, so I guess we can bring it back again.
The
Animating not also.
Yeah, it's hard, but the laning phase here is going to become interesting for Zeka when he hits 6, and then he can actually kind of outmaneuver some of these skill shots, get on top of Showmaker, use his Foxfire, and maybe look for an Ignite kill. In the early part of this, you know, without Lee Sin's help, it's really just kind of a slow roll here. Speaking of Lee Sin,
yeah, we're really trying to make our way around this one as he does hop over that wall, and you can see now Bertle in a bit of trouble. Let's see whether Pioshik's going to be able to land the Q. He just goes for the Tempest Cripple first. No flash. Oh, but the flash is going to have to be used. The flash forward from Kingin, and he manages to get it. They had to use both of their flashes, but First Blood does go to DRX.
100% worth, and this is a bit of a misstep here, unfortunately, for Canyon. He was hovering bottom side, a little bit greedy with the Krug's take here, and with the prio that Damwon Kia had bottom side, the only argument you could have for him is this dive he's going to now look for here, but it's so predictable, and you know, I mean, when your Graves is that far up, you either have to protect him or tell the Graves to back off, because it's not going to be a 2-jungler show up there if you're down on the bottom side. And so DRX punish super hard here and get a very nice lead for this Jace.
Yeah, let's see whether he can get it to be further extended, as of course he goes back, gets himself his Vampiric Scepter, so it does look like it's going to be Eclipse first, which is definitely good news. But neither of these top laners do have their flashes available now, so it's a possible avenue for Canyon to head up and try and do some work. We're going to check this one out one more time.
So look at where Jarvan is on the bottom side of the map. Like, he's taking Krugs because he wants to go for Krugs into Scuttle and, you know, help control maybe even a dive there on the bottom side. But if you're Birdall this far up, it's just too much. I mean, it's a huge mistake from him on the solo lane. If you don't know where the enemy Lee Sin is, you can die like this when you know your jungler. The one thing you know for sure is your jungler couldn't be further away. So just a bit of an overextension here. It hurts. I mean, at least for his sake, 2 flashes for 1. That's your consolation prize, I suppose.
Well, now you can see Pioshik sneaking on in here, and he has been a very attentive jungler to his lanes in the early game thus far, but Canyon is going to try his hand at it as well. The Orb of Perception goes entirely wide. Zeka playing to the correct side of the map, though, as the Jarvan not going to decide to go for anything here, and instead is just going to start up the Rift Scuttler on the top side of the map.
Zeka has just straight up missed a lot of CS. That is unforced error. I think he's playing very nervous. Showing a lot of respect, though, to the fact that Canyon could be here on the top side. And Canyon's like, I better sweep this. It looks like he knows I'm here. Nope, he's just playing safe. Good game sense.
Yeah. Showmaker, let's see whether he can land this sphere. He does have it charged up. It's going to be missed there, as Zeka is going to have some added movement speed, gets himself out of the way, so he's absolutely fine.
Level 6 up for him, but Pioshik does not have his. That's when you can really start to put the pressure on this Vex. Kick her into a wall. Zeka is just going to zoom around, has unlimited movement speed, going to get heals as well. Charm does not connect, unfortunately.
Yep, he's fishing for a bit of that CC. There's a lot of damage down onto King, but he answers back in kind. Still, though, going to have to eat through some of these potions that he does have on hand, as Showmaker just scurrying his way out of the way. Definitely, Vex does scurry.
There's the
that was the last win. Okay, in April of 2017.
Good old Ian.
And it was Faker versus Ian. What a time to be alive. Speaking of which, Canyon going to try and make his way out here. Deft very, very low on mana as well. So we are going to zoom out, looking to see whether Zeka is actually going to make his way down. But Damwon Kia just going to back away, look for a bit of a reset here And some of that pressure will abate there towards the bottom side of the map.
Unfortunately for Deft, he's very low, so they're not going to be able to turn this into a Drake play. So just one more reminder.
I miss Ian. He was actually a big streamer after he finished playing for MVP back in the day.
I don't know what he's up to nowadays.
MVP, a very surprising team to make. I believe it was Rift Rivals of that year.
Yeah, MVP had quite the run.
Yeah, but we were confused because they weren't doing so well at the time that they made Rift Rivals, and it's just that their finish in the prior season was just a little bit further than it probably should have been.
Barrel here trying to swing around the bottom side here and clear away some vision for Pioshik, who of course doesn't have a sweeper because of Lee Sin. And he is going to come up here now. There's hoping for an overextension, but he doesn't have 6 yet. Barrel's not able to sweep nor see that there's a ward that's just been placed here, so this isn't going to amount to anything. Pioshik, unfortunately, just losing a little bit of time hovering around the bottom side. As a lot of CS diff here in the mid lane is really starting to hurt Zeka. Like at first it was like kind of like, oh yeah, he missed a minion or 2 there, he's down 5 CS. Now he's down 15.
Yeah, now it's a couple of waves, and that's certainly not looking good. Bertle as well, really sort of top gapping. But of course, this is Jace into Graves. Graves just pretty oppressive when it comes to the laning phase. Gets himself 1 plate, but the CS very, very even. And of course, as you mentioned, not the same situation here in this mid lane. As soon as a few points go into the Orb Deception, you do feel better about just like insta-clearing waves and things like that, but that hasn't been hit just yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet. You know, he just went for Sork Shoes early, which is getting him more mobility. Smash, of course, here from Showmaker. Damwon Kia, fast route set up for the Rift Herald. Pioshik finally has 6, and they have Jace in a really good spot. 100% you want to fight for this as DRX, but you need to pull the trigger. You can't wait any longer.
Yeah, they're actually not going to go in, so they're going to secure the red buff instead, understanding that with Deft on the bottom side of the map, they're not going to be able to do it. So I believe, yeah, it's just Deft by himself down there.
Yep.
The rotation of the Aphelios to the top side of the map means that, yeah, they're going to have control.
A lot of teams would actually mess this up and leave Birdall on the top side and not realize what's happening, but actually Damwon Kia sent Birdall down very early, so they handle this extremely well. And you can see because the swap happened early, Duckdom's already up on the top side. Kingen is trying to play a little bit of catch-up himself. Will be missing very few, if any at all, of those means. It looks like just 0. Actually, no, that's not true. It was covered up by that ping. It's a few that he's going to lose. But at the end of the day, this is a really nice rotation from Damwon Kia. They kind of get everything. They absorb the pressure of the Xayah bottom side. They push a wave in top and get the Rift Herald. And DRX don't even get a Drake. So it's...
They don't get plates either on the bottom side of the map as well. So Deft is still just a wave behind or something like that. Wave and a half against Duckdom. So bad news bears. Going to be building that lethality Xayah that we've seen find so much popularity. Of course, given away by the area that you see as far as the Keystone. It's only really Henna that's found any actual success with this pick, and even then it's been spotty at best. So looking forward to seeing whether Deft can make this one work.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual one. I don't really like raise my eyebrows at it as much as I do with the Ahri pick, because we've already seen that one fail, and it's really hard to play this into the Vex, as we've already seen, and he's not having a great game so far. And I don't think it gets easier from here. And I'm still looking at that Ignite going like, I'm not so sure about this one. Like, yeah, the Vex is always going to take the Ignite for the reasons we talked about earlier, but doesn't mean you have to match it per se. In a matchup where you're not going to be trading excessively, you're just going to be looking for burst potential kills with Lee Sin, who hasn't really visited the mid lane outside of that initial pop by, where Pioshik just kind of knocked on the door.
I'm always okay with Ignite being taken if you're going to actually use it.
Yeah.
But if you don't use it, then it could be anything else,
Yeah.
It could be Clarity.
It could be Barrier,
Yeah, there you go.
Just
Clarity doesn't exist. No. Clairvoyance. Bring back the Clairvoyance. Missed that ability.
Worried about DRX's lack of control and tempo in this game at all fronts of it, because it's not like the last game where suddenly it's like, well, yeah, but the comp makes more sense later on. No, it really doesn't actually, not this time.
No.
And the Rift Herald will clear up the last part of these plates. Duckdom just needs one more wave, and then he's looking for the full package here. We see it from this guy every time he gets the Aphelios. 25 CS up, or 15 rather.
Trying to get a bit of a roam on here is Canyon. Going to flag and or drag. Bertle going to get booped back there by Kingen, but still asserting his dominance here on the top side of the map, despite the fact that Kingen has caught back up as far as farm is concerned.
There's a control ward here for Pioshik to use. If Showmaker is able to push up here, it could have been an opportunity. He decides not to and just clears instead, as he's going to sell the idea that there's no Lee Sin here. But unfortunately, Pioshik is like, oh, okay, well, there's a control ward here, so I don't get either gank opportunity. This is really unfortunate. And there's just nothing he can do here. No play to make, even with his flash and 6 available. And it's very rare you see a Lee Sin in a pro game like this, especially in lanes you want to deal with extra prio on your opponent's side, where Lee Sin doesn't actually get a level 6 kick. And he's gonna try to force it here. He and Barrel are like, kick or bust, man. We're trying to kill this Vex, and let's see how it goes. Because I'm not high hopes here. Showmaker does have his fear available. Not anymore.
And he's scurrying pretty quickly, as we can see. Yeah, no fear going to be coming through, as Barrel's just going to wander on out. Showmaker with plenty of wave clear is going to be absolutely fine.
There's Duckdom's turret.
Yeah,
he'll be able to take it. The world.
We haven't really had too many conversations about the fact that this is Duckdom's Aphelios as well, because I feel like Gumayusi's kind of taken his title. Duckdom in his most recent match was absolutely amazing on his Aphelios, really trying to get that title back. Let's see whether Duckdom really can make his name for it, because we had the Deft Jinx game, and now it is time for Duckdom's version of the 200 years, which has been very powerful in the past.
Part of the reason why he's able to get this whole turret, the last part of it, is because Barrel is trying to make a play mid, but he doesn't commit. Pioshik is trying to find an opportunity for that kick, but he doesn't commit, and Pioshik gets spotted by a really nicely placed control ward for the top lane, so he can't commit. Like, Pioshik has had no angles in this game outside of that initial gank on the top side of the map, and that's such a huge problem for this Lee Sin in a composition like this. It's so reliant on Ahri somehow getting value, somehow being an assassin, somehow being relevant, and, you know, Damwon and Kia have kept the lid tight. As Duckdom's going to swap here to look for one more plate. I don't think he'll be lucky enough to get it, but still, I mean, this is just quintessential Duckdom, like you said. Even if Gumayusi has taken his #1 AD carry, #1 Aphelios spot, he's still got #2.
Oh, yeah. And he certainly held the mantle for a very long time for a good reason. As Zeka side laning once again on this Ahri. It's going to be Bertel that's answering him, and he does have his Hullbreaker available. Duckdom, with 10 seconds to go, is going to grab himself at least 1, and Crescendom's here, so that should be 2 as well.
I cannot believe he's just going to walk up and get 2 plates.
Yeah. 3. He's got 3 seconds. 2, 1. Ah, not going to happen.
Let him get the turret.
Yeah, the plating goes down, so the turret just immediately melts.
Yeah.
Hot knife through butter. It is, a lot of damage.
The canyon's nearby, so it's hard to actually commit here. It's Karma. She could speed him up and get him out of there. He's got Cleanse and Flash, so does she, the Karma in this case. So it's hard to punish this, unfortunately, but I think if you don't even try, you know, if you're not getting anything cross-map, like, DRX is just losing the game slowly. Is the first Drake was taken at, like, you know, almost 13 minutes in, if not after 13 minutes. So Damwon and Kia are just like, yeah, we'll just sit back and win. Here's the kick.
Yeah, there's the flash in. Solar Flare is absolutely wonderful as well. Barrel actually picks it up with the explosion on the Eclipse. He obviously didn't want to do that, but Deft unable to line up the auto in time. And so they are able to grab their second kill of the game. Damwon haven't got one yet, though, and they have a huge lead as they have just been farming better, getting more priority in their lanes. But now Shirley's going to come out and see whether she can save the day here for DRX, as it looks like Damwon just have no interest in fighting for this one.
There's just no reason to. The choke point is controlled. Zeka still has his ult, and Pioshik basically just flash kicked for that one. Those are the only tools down here, so you don't feel like you have an edge here as Damwon Kia. Deft under pressure actually ults.
Yeah, it's Moonlight Vigil to come down as well from Duckdom. They get a bit angry here at the Xayah, but they get the Feather Storm, and that is certainly good news for Damwon.
It's fantastic news for them as Zeka get caught.
Yeah, Canyon's going to look for him here. Cataclysm comes down. They manage to get the ulti out of Zeka.
Duckdom is just like, can I go for 3? Can we go for 3 turrets in the early game?
Looking for even more. Ooh, couple of charges still available as Zeka uses the last one in order to get a bit of Orbit Deception damage over onto the Damwon Kia members who are looking in. Anything going to eventuate, though, and with this slow and steady game, I feel like we're heading towards some Damwon territory, right?
We are.
Like it's feeling like this Aphelios game. When you see lethality on the AD carry of the opposing side, you're feeling like mid-game is where they're aiming to get work done, and right now, the mid-game is well and truly upon us, and it's not looking great.
16-minute Ahri, who doesn't have her Ludens yet, is now going to try to side lane the top to get some of that extra gold to finally finish that item off. It's really a case of, you know, does this Ahri pick make sense? And no, it doesn't, but he's trying to make it work, and we've argued about the ideas as to why it could work and how it could function, and if you get ahead, or what if you get a flank, or what if you punish the Graves, but he got outplayed by Showmaker in the lane, and ㅅ2022 had a very late kill on the Vex, but so much so that the window of this already starting to snowball the game has already passed. The Drake is late.
Yeah.
There's no good news. It's like finally, at this point, we see the 3-player gank onto Vex, committed to the Solar Flare to guarantee he's locked down. So many resources used, but the rest of the map goes to Damwon Kia in this moment. You've missed your window to make this happen. Yeah, and also Beryl stole the kill.
Yeah, Beryl did manage to take the kill, which is not super great news. But that's not really the point, right? It's the fact that DRX get nothing off the back of it. Like, they're unable to even really find any map control or vision or anything like that. And we often say that if you take a kill or anything, okay, Doctor's going to go aggressive onto Def. Def does have the ulti back available once again, as Canyon's going to put him into the Cataclysm, but this is the problem that we were talking about. Def flashes eventually, but he's still slowed down. Strybreaker was picked up, and that does a lot of work, but Canyon does end up biting the dust in the end. ㅅ2022 and Zeka now rotating around to join the rest of their team. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. They are able to defend.
It's still mind-blowing to me that Zeka doesn't have his first Mythic available. He's at 160 CS, finally picks up an assist on this kill on the Canyon, but you mentioned it. Straight off the gates, you know, this is the strong Jarvan pick into the Xayah who can't float over the edge of the Cataclysm, and so gets caught in there and dies. Def played it so well. I mean, he really did, and he almost is able to survive there. Had to use both summoners. Does go down in the end. It's a 1-for-1, but it's a winning trade for Damwon Kia because you took out the AD carry, you took him off the map. He's an AD carry that isn't going to be as late game scaling as your Aphelios is. As I mean, the fight here is just Duckdown being like, I'm so ahead, I'm going to look for a flash forward. Then has to cleanse, and Canyon's like, no, I got you. Moonlight Vigil is dodged here from Def, even though he doesn't get out of Cataclysm. And then he's able to flash away. He still goes down. Ends up being a trade, like I said, but it's not a kill over to Zeka. It's just an assist, and finally he picks up the Everfrost.
Yep, and at least it's a kill to Kingen, so side lane's going to feel a bunch better, and just getting more money onto your Jace we've seen is pretty valuable. He does do a lot of structured damage, but this is Kingen's version and not Bertle's, so let's see what Kingen can actually do with the extra resources that he's been given. Can do kill lead for DRX, but only 2,000 gold is the separation between the teams, and it's Damwon with that gold lead.
Flank angle here is decent for Zeka. I mean, he has to walk in. DRX here need to fight for this. I don't think they're so slow to drop this Rift Herald, and it's just going to be like Canyon solo takes the Drake. Yeah. With no control whatsoever. There's a Rift Herald crashing into a turret, and they just let him take it. They just let him walk away with it.
Yep.
And yeah, this is not a good look, unfortunately, here for DRX. They just feel out of options, it looks like. I mean, the fact that nobody even walks towards it is so concerning.
It's just a strange situation.
It really is.
As they are now just going to try and fight for that mid-control. They really want this out of turret, right? Obviously, that's what they're looking for. It's going to be an Ocean Soul this game, as we are at 1 Drake apiece. DRX weren't interested in 1 measly Mountain Drake, so they give that one over, like you were talking about. And now, potential fights for a Ocean Soul could be coming in here, and I actually like the idea of an Ocean Soul on DRX if you are their squad, because you get a bunch more of these, you know, shock blasts and stuff like that. More of that poke damage is augmented by the extra mana that you do have available and things like that.
And it's going to be nice to have an Ocean Soul for either team, but I think, yeah, DRX is going to be very happy with it.
And also, if DRX give it to Damwon, like Damwon can use it then defensively against the possible poke option that DRX do have. Canyon gets himself out of the way of ㅅ2022.
I think that right now as DRX, you're not even really able to safely sidelane. Like, we're finally at 20.5 minutes here, starting to see the 1-3-1 split, but it's not as good as their last 1-3-1 split with a Jace here, who can be answered very well by this Hullbreaker Graves. And so you can side lane and get some farm on these solo laners, but you can't threaten turrets safely. You don't have enough vision to do that. And so, like, DRX don't have options outside of Drake fights. And the fact that they just let that last Drake go is so alarming to me, because things don't get easier here. You're not going to get opportunities to just randomly pick somebody, you know? Like,
and you probably want the skirmish, right?
You want the fight, yeah.
Like, try and deny some vision and then, you know, get a charmed from out of nowhere, that sort of thing. Yeah,
exactly.
I like that idea.
So, like, if you're just going to sit here and 1-3-1 half-heartedly through this mid-game, Damwon Kia is like, cool, nice, I'll just sit back. And then this next Drake fight, DRX have to put their foot down. But I think the window is already even passed for Ari's relevant. She has Everfrost. She's got some utility. Maybe Jace gets a Shock Blast after she gets the Everfrost route, but I mean, we're really desperate here. DRX fans, you guys are really looking for a window in this game. That doesn't look like it's coming.
Yeah. Dom has his Bloodthirster completed as well. You can see that gigantic shield that he has for himself, as Deft at least manages to secure that cannon minion, and they get rid of all of the creeps there that were coming through in the mid lane. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake, as Dom is just so huge. Doesn't have the most gigantic of CS advantages. That hasn't really changed since the earlier stages of the game. But elsewhere, it's, you know, with the side laning of Zeka, he has pulled ahead as far as Showmaker's CS is concerned. That's not exactly what we're looking at here. We're looking at the fact that Damwon have been able to control the map so comfortably, and we just don't know whether DRX are going to be able to make this side lane actually work in the end, right? As that charm does finally land.
I don't think so, because, you know, I mean, you're looking at an Ahri who can clear waves quickly and has fast disengages, can get away from a lot of collapses, but, you know, I mean, you're not able to put any permanent damage on that turret, and Dom is like, I'll kill a turret with my team. The 4-man is stronger than the 1-3-1 if we have this Aphelios who's extremely fed. Went for Bloodthirster this game, red and white, ready to actually probably even... Realistically, you could start a Baron here as Damwon. Well, I think you could do it.
Yeah. Well, I just don't know whether DRX are really in a position to answer, as right now they've set up this gank rush.
If only Zeka had a teleport where he could appear in this fight while also side laning and grabbing this turret. He can get the turret.
Yeah. Beryl is the one that walks over, so they don't want to engage onto the Leona, who presses W and then is generally okay. But Zeka is able to take this top outer. So I guess that's 1-for-1 on the turrets, as Pioshik looks to try and take this opportunity to clear out some vision on the Baron. But this game is so slow, Wolf. It really it's really sort of, yeah. It's not really moving too quickly. It's like similes, I'm really struggling to find it.
I think that the saving grace here for DRX is going to have to be, once again, DRX falling on an objective, maybe an overextension. Barrow gets a punish. Birdall, maybe he overextends, shows some of his inexperience. I mean, I'm really reaching here.
Yeah.
At least with all that extra side laning and the turret that Zeka picked up, he grabs a Void Staff, so he's going to do a little bit more damage coming up here.
Yeah, and also, it's a nice trade outside of the Shock Blast, going a little bit Narnian direction.
Zeka's here. Birdall showing so much respect.
Phase check is the question. The answer is no. Rest of DRX going to move themselves out of the way.
Maybe 8 minutes ago he could have actually dove that Graves, but not anymore. Not with the shield bow done.
Hullbreaker as well.
Yeah.
As DRX with control of mid, but they now just push their way forward. There's no minion waves coming. And Pioshik doesn't want to move too far forward himself as Canyon throws through the Cataclysm. He gets immediately booted out though and taken down. Deft grabs that kill, but he's melting down so quickly. The ulti was on cooldown, and that's going to be a double kill here for Dom, who turns up with the green and the white guns, exactly the right ones for some longer range gameplay. But still, not able to get anything more than Pioshik and Deft, but this does mean that they will grab themselves the first Ocean Drake of the game and their second in total.
There's just no vision here for DRX, and the damage that we talked about, how quickly Damwon Kia could take out the Baron, means that they kind of have to face check there. They have to go in as Kingin looking for this pick again, but once again, Hullbreaker value, the shield bow isn't even popped. You have to, as DRX, do something here. You can't give up a Baron, but the engage is so good, right? Canyon Cataclysm's in, the follow-up ult from Showmaker is there, and Deft trades back a kill, but he's instantly dead. And then once your jungler is gone, there's no contest for the follow-up Drake. It's a tough call here, you know? If you're DRX, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I know we use this term a lot, but like, you're halfway across the map. You can't even just go, oh, well, we'll just go over to Drake. You can't even get past Damwon Kia to get to Drake.
Yeah.
You have no options here. It's like the charm over the walls is the most utility this RA has given them this game.
But also, I just love the timing from Canyon there as well. He knew that, yeah, Deft probably would be able to get out of the way and, like, kill the Jarvan. But then, no matter where he goes, a flash's distance away from the Cataclysm, he was going to die to Showmaker.
Yep.
And what he did when he came in. So it was a really cool idea. The fact that Canyon does die is not exactly a big deal, right? Because you get more than what you paid for.
Exactly.
So definitely feeling good if you're a Damwon Kia fan. But this game is just really, it's not changed. Like, the gold gap has not changed at all. They used that play in order to get a Drake, so you can't really see the money value of it. As, yeah, that was actually some snow coming down there from the Karma Mantra Q. I like that.
Pioshik and Zeka in a spot to collapse on. Maybe a Karma, maybe this Vex here. You've got to try for something. Zeka pops his ult.
Yeah, well. He did pop the ult.
He did press the R button, but there's no follow-up here. Pioshik is just not able to get on top of a Vex who can just fear as soon as the Lee Sin engages.
Again, just flagging and dragging. He really wants to do something, and I appreciate that, right? We also want some action here.
We really do.
So thank you, Canyon. I'm really glad. Like, people saying that, you know, Canyon was like, oh, why overextending? No. That's what we wanted. He's the people's jungler.
He is, and he's making opportunities. He's making opportunities for vision control here for Damwon Kia. He's forcing DRX to back away from this Baron Pit, which means Damwon Kia now have control of the vision and can, I think, realistically at any point start this. With red and white, you're ready to turn. You're ready to fight this team if they come at you. And Leona isn't even here. This Pioshik is like, oh, God.
Well, they do manage to see it, so they know exactly what's going on here. You're going to connect once again, but Damwon Kia, they're looking for a turn.
They certainly are.
Yep, Kingen going to do a bit of damage there to Bertle, as now they're going to speed themselves up, looking for the opportunity, and like you said, they were looking for a turn, but it doesn't actually find any sort of value here. You're going to miss there from Dr. as well, who's got a bunch of chakrams, but is unable to actually use them as they do timeout.
Yeah.
DRX is just going to go back to farming mode.
Damwon Kia a little bit timid to look for the turn here. Canyon doesn't have flash. Showmaker doesn't have flash, but I think Canyon's lack of a flash means your engage options are way more limited, as Showmaker is just walking into these, doesn't even care.
Yeah, well, there's the fear, and that is going to be the Everfrost landing as well. It's the kill going over to Dr. at the same time, and if you're a DRX fan, that's exactly what you do not want to happen, as they'll push forward and look for this inner turret at the same time. This lead starting to turn into a real one for Damwon Kia, and it's so slow and steady.
Yeah, it really
is. It's like an inevitability to this Dr. Aphelios, man. It's a real frightening situation. 3-0-1 now.
For me, the inevitability of the Dr. Aphelios like starts at minute 10, where he's like, oh, okay, it's time to get the plates now, and then go to the other lane, get all the plates, and then and then you just know that he's going to be ready to go in the late game. Like, his team fighting is great, but his early game is so good that you're just guaranteed to get an Aphelios fed when it's Dr. Like, there's no equation of, uh-oh, what if he falls behind, or what if something goes wrong? What if the enemy jungler outperforms Canyon in the bottom lane? Is watch Showmaker just execute Kingen after eating a shock blast to the face with this Jace build and not even caring, like not even being phased by it.
He throws an ult one direction and the slowy circle the other direction, so no matter what was happening, he was gonna die. That was just how it was gonna work.
Serpent's Fang here just feels so desperate for Kingen. It's a good build from him, but can you break through this Vex now? The Vex who also has a stopwatch.
Not to mention Dr. who's got the big old shield from the Bloodthirster as well. I guess that's what you're building it for, so that the Shock Blast can do a little bit more value.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. It is really, really tough tidings here, as Zeka can't even hit a Q, unfortunately, on this high mobility comp that Damwon Kia are running. They're just waiting for the Drake timer to run out. They're just going to control a choke. And DRX, they don't even have, like, they don't have the wave controlled here, so Kingen doesn't even have shock blast opportunities. I mean, hitting them would be great, but he's not even got an angle where he could fire them. Finally he does.
Over, yeah, it's not going to land, but he did have an opportunity. You're absolutely right. Good fear. Everfrost connects there as well as Zeka diving forward. The ulti has been committed, but the Everfrost goes wide. The Q goes wide. The stopwatch, beautiful stopwatch going to be used there as the kickback does come in. Zeka does look for it, but doesn't quite get it there. We need a little bit of extra range, please, Riot, on that charm. As now Beryl dives forward, finds himself some slows as there are low health bars on Damwon, but no one's died. Moonlight Vigil comes down, and now Deft is in so much trouble. Almost the Blade Caller going to kill Canyon there, but somehow everyone just walks away.
In that skirmish, I mean, Zeka almost got insane value, but he wasn't able to get the kill. If he gets one, he gets the reset.
Oh dear, Pioshik is just going to flash Safeguard, gets himself to safety.
That's actually enough to guarantee the Drake here for Damwon Kia. That's all you need. You put the jungler down that low, Canyon's in a better spot. They can use the smite to heal him up if he needs to be, and they had control of the choke. So many near misses here for DRX, and I'm not talking about the Shock Blast, I'm just talking about how many opportunities they've almost been able to get the pick on the Vex. They've been decisive in a few moments with Pioshik trying to kill this mid laner, but Showmaker just will not flinch. He will survive through everything. The stopwatch I mentioned comes immediately in the first moment he has it. It gets value, he survives, the turn is real. And Zeka just can't get these kills. If he gets one, he gets the resets, he could dash around, he could carry a team fight, but he's just not there yet. He went for the Everfrost, more utility, less damage. And that means it's even harder for him to get that initial proc.
Well, they are able to get the flash out of Dokdam there. You can see Kyoshik coming on in. He didn't have his flash available, but Dokdam's still going to respect the potential insect play. Actually, no, there wasn't really an insect play, I guess.
No
flash.
flash.
He safeguarded his way forward, but still, just going to make sure that he is not picked off or anything. This tower still limping along, as finally we do have a wave. No, the wave is not going to be moving forward. Never mind, dealt with there by Damwon Kia, and this tower is just going to live on 300 health, I guess, forever.
It's so sad when I see Zeka toss out a charm, because any of the targets he hits in moments like this, he can't kill any of them. His team isn't with him. Just feels bad, man. It's on cooldown now. Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, there we go. It's going to do about half the health of Canyon as he just keeps walking forward. DRX still putting some damage on towards this Baron.
Yeah, it's
finally spotted out, so Canyon's going to decide to head forward. Oh, the flash Ender Blade not going to connect, but it's a good charm onto Canyon. They're committing onto this Baron of Kyoshik. Should be able to help lock this one down. Can they actually get out alive, though, is the question. The Great Escape is what they need to go with, as the Feather Storm used to avoid the ultimate. Love that. No Shadow Surge for you, Showmaker. That's Heist is successful. Yeah, they only sacrifice Barrel.
Yeah, they only sacrifice Barrel, and this could have even been better for them if the Zenith Blade connects. They blow up Canyon a lot faster in that fight when the Charm connects, but still, they get away with it, as you say. They grab all that extra gold, which is going to shore up some of the gold lead. It's also going to give them a little bit of breathing room on the map. For the first time in ages, DRX will actually be able to say, I can see where Damwon Kia are moving. I know where Canyon is. I know where they're setting up on this Drake, and they can actually fight around this. As Barrel looks for the flash forward here to look for the Zenith, but he's a little bit too far forward. Misses it there, but they're able to still turn this onto Canyon. Put his health low. Zeka's zoned out, and they don't get the kill onto Canyon, but they still get the Barrel, or the Baron, excuse me, as Barrel goes down as well.
Yep.
And I mean, Damwon Kia a little bit slow on the draw there, even though they had long-range gauge. It was a small vision issue for them, and it just goes to show how much vision is important for both of these teams right now. And now DRX should, like I said, be able to get some of that back into their hands and make these fights a little bit easier.
Yeah, Def now with a little bit of a gold bounty, but 700 still rotating around Dokdam. He is still a gigantic issue, even with this Baron available. He's been able to deal with these Baron minions very comfortably. DRX look to set up. The 300 health of this turret is still in their mind.
Yeah, Dokdam's got a stopwatch too, so he can be up aggressively killing these minions. He's not afraid of anything. There's such good turn here for Damwon Kia. If they do jump on him and he presses that stopwatch, it's so easy for Damwon Kia to just turn on a dime.
Yeah. And you can see Canyon standing in the front line quite nicely.
And finally, Baron will do it.
We did it. We got a Baron. We got the outer turret in the mid lane. The absolute dream. DRX now as well, able to get a gold lead of 200 gold. They are so far ahead.
Oh, it's the big win.
I'm starting to lose my mind, Wolf, because this game is like, snails are like, speed up, please.
Yeah, snails are like,
I've got places to be.
This is the fax machine of LCK here.
It's the dial-up internet.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, no.
Maybe with this mid-turret down, we'll finally graduate to DSL.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oh, man, you give me flashbacks to the hard times of living in Australia for most of my life.
Yeah, DRX are still, I mean, they're trucking along. Deft is starting to become more relevant. Like, his build is now very well-rounded. He's not just, oh, okay, I'm lethality with one item, and I hope I kill somebody, otherwise I have no function, and I'm running away with my ult. Now Deft can actually extended fight. He can actually deal with a lot of Damwon Kia's exchanges. He can burst through Canyon when he comes in with the Cataclysm, so he's more relevant. Zeka's got his death cap online now.
Yeah, Zeka's actually going for the ultimate greed build as well, which kind of suits exactly how this game has gone, right? The glacial pace of it, like, you may as well just go for the greediest possible option.
Shock
and
Blast.
so it does have a lot of damage potential, and yeah, Shock Blast connecting for a fair bit of damage. If it lands on a Dokdam, though, it gets all of that health back almost instantly.
Yeah, he wants to hit it onto the Vex if he can, and that's the best target for him. Even the Graves is not terrible.
Yep. This could come down to a big play from Kyoshik. He does have his flash available. Kick flash certainly going to be an option here. The Q is going to miss out of the fog of war.
No vision in this
into
pit.
the brush.
Kingan's angle really, really strong here, but Showmaker is totally safe.
And Bertle's checking the flanks really nicely. Showmaker getting the other one as well as Canyon puts them into the baby cage, and there's the Moonlight Vigil, but it's flashed by Deft. Deft has no real options anymore outside of just a heal, as now Barrel's in trouble. Dokdam is so dangerous. as the Drake is secured there by ㅅ2022. But can they actually win the fight is the question. 1v1 up towards the top side as ㅅ is going to get caught out, but Canyon has to get into his stopwatch, and Dokdam finishes the job. Oh man, it was a 3-man effort, but it worked for Damwon Kia.
I mean, the fact that Ahri is the one on fire at 2,600 damage at 36 minutes of the game is definitely a pretty big indicator of where we are and how slow this game has been, but he's almost able to finally pick up his first kill.
He was doing relevant damage there as well.
But he's just shut down. You know, the Cataclysm here from Canyon is great because it zones out the teammates of DRX as well, so it's harder for them to get on the Zeka in this moment. But then after he goes low, Zeka actually engages. We didn't really talk about this part of the fight as much. You can see what he's able to do to Showmaker here, gets him down extremely low and forces him to flash over the wall, but then he's isolated. Canyon's flag drag comes back up, and Dokdam will get the kill after that stopwatch is used. And
that was mid-Spirit Rush as well. He very close to got out of that one with the extra charges that he was able to pick up with the Essence on the floor. And we got a little bit of a taste of what happens when you start resetting on the Ahri.
Sort of almost got to see Ahri pop off. Like, we almost got, like, the appetizer. We didn't quite get that. But what we did get was a second stopwatch down for Damwon Kia. The Vex stopwatch was broken, now has his Zhonya's Hourglass completed. The QSS for Dokdam means that it's very much difficult to pick him off. And Damwon Kia have reached a point of, in this war of attrition, so much to shut down the aggression. Like the cleanse, plus the QSS, plus now the Zhonyas, right? And killing this composition is nigh impossible. Like Kingan's Jace is actually losing value over time, which is so rare to see. But with this kind of game state, with the extremely tanky Graves.
Wow. Deft almost face checks Canyon there as ㅅ2022 gonna get tagged. That's gonna be the fear, and the jungler is wiped out. 20 seconds until the Baron is up.
This is, I mean, that's 30 seconds before ㅅ2022's gonna be anywhere near this one. It was a really nice long-range engage. That's what Vex offers you that Ahri doesn't. And a lot of these moments where you're just like, oh, okay, I can kill the jungler, but I could just collapse on him, fear him, and blow him up. I have the Jarvan to follow up.
Really beautifully done. Really beautifully done.
A free Baron now for Damwon Kia.
Should be, although DRX, they do know that this is going on. There's a control ward in the pit, as we know. And there are feathers being set up. Let's see whether DRX can actually do what looks to be pretty impossible. They're not going to be able to stop this Baron from going down. However, can they find some sort of pick-off, something to slow down Damwon Kia? Actually, no. Let's hope that they don't slow down Damwon Kia. We don't need that.
The Shock Blast just feels so irrelevant here, Atlas. Like, you know, we're seeing them connect sometimes, but if it doesn't hit the Vex or the Aphelios, and even if it does hit the Aphelios off times, it just feels like there's no follow-up and it doesn't matter.
Oh, but now we've got a teleport in from Bertle. Let's see whether Zeka can lock him down. Does slow in. The charm connects as well as they just immediately punish the Graves. So that's the pick-off they were looking for. They just needed Bertle to do it for them.
Yeah, I mean, Bertle's showing, like I said earlier, a little bit of his inexperience this series. Moves like this to try to catch all of DRX, very greedy, will be punished for it.
Well, Cataclysm going to connect, but the charm comes down as well, and once again,
donations.
They're just running towards DRX.
Check the PayPal.
Oh, man.
This is 2 straight-up gifts.
We need text-to-speech enabled. Obviously, this... No, that's not true.
Yeah, I mean... I just thought you were having such a hard time, I would give you 2 kills.
Moonlight Vigil goes down, though, and we're going to retract that statement, I guess, as 50% of Def's health bar goes down, so they're going to be denied that inner turret. Second now moves towards this bottom lane, and he will get some work done here as well.
I've been a big fan of Ahri for many years. Thank you, Riot, for giving me the opportunity. No.
Robo-Wolf. I like Robo-Wolf. So it's working out.
Zeka is going to be able to take this turret down. They got the mid turret as well. Uh-oh, Barrel. Yeah, this game is just, it's sliding along. The speed of it is going up, but it's like it's not for any of the right reasons, but we're at least seeing some kills and some action and some mistakes and some overextensions. Emotions are high.
Do you know what kills aren't happening? Kills onto Dokdam. He is 6-0-1 now. He's very, very strong. As we go and check out this pick-off onto ㅅ2022, it was a fantastic Shadow Surge and just absolutely nowhere for the Lee Sin to go.
Yep. And then teleport here from Bertle is to try to trap these escaping members, but like there's not enough chase here. Like this is just a bit of a... Maybe he was called to TP mid, the ward was set up. I mean, a lot of different top laners would have gotten away with that. He doesn't. Not in this case on the Graves.
Nope, not gonna happen.
And then Canyon is like, I'm going in, and Showmaker is just not able to follow up. He hits the ult, but he can't turn into 4 people. There's just no follow-up here because the Graves is dead.
Ah, so Beryl was just standing on top of an enemy ward. That was the issue. As this Ocean Drake is going to spawn as Canyon needs to flag and drag his way out of the way of the Charm, which does not connect. Orb of Deception also going to get the flash out of Canyon. He really didn't want to use that. He's just buying time though, as Dr. is just going to come through and rip apart this inhibitor turret. Bertel says it's end of the line there for Pyosik, but he just safeguards his way out, and over goes Showmaker, just blows up Zeka. He's going to go golden for now. Let's see whether no, he's definitely not going to survive, as the rest of Damwon are just taking down the base. Inhibitor has been made short work of. Beryl going to get interrupted. The Solar Flare comes on in there as now Def getting very angry with these Feather Storms, as down to the GA goes Dr. This might be his first death of the game, and it is. That's going to be the kill secured. Kellen now trying to run away as Bertel will take down the Ocean Drake. So Ocean Soul does come in.
We're going to have...
yeah, so DRX lose Dragon Soul and mid inhibitor. However, they don't win the fight.
They get 2 kills. They're able to take back control over the map, and they're going to push down mid. I don't know exactly what DRX's plan was there, trying to look for those recalls against a team that could easily interrupt, but they're still able to punish that push mid. Barrel's flank was brilliant. And now they're trying to grab an inhibitor for their own to cancel it out. But I don't know if they'll have enough pushing power here without Zeka to make it happen. But they're damn sure going to try.
Yeah, there are not a lot of engage. In fact, there's no engage options.
No
Canyon
members
that are left alive. So therefore, easily able to answer in kind. So getting the inhibitor back, certainly great news. And Ocean Soul isn't exactly the be-all, end-all. So I think in 5 minutes' time, we'll see the end of this game.
So going back to this, like the game plan here for DRX is just to set up for some recalls to defend the push, and they're so slow on this. Showmaker's long-range engage here on Zeka is brilliant, and it looks like almost in this moment, oh, damn, ㅅ2022 just won the game, because they've got a mid inhibitor open, they've got really strong pushing power, but then Beryl shows up here, and Dukdom ults in a really weird angle, and Pyosik actually gets a kick on him, so he's trapped, is killed after the GA here. And ㅅ2022 just really botched the execution of what was a really nice push, but it did, as you mentioned, guarantee that Bertel could get a Drake. We've seen Bertel take like 4 solo Drakes this game for the series for ㅅ2022. But at the end of the day, Ocean Soul is taken. DRX still struggling to find straight-up fights unless ㅅ2022 is gifting them. But ㅅ2022 is gifting a lot.
Yeah, this goal graph looks like so crazy and wild, but it's because the parameters are 3K. Like, there is nothing in this. Like, there has been no real substantial lead created the whole game. Like, it's Damwon that's been sitting at about 2,000 gold ahead for 42 minutes of this game. There were those couple of blips that we saw from DRX, but that is about it.
Well, the Oblivion Orb is up for Zeka, which I think will be quite useful in some of these ensuing fights. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't pick that one up earlier on, but he's got it now on top of his death cap, because like you said, he went extreme greed with his build. Now he's got his Morel and Omicron, as I'm saying. This one can finish this build off with Azonias if he'd like to, and I do recommend it. Don't know if we'll have enough time to get to that point. Is Baron's up in 30. DRX looking to set up, and if Canyon presses R after a flag and drag in by himself with no follow-up again, then DRX might just win this game. I think Canyon needs to show some restraint, play it slow, wait for the minion waves to be cleared out, because it is super minions versus super minions, so it takes a long time to get Prio here.
And also, Pyosik is last fight ready. He's got a stopwatch, he's got a GA as well, and he's got some control wards for added theoretical mobility. So he's got it. He's full build. Nailed it. It's exactly what you need. Full build as well for Deft, as Ravenous Hydra has now been completed as that final item for the Xayah.
I mean,
I
Deft
think
is
that
a real...
6 items Aphelios is a little bit more scary.
But, you know, if he gets picked or gets charmed, and there's ways for DRX to pull this off. If Pyosik gets behind Dukdom and kicks him in, you know, there are ways. We've seen it already.
And this is going to be pretty intense wave clear as well. Now the Deft does have that item complete, so pretty cool. DRX now just brute forcing their way in to clear out some vision. They will be able to do so, and it's back to just a regular K-Ram because both of these inhibitors are dead.
I think for DRX, the idea is to buy enough time for their inhibitor to respawn because theirs comes up first, and then they should be able to get Prio. So if you can just hold on for another minute here, you'll get that next wave and you'll have the advantage, but you're going to be waiting a long time.
Well,
hold on to Deft.
Yeah, it's going to be avoided by the Featherstorm, but now it's a huge cooldown unavailable. Blade Caller, about half of the health of Bertel there as Pyosik, spotted out of the way by Canyon.
I don't know if that's enough of an edge here for you, DRX, but they're going to try. I mean, they are full build. This is 45 minutes in.
Yeah, they're going for it. Deft, half of the cooldown now on that Featherstorm. Charm connects, and he blows up Canyon! The Ahri was worth it in the end, 45 minutes in. But We're not going to say that it's over just yet. It's Pioshik not anywhere near this Baron pit. It will just go down. But now Beryl trying to find the regain. Stop Dump's got out of position. And DRX have done it in the clutch. Showmaker diving towards the back line, but the dashes are in. And the Vex is down.
And King doesn't even care that he's popped his res. He is ready to go back, teleport in, and in the game. Bertol trying to survive here a little bit longer. But DRX have done it for the first time in nearly 2 years. They're going to take them out.
So many series of League of Legends between these two. DRX got no games. And now they've been able to do it. This is an absolute marathon of a series. Bertol trying to hold on to some minions, but it's not going to work. Nexus turrets go down, and DRX, they make it 6-0 in the LCK as we close out the first round robin.
Such a great series for this squad. Game number 1, they fought well in the side lane. They did as best as they could with the tools they were given. They got stomped by. The engages there from Showmaker. The Zoe that defined this best of 3. Game 2, Damwon Kia really gave away their lead. They had a Fed Canyon right then. We saw several overextensions from Bertol. He showed a lot of, again, his inexperience in this best of 3. But in Game 3, it was such a slow, waiting game, and DRX took their final chance. They took their final moment. It was, I think you put it so well when you said Pioshik is ready for the final battle. Like, he is ready for what is going to be the deciding moment in this series. The angle was perfect for him. They get a charm onto Canyon, who's always one step too far forward against a comp that can turn and can blow them up. I think they...
But he has to be, because he's the only one that can face check. They have a Karma, so there was no other choice, and Zeko just hides in exactly the right place. And then after what was a game of us being, you know, a little bit apprehensive about his Ahri pick, finds that one charm that honestly just wins them the game.
Yeah, and Pioshik also being the second threat, right, on the left side of this fight. And Damwon Kia just could not get control of the mid lane. They couldn't actually, they had wave clear, but not enough to actually get prio guaranteed. And DRX in this moment was willing to give up prio for just a second, to have the setup they wanted, to control the choke point, to try to rush down a 45-minute Baron, which goes down so incredibly quickly. And it's so crazy to say these words, but in this third game, DRX was more decisive than Damwon Kia when it mattered most at 45 minutes. And for the first time in a year and a half here, DRX will take a series off of our 3-time back-to-back LCK champions.
Yeah, Deft just going to shake his fist around just a little bit here. The Alpaca pretty happy with how things went, and we are going to have him give us a bit of an interview a little bit later as well. But DRX.
Hey! Yes! I love it.
He's going to kick his coach because he can't see.
That's the
absolutely fantastic.
The Pioshik meme, we've seen it so many times. It's a good throwback. He finally took out Damwon Kia again. Oh, this is such a great feeling for. Remember, this was a winless team at the beginning of the season. Our match of the week against Kwangdong from them.
They debuted with a loss against Live Sandbox, a team that have been really struggling here in the LCK.
This is a top 3 team. They end this round robin in number 3 when they were number 10 at the beginning.
Yeah.
What a turnaround, 6-game winning streak. I don't think we can overstate how incredible this is for DRX. What an upset and the fashion in which they did it, how decisive that late game was.
Yeah, let's we'll try to forget the mid game because not a whole lot happened. It was very, very slow and methodical as so many ultimates avoided by Deft with his Featherstorm, but it felt like he needed an extra charge on the Featherstorm in a lot of those situations. But yeah, Damwon Kia once again running into this issue where they have Canyon on pure engage duty and no one else with much of an ability to do too much.
Yeah, and Beryl on the Leona too makes it so difficult when you do engage. Like there are traps set here to be sprung for DRX. The charm, the Zenith blade, right? The kick. There's so many ways that this goes so poorly, especially because the AD carry has disengage, that it's really tough for Damwon Kia in a lot of these fights. And I know I can already see the I don't want to say the future, the present. I know what's happening right now in Twitch chat. I know what's happening on Twitter, on Reddit, everywhere. Everyone's like, I knew Bertol was just never going to be good enough for expectations the casters had, and then things like that. But look, I mean, he played a pretty good series himself. He played macro well.
Fine, yeah. I think they need to look a little bit towards the coaching staff as far as how we're going to give a little bit more agency as far as engage is concerned, or give a bunch of range.
He side lane very well. He set up several Drakes on his own. Like, his decision making was really good in terms of the map. It was some of these overextensions on the Renekton, and then in this game, the teleport we saw, and a few face checks that really ended his life and made the win here for Damwon Kia so incredibly difficult. That hurt. But again, he's still developing as a player. He's a rookie here in the LCK.
See, a lot of calls here from the bottom lane. Deft and Beryl really starting to call the shots. In fact, everyone communicating a lot. Massively high energy. And remember, this is, what is it, 11 p.m.?
Yeah, and as we've talked about so many times, Beryl doesn't look like it, but he is actually the commander of this ship. Like, he actually talks the most.
I mean, that was the biggest worry for Damwon Kia, right? Is that now that shot calling is on the other side of the rift for them, and you can see maybe it has taken a bit of a hit.
Yeah, Beryl, I mean, he's in such command of how they do this. Like, I mean, we've talked about how Beryl will literally micro-ghost in fights for Damwon Kia, and
yeah,
every single moment of this finish is all him calling it out, with Pioshik adding a few words in here and there, but Zeka does finally get some of that damage done in the late game, and it's all just the gold graph falling off a cliff off of a one error from Damwon Kia, the punish coming through.
Yeah, and while it was a very, very slow game, I was a little bit worried for DRX, right? Because you see Docdom on the other side as a 6-0-1 Aphelios, you're like, well, this is probably in the bag, isn't it? But that just wasn't how it worked out. It was DRX finding those moments that they were looking for. It was Pioshik getting to some wacky items, honestly, going for Death Stance second and then the GA. It's a lot of extra damage that he does have available to himself, keeps himself alive though, and he's able to execute when he needed to. Like, this came down to that one last fight. I thought it might have been the Elder, but it wasn't.
No, I just really better decision-making, snap decision-making, better setup there. Risk-reward for DRX. They get what they deserve. They win the series 2-1. Bit of an upset, but they take the third place spot at the end of round robin 1.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. And now we have some gentlemen on an analyst carpet space to take us through what happened in that series.
Hello, here we are after DRX take the game and take the series for the first time in 2 years from the side of Damwon Kia. A huge win for them tonight, as we had a bit of a long one there as well. We went down to the final wire, and it turned out that DRX were the better team. What did you think starting from the draft, Chronicler?
Ahri was the right pick all along. No, I'm obviously that was a game where there were a lot of emotions, I think, watching it. It was quite the roller coaster. And I initially felt like Damwon Kia, as they got into the later stage of the game, were going to be looking fairly comfortable. Some of the issues, though, that this comp might have, which is that you have one call, which is, or actually the entirety of it really, that's very short range, so your initiations need to be very good. And doing that into a Xayah, and into a Lee, and into an Ahri can be kind of hard, but it felt like in the mid-game, they were able to do it. And I didn't like the Ahri pick. I felt like she did very little, but then in the late game, 2 charms, literally won him the game.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy what Ahri can do, where it's like she builds very much like a control mage, right? Where it's like, you know, Victor would have the same items, but she's very much like a Blitzcrank type catch kind of mage, where it's like, if you walk into the wrong place at the wrong time, we saw that with Canyon very late in the game, where he's usually super clean. We were even talking about it ourselves, where he's so reliable. When he goes in, we can rely on that being a good engage, but in that moment, it's like, no, the Ahri's just gonna charm you and you're gonna die. So I think in the very late stages of that game, Damwon, the macro kind of fell apart. It was like the tension broke finally after all of the standing around and farming.
Yeah, and there's a couple of other interactions. The fact that Vex had almost no impact on that game because of how good the Xayah actually worked into it. Every single time that they tried to go for that little combo, Dev said, nope, I am invulnerable. I'm immune.
Xayah's immune, troll face. Guys, we do have the first highlight here, which is, I think, about 24 minutes into the game. A fantastic flank that Damwon Kia do find here.
Example number 1 right there. And that is going to happen so much more times. I think that Showmaker on this Vex pick, really looking, and it was in kind of an awkward spot because a lot of picks were banned away. And this goes for a lot of the parts of Damwon Kia. There was a combination of some of the picks, I think, not great. The Vex one, like, was not really able to do anything. But also Canyon walking in, not the final play, but the play before that, just randomly dying. Brutal getting caught a couple of times. Overall, Damwon Kia just didn't look that clean.
Yeah, especially towards the end of that game. We do have highlight number 2 just now, where we can take a look at this Baron fight.
And this is exactly what Damwon Kia used to be kind of known for, right? These type of super snap decisions. And I'm really happy that the cast talked about it as well, might be some of the barrel value, unironically, that we're seeing, where DRX, now that they're in proper format, again, another example. I swear I didn't pick them out just for this, but like we do get to see that interaction again and again. And DRX, or Damwon Kia going for like a really deep push while also getting Drake and Showmakers pushing, and then they get collapsed upon. I think barring Dogdom, every player just didn't look that great. They didn't really get that much done. And DRX, maintaining the momentum, super impressive for them to maintain their focus in the series like this.
Yeah, it just shows that when it comes down to it, you know, maybe it's that shot calling, maybe it's some of the veteran players in that lineup. These guys have been through the ringer and they know exactly how to handle this kind of thing. So third highlight here is going to be the final fight where, again, we see actually the Ahri getting some value, where it's kind of that feeling of, you know, one hook, one charm, and you get the kill.
And this is what I'm talking about. I think that Canyon being this far away from the rest of his team, like he's not even enraged to be shielded by Kellen, right? Like this is a Damwon that clearly is kind of struggling and is missing a lot of the pressure and kind of identity that we used to see for the team in the late game.
Yeah, no, it's very true, and I think they were talking about how, you know, somebody's got to check it. I think Atlas was saying, you know, somebody's got to get in there, and unfortunately it was the Stridebreaker Jarvan that's going to be the guy that goes in here. He wasn't building full tank. It kind of made sense. We liked the item, but at that time in the game, it's like if you get picked, it doesn't matter who you are. It's 45 minutes in the game, you're going to die. We do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for this game. It will be Zeka, who, you know, 1, 2, and 5, 391 damage per minute. Not the greatest numbers, but he had it happen when it counted, I guess.
It's not about the charms you miss, it's about the charms you hit for Zeka here. And I felt like the Ahri during the game, and I'd still say I'm not the biggest fan of the pick. I don't feel like it provides enough. But fact of the matter is that he found 2 charms that won them the game. It was the initial pick that we're going to see a little bit later on. It was one here where Birdle goes in way over aggressive. Canyon does immediately afterwards, and he does it here again. And those picks won them the game. Kind of end the story as we see a lot of spread votes.
Yeah, a couple even for the top lane. You know, when we were thinking about this, it's like, I don't even know who to vote for. And the funny thing is that Beryl got zero votes after all of that. I think some of his positioning was a little bit funky, but he was very aggressive. He was making all the shot calls, as we could easily hear, so shout out to him as well. DRX as a team just outplaying Damwon, and they absolutely deserve that third place spot.
Really well done. I think that this is a really exciting opportunity for a DRX that has struggled so much. Now 6-game win streak, and we're still seeing some of the issues that I think we may have gotten a little bit overexcited about, that now you've been gone for Damwon, which is getting into the groove, refining that shot calling, refining kind of that crispness that we really did see in that first game, right, where they had the poke comp. Not really coming together, and then DRX on the flip side really profiting of that extremely well.
Yeah, and you know, we weren't sure what to make of DRX when they started off 0-3. First it was, you know, Deft coming in trying to carry all the weight, and then everybody kind of got on the same page, and then all the young kids came in. It was just really interesting to see this team build over the course of the first round. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. I'll hand it over to Ji-sun now for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation here, joined by Zeka and Deft from DRX. Congratulations! And just like Pusik said, you guys are able to end a very long losing streak against Damwon Kia after about 586 days since the final win against Damwon Kia. I think, you know, the entire series or the game, I felt like we were falling behind, but we were able to come back, so it feels awesome. Zeka, your team is on a winning streak. You guys close out the first round robin on 3rd place. I'm happy that we're able to extend our winning streak till the end of the first round, and we will prepare hard for the second round as well. And Deft, Burl was playing against his former team. So did he kind of had a lot more kind of energy heading into this matchup? He's always energetic when playing the game, so it wasn't really that different. But during the preparation, you know, Actually, Burrow actually calls it a day about 4 a.m. or 4:30, but yesterday he came back to the team house around 5 a.m. I guess he was having a bit of a draft plan for today's series, so I guess yeah, he was having a lot more desire to defeat his former team for sure. Deft, your Jinx win rate is just getting more and more absurd. It's now 47 and 4, 92.2% so far. Well, it's not 100%, so it's not that amazing. I guess you really want to get closer to 99.9%, right? Yeah, then it might be impressive. And today, we had a bit of a signature pick matchup in today's series. Canyon's Diana, your Jinx, and so on. And that Diana was also doing a lot of work, and she was getting a lot of value, to be honest. To be honest, the opponent's comp, even though they had the fed Diana, their comp wasn't that, good in the end. And we knew that we could just focus on our work and do our things in the later phase. And then the moment when the opponents were rushing and trying to force a fight on the mid lane was the point where we realized that we really turned the corner and we have the lead. Then what do you think of the current patch and the AP MR item right now? The Malmocious. Well, after the patch, I don't think that item is like super OP, but right now it was a counter item into Diana. ㅅ DRX is having 100% win rate for game number 3 here in the Spring Split. So did that kind of stat kind of edge you a lot more confidence heading into game 3? To be honest, I had no idea about our win rate. But still, we were just happy that we were able to get the control in the later phase of the game 2. So we just wanted to push the momentum forward. And also, you kind of brought Ari to victory after a very long while. Could you walk us through that pick? I mean, after the remake, Ari was really good. I tried it out in solo queue. It was really good. But on the competitive match, it's bad. It's not good. However, you swapped your jungler to Lee Sin, and you were able to finally get the victory on Ari. So what kind of feedback did you guys have after losing the first one? I mean, usually we played it with Lee Sin in scrims, but we were not able to do so in game number 1. But game 3, we had that opportunity, so we just wanted to give it another go. Then ㅅ, you said Ari is a bad champion, but what do you think of Ari, Deft? I think it was better in scrims for sure. I mean, he did way better in scrims. So based on the scrim result, I think it is a decent pick. And in all 3 games, Damwon Kia was playing around their mid lane, whereas DRX was playing around the side lanes, either top or the bottom lane. Because Ari, she doesn't really have a good time, having some standoffs on the mid lane. She usually rotates and roams around the side lanes. So we just wanted to, get the best value out of it. In game 3, you guys let Doktam's affiliate through and decided to play Xayah into it. Well, in that matchup, Xayah can have prio during the laning phase, but because of the Karma pick, it was not that easy. But still, we were able to hold on and, kind of turn the game around in the end. I guess it was not as good as you expected, right? I mean, in the draft, we actually eliminated so many cards already, so I just wanted to kind of round out the comp with that pick. ㅅ, Ari was farming, scaling for about 46 minutes in that game, but that one play brought victory to DRX. To be honest, the last team fight, before that last team fight, I was like, we're not going to win this, but with that kill onto the opponent jungler, we were able to close out the game. So, if you take Ignite, you have a lot more pressure, in the early objective fight, for example, like Herald's fight, and also the later team fights. So I think that's a good option too. DRX, how far can you guys go with this winning streak? If we keep this form, I think our goal is like 10 match winning streak. Your next opponent and the first opponent of the second round robin will be your former team Deft, Hana Life Esports. Recently, we are having some good ride. I hope we can continue this and pick up a victory in that series. This will be the end of the interview from Zeka Deft from DRX. I'm going to pass it back to the analysts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. As Zeka and Deft, they feel pretty happy, not overwhelmed just yet. But they get the win, and we're going to have a look at the standings to see where they stand here. Very rightfully so, in third place, one step ahead of Damwon Kia.
Really nicely done. Very crucial victory here for DRX. Might, down the line, really get them in a better position for possible playoff standings. And also, I'm sure that the next times, because this was, of course, the final game of round 2, or round 1 rather, both these two teams really going to look forward to that.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a fantastic matchup, absolutely. But guys, tomorrow, another great day of games, especially that first one. KT Rolster looking pretty good this season against our undefeated team in T1. I saw the SK Telecom.
Yeah,
at the bottom.
it'll get you.
Yeah, Gen.G up against Liv Sandbox as well is going to be that second matchup. Definitely favoring Gen.G, but will be interesting to see if Liv Sandbox can throw a wrench into the gears.
And of course, Liv Sandbox bot lane playing against their old team from Challengers. That's nice. And it's me and Feldes as well.
Oh yeah, we're going to be on the caster desk, the actual desk. But that will have to wait until tomorrow. We've had a great day of games today. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. But we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a great night.
I never believed love could set me free. You break down the